step into a realm of hidden mysteries and untapped powers, where the boundaries between reality and imagination blur. Join me on an enthralling journey as we explore The Master Key, a timeless classic by Charles F. Haanel, crafted to unlock the profound secrets of your mind and the universe. Imagine an ancient, enigmatic sanctuary deep within an impenetrable jungle where a venerable, leather-bound tome lies. This text, forged from the flames of ancestral wisdom, holds the secrets of creation, the keys to success, and the latent power within each of us. As you delve into its pages, you'll embark on a transformative journey into the core of your being. You'll learn to harness the power of your thoughts, shape your destiny, and awaken the boundless potential within you. From the shadowy corners of history to the farthest reaches of the cosmos, this text will reveal universal truths that can reshape your life. Prepare to unlock the doors of perception and unleash the power of your mind with the Master Key. Are you ready to uncover the secret that will forever alter your life? Embark on this unforgettable adventure and let your thoughts become the key to unlocking the universe's doors. Some individuals can attract success, power, wealth, and achievements with very little effort. Others conquer them with great difficulty. And then there are those who completely fail to achieve their ambitions, goals, and ideals. Why does this happen? Why do some people achieve their ambitions easily, others with difficulty, and others not at all? The cause is not physical, for if it were, physically perfect individuals would be the most successful. The difference lies in the mind. Thus, the mind constitutes a creative force that distinguishes one person from another. The mind surpasses the environment and any obstacle in the way of individuals. The creative power of thought, provided there is adequate application, diligence, and concentration, allows one to overcome all obstacles. The student will discover that the laws of the mental and spiritual world are identical to those of the material world, firm and infallible. Therefore, to achieve good results, it is necessary to understand and adhere to the law. The student who knows that power comes from within, reinforced only by external aid, and who does not doubt their own thoughts, stands tall, asserts themselves, and adopts a dominant attitude capable of performing miracles in this great science. Those who do not seek and benefit from their progress will remain behind, just as the person who refuses to recognize and accept the benefits of humanity derived from understanding the laws of electricity. Certainly, the mind creates negative and favorable conditions whenever we visualize any deficiency, limitation, or adversity, usually unconsciously. This law, like any other, does not discriminate between people. On the contrary, it always operates and gives every human being the result of their actions. In other words, whatever a person sows, they will also reap. Abundance rests on the recognition of one's own laws, on the fact that the mind is the creator of all that exists. Nothing can be created until one knows it can be created and then brought to fruition through appropriate effort. Electricity that existed 50 years ago is the same as it is today, but it only became beneficial to us when someone discovered its utility. Since then, everyone has benefited from it, and the same applies to the law of abundance. Only those who recognize this law and harmonize with it will enjoy its benefits. The scientific mind governs all realms of effort. Cause and effect relationships are no longer ignored. The discovery of a segment of law marked an era in the development of humanity, eliminating the doubts and whims of human lives and replacing them with law, reason, and certainty. Now people understand that for every result, there is an adequate and definitive cause. Thus, in desiring a certain outcome, one seeks the condition through which it can be achieved. The foundation upon which all laws exist was discovered through inductive reasoning, which involves comparing a series of separate cases until finding the common factor that causes them all. This method of study is one to which civilized nations owe much of their prosperity and knowledge, as it has extended life, alleviated pain, crossed rivers, illuminated the night with the splendor of day, expanded the range of vision, accelerated movement, annihilated distance, facilitated relationships, and enabled humans to descend into the sea and travel through the air. It is not surprising that people soon strive to extend the blessings of this system of study and method of thinking, so that when the results obtained by a particular method of thinking become evident, it is sufficient to qualify those results. This method is scientific and is the only one that allows us to maintain the degree of freedom we have come to consider as an inalienable fact, as people are safe at home and in the world only if national preparation includes aspects such as increasing health quality, accumulated efficiency in public and private affairs of all kinds, the continuous advancement of science and art together, the effort to revolve all aspects of national development around the ascending individual and collective life, for which science, art, and ethics provide guidance and control motives. The master key is based on scientific and absolute truth, which will reveal the latent possibilities within the individual and teach how they can be put into action on a large scale to enhance the optimal capacity of the person, bringing additional energy, discernment, vigor, and mental elasticity. The student who wishes to understand emerging mental laws will acquire the ability to guarantee previously unthinkable results, with rewards that cannot be easily described in words. This key explains the correct use of the receptive and active elements of the mind's nature and instructs the student on recognizing opportunities, strengthening willpower and reasoning abilities, as well as teaching the development and best uses of imagination, desire, emotions, and intuitive faculties. It also provides initiative, goal-oriented perseverance, wisdom in choice, intelligent sympathy, and a full enjoyment of life in its highest plans. The master key teaches the use of true mental power, without any of the substitutes or falsehoods that have nothing to do with optimism, magic, or seemingly fascinating illusions that lead many to believe that one can obtain something for nothing. The master key cultivates and develops understanding, allowing better control of the body and health, enhances memory, and develops insight, this rare quality that is the definitive characteristic of every successful business person, enabling individuals to see possibilities and difficulties in every situation, and allowing them to discern the opportunity at hand when thousands of others do not see opportunities within reach, while dedicating themselves to situations that cannot offer any substantial return. The master key develops mental power, which means that others instinctively recognize that they want to do what you want them to do. It means you attract people and things to you, that you have what some might call luck, that things come your way, and that you have understood the fundamental laws of nature by aligning yourself with them. It signifies that you are in tune with the infinite and comprehend the law of attraction, the natural laws of growth, the psychological laws with all the benefits in the realms of health, society, and business. Mental power is creative. It gives you the ability to create for yourself, which does not mean taking something from someone else. Nature never acts in that way. It makes two blades of grass grow where there was only one before, and mental power allows people to do the same. The master key develops insight and sagacity, increases independence as well as the ability and willingness to be useful. Additionally, it destroys distrust, depression, fear, melancholy, and all forms of deficiency and weakness, including pain and illness. It uncovers buried talents, provides initiative, strength, energy, and vitality, and awakens an appreciation for beauty in art, literature, and science. It has transformed the lives of thousands of men and women, replacing uncertain and dubious methods with defined principles, which form the foundation upon which any system of effectiveness must rest. Albert H. Wiggin, President of the United States Steel Corporation, stated, "The services of counselors, trainers, and efficiency experts are indispensable to the majority of large companies, but I consider that recognizing and adopting the correct principles is far more important." The master key teaches correct principles and suggests methods for the practical application of these principles, thus distinguishing itself from any other study program. It teaches us that the only value a principle can have lies in its application. Those who study at home and attend lectures throughout their lives are not capable of demonstrating any progress in showing the value of the principles involved. The master key suggests methods by which the value of the taught principles can be demonstrated and put into practice in daily life. There is a shift in world thinking. This change is occurring quietly among us, and it is the most significant anyone has ever experienced since the fall of paganism. The current revolution in the opinions of all classes of people, from the highest and most educated to the working classes, has no parallel in human history. Science has recently made great discoveries, revealing the infinity of resources, uncovering enormous possibilities and unsuspected forces, so that scientists are increasingly hesitant to assert certain theories as established and indisputable, or to deny others as absurd and impossible, giving rise to the birth of a new civilization. Customs, beliefs, and cruelty are being set aside, while vision, faith, and service are taking their place. The chains of tradition are being torn from humanity, and the dross of materialism is being consumed. Thought is being liberated, and truth is fully revealing itself to an amazed multitude. The entire world is witnessing the emergence of a new consciousness, a new power, and its possibility in realizing the internal resources of the being. In the last century, we witnessed the greatest material progress in history. The present will produce the greatest progress in mental and spiritual power. Physical science has resolved matter into molecules, molecules into atoms, atoms into energy, and it has been found, according to Fleming in a speech at the Royal Institution, that this energy resolves into spirit in its ultimate essence. Energy may be incomprehensible to us, except as a demonstration of the direct operation of what we call spirit or will. Let's see what the most powerful forces of nature are. In the mineral world, everything is solid and fixed. In the animal and plant kingdoms, force is in a state of flux, always changing, creating and recreating itself. In the atmosphere we find heat, light, and energy. Each realm becomes finer and more spiritual, moving from the visible to the invisible, from the coarse to the subtle, from low potentiality to high potentiality. When we reach the invisible, we find energy in its purest and most volatile state. Just as the most powerful forces of nature are invisible, the most powerful forces of man are imperceptible. His spiritual strength, which can only manifest through the process of thought, the only activity the mind possesses. Addition and subtraction are spiritual products, just like reasoning, ideas, questions, logic, argumentation, and philosophy. Each thought activates certain physical tissues and parts of the brain, such as nerves or muscles, producing a physical change in the tissue structure. It takes only a certain number of thoughts on a subject to induce a complete change in the physical organization of a person. This is the process by which failure is transformed into success. Thoughts of courage, power, inspiration, and harmony replace those of failure, despair, deficiency, limitation, and discord. As these thoughts take root, the physical tissue changes, and the individual sees life in a new light, realizing that the old things are truly gone and that all that is new has been born from the mind, giving life a new meaning for them, leading to joy, confidence, hope, and energy. A person sees opportunities for success where they previously saw nothing and recognizes possibilities that once made no sense. The thoughts of success with which they have imbued themselves spread to those around them, helping them to advance and rise. They attract new successful associates, which changes their environment. Thus, through the simple exercise of thought, a person not only changes themselves, but also their environment, according to circumstances and conditions. We are at the dawn of a new day. The possibilities are wonderful and fascinating, so limitless that they seem overwhelming. A century ago, any man with a plane or a Gatling gun could have annihilated an entire army equipped with war instruments. The same is true today. Anyone who understands the possibilities contained within the Master Key has an inconceivable advantage over others. Introduction. Part 1. I have the privilege of presenting to you the first part of the Master Key system. If you want to bring more power into your life, become aware of this power. If you desire better health, acquire this awareness. If you seek more happiness, similarly, live the essence of these things until they are rightfully yours. Then, it will be impossible to part from them. The things of the world are fluid to a power within man by which they are governed. You do not need to acquire this power, you already have it, but you want to understand it. Seek to use it, want to control it, and try to imbue yourself with it so you can progress and attract the world to you day by day. As you advance, every time you gain momentum, as your inspiration deepens, as your plans crystallize and your understanding deepens, you will realize that this world, rather than a lifeless heap of stones and wood, is something alive composed of the beating hearts of humanity. It is a thing of life and beauty. It is evident that understanding is required to work with these materials, but those who come to understand are inspired by a new light, a new force that allows them to gain confidence and power daily. They realize that their hopes and dreams are materializing. Life takes on a deeper, fuller, and clearer meaning than before. Part 1. The following is the first part of the Master Key system. It certainly encompasses all planes of existence. Loss leads to even greater loss. This is entirely true. The mind is creative, and conditions, environment, and all experiences of life are the result of our habitual or predominant mental attitude. The attitude of the mind necessarily depends on what we think, which is why the secret to all power, all achievement, and all possession lies in our method of thinking. This is true because we must be before we can do, and we can only do to the extent that we are, and what we are depends on what we think. We cannot manifest powers that we do not possess. The only way to ensure possession of power is to become aware that we have it. We will never be aware of power until we learn that all power comes from within. There is an inner world, a world of thought, feeling, and power, a space of light, life, and beauty, and although invisible, its forces are powerful. The inner world is governed by the mind. When we discover this world, we find the solution to all problems, the cause of their effects, and since the inner world is under our control, all the laws of power and possession are also under our control. The outer world is a reflection of the inner world. What appears outside is what has been found inside. In the inner world, one can find infinite wisdom, infinite power, and an inexhaustible supply of everything needed, waiting for its deployment, development, and expression. If we recognize these potentialities in the inner world, they will become part of the outer world. Harmony in the inner world is reflected in the outer world through harmonious conditions, a pleasant and improved environment. It forms the basis of health and is an essential necessity for all greatness, power, achievement, accomplishment, and success. Harmony in the inner world means the ability to control our own thoughts and determine for ourselves how any experience affects us. Inner harmony leads to optimism and prosperity. Inner prosperity leads to outer happiness. The outer world reflects the circumstances and conditions of the inner consciousness. If we find wisdom in the inner world, we will have the understanding to discern the great possibilities that are latent there. We will be given the power to bring these possibilities into the external world. As we become aware of the wisdom of the inner world, we take possession of that wisdom, and by taking mental possession, we come into real possession of the power and wisdom needed to manifest the essential elements for our complete and harmonious development. The inner world is the practical world where powerful men and women generate courage, hope, enthusiasm, confidence, security, and faith. They possess the intelligence to see the vision and the practical skill to transform it into reality. Life is a deployment, not an accumulation. What comes to us in the outer world is what we already possess within. All possession rests on consciousness, and all gain is the result of cumulative consciousness. All loss is the result of dissipative consciousness. Mental efficiency depends on harmony. Discord means confusion. Therefore, one who wishes to acquire power must be in harmony with natural law. We are connected to the outer world through the objective mind. The brain is the organ of this mind, and the cerebrospinal nervous system connects us consciously with every part of the body. This nervous system responds to all sensations of light, heat, smell, sound, and taste. When this mind thinks correctly, when it understands the truth, when the thoughts sent through the cerebrospinal nervous system to the body are constructive, these sensations are pleasant and harmonious. The result is that we build strength, vitality, and all constructive forces within us. But it is through this objective mind that all anxieties, diseases, deficiencies, limitations, and forms of discord and disharmony are admitted into our lives. Therefore, it is through the objective mind, through erroneous thinking, that we are connected to all destructive forces. We are connected to the inner world through the subconscious mind. The solar plexus is the organ of this mind. The sympathetic nervous system anticipates all subjective sensations such as joy, fear, love, emotion, breathing, imagination, and all other unconscious phenomena. It is through the subconscious that we connect to the universal mind and align ourselves with the infinite constructive forces of the universe. The coordination of these two centers of our being and understanding their functions constitutes the great secret of life. With this knowledge, we can bring the objective and subjective minds into coherent cooperation to coordinate the finite and the infinite. Our future will be entirely under our control and not subject to the whims or uncertainties of any external power. Everyone agrees that there is a principle or consciousness that pervades the entire universe, occupying all space and being fundamentally of the same type at every point of its existence. It is all-powerful, wise, always present, and all thoughts and things are within it. There is only one consciousness in the universe capable of thinking. When it does, its thoughts become objective things. Just as this consciousness is omnipresent, it must be present within every individual. Each person must be a manifestation of this omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent consciousness. Since there is only one consciousness in the universe capable of thinking, it follows that each person's consciousness is identical to the universal consciousness, or that all minds are one. This cannot be avoided. This conclusion that the consciousness focusing in an individual's brain cells is the same as that which focuses in the brain cells of others leads to the understanding that every individual is an individualization of the universal, the cosmic consciousness. Universal consciousness is a static or potential energy and can only manifest through the individual, who in turn can only manifest through the universal. The two are one. An individual's ability to think is their ability to act upon the universal and bring it into reality. Human consciousness consists solely of the ability to think. It is believed that the mind itself is a subtle form of static energy, from which thought arises as the dynamic phase of the mind. The mind is static energy, and thought is dynamic. Thought is therefore the vibratory force resulting from the conversion of static mind into dynamic mind. Since all attributes are contained in the universal consciousness, which is omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent, these attributes must be present in potential form within each individual. Therefore, when an individual thinks, the thought is naturally compelled to manifest in an objectivity or condition related to its origin. Thus, every thought is a cause, and every condition is an effect. For this reason, it is absolutely essential to control one's thoughts to produce only desirable conditions. All power comes from within and is entirely under personal control. It comes through personal knowledge and the voluntary practice of principles. It should be clear that when a deep understanding of this law is acquired and control of the thought processes is achieved, it can be applied to any condition. In other words, one will have reached a conscious cooperation with the omnipotent law that is the fundamental basis of everything. Universal consciousness is the vital principle of every existing atom. Each atom continually strives to manifest more life. All are intelligent, and all seek to accomplish the purpose for which they were created. The majority of humanity lives in the outer world, and few have discovered the inner. Yet the inner world leads to the outer world, as it is creative, and everything in the outer world was created from within. This system will lead to the realization of power that will be self-evident once one understands the relationship between the outer and inner worlds. The inner world is the cause, and the outer world is the effect. To change the effect, one must change the cause. This is a completely new and different idea, as most people attempt to change effects by working with the same results. They do not see that this merely changes one form of distress for another. To eliminate discord, one must eliminate the cause, which can only be found in the inner world. Everything grows from within. This is evident throughout nature. Every plant, every animal, every human being is a living testimony to this great law. The error of the ages is to seek strength or power outside. The outer world is the universal source of supply, and the outer world is the outlet of the flow. Our ability to receive depends on our understanding of this universal source, this infinite energy from which every individual emanates, and thus is one with another individual. Recognition is a mental process, and mental action is the interaction of the individual with the universal mind. Since this constitutes the intelligence that pervades all space and animates living beings, this mental action and reaction is the law of causality. However, this principle does not reside within the individual, but within the universal mind. It is not an objective faculty, but a subjective process, where results manifest in an infinite variety of conditions and experiences. To express life, there must be mind. Nothing can exist without it. Everything that exists is a manifestation of this unique substance from which all things were created and are continually recreated. We live in an unfathomable sea of plastic mental substance. This substance remains alive and active, is sensitive to the highest degree, and takes shape according to mental demand. Thought forms the mold or matrix through which the substance expresses itself. Remember that value lies solely in application, and the practical understanding of this law will substitute poverty with abundance, ignorance with wisdom, discord with harmony, and tyranny with freedom. There can be no greater blessings than these, whether materially or socially. Now make the request. Choose a room where you can be alone and undisturbed. Sit upright, comfortably, without laziness. Let your thoughts go where they will, but remain still for 15 minutes or half an hour. Continue this for 3 or 4 days or a week until you gain complete control over your physical being. Many will find this extremely difficult, others will achieve it very easily. But it is essential to have complete control of the body before you are ready to progress. Next week you will receive instructions for the next step. In the meantime, you must have mastered this first part. Study questions with answers. What is the relationship between the outer world and the inner world? The outer world is a reflection of the inner world. What does all possession depend on? All possession is based on consciousness. How does the individual connect to the objective world? The individual connects to the objective world through the objective mind. The brain is the organ of this mind. How does the individual connect to the universal mind? The individual connects to the universal mind through the subconscious. The solar plexus is the organ of this mind. What is the universal mind? It is the vital principle of every existing atom. How can the individual act upon the universal? The individual's ability to think is their ability to act upon the universal and manifest it. What is the result of this action and interaction? The result of this action and interaction is cause and effect. Every thought is a cause, and every condition is an effect. How are harmonious and desirable conditions obtained? Harmonious and desirable conditions are obtained through correct thinking. What is the cause of all discord, disharmony, deficiency, and limitation? Discord, disharmony, deficiency, and limitation are the results of erroneous thinking. What is the source of all power? The source of all power is the inner world, the universal source of supply, the infinite energy from which every individual emanates. Introduction to the second part. Our difficulties are largely due to confusion of ideas and ignorance of our true interests. The great task is to discover the laws of nature to which we must conform. Clarity of thought and moral insight have invaluable worth, and all processes, even those of thought, are based on solid foundations. The sharper the sensitivity, the more precise the judgment, the finer the taste, and refined the moral feelings, the more subtle the intelligence and elevated the aspiration, the purer and more intense the satisfactions that existence offers us. Hence, studying what has been best thought out in the world provides supreme pleasure. The powers, uses, and possibilities of the mind, under new interpretations, are incomparably more wonderful than extravagant achievements and even dreams of material progress. Thought is an energy, and if it is active energy. If it is concentrated energy. Concentrated thought on a specific goal becomes a power. This power is utilized by those who do not believe in the virtue of poverty or the beauty of self-denial. They see it as the discourse of the weak. The ability to receive and manifest this power depends on recognizing the infinite energy within man, constantly creating and recreating his body and mind, and ready to manifest at any moment in all ways. The manifestation in the individual's external life will be exactly proportional to the recognition of this infinite energy. The second part explains the means to achieve this. Second part, the operations of the mind occur through two modes of activity, conscious and subconscious. Professor Davidson says, "He who thinks to illuminate the entire range of mental action with the light of his own consciousness is no different from one who would attempt to illuminate the universe with a lantern." The logical processes of the subconscious proceed with a certainty and regularity that would be impossible if there were a possibility of error. Our mind is designed to lay the most important foundations for actions, while we have no apprehension of the modus operandi. The subconscious mind, like a benevolent stranger, works and makes provisions for our benefit, depositing only the ripe fruit in our lap. Thus, the ultimate analysis of thought processes shows that the subconscious is the theater of the most important mental phenomena. It is through the subconscious that Shakespeare must have perceived great truths hidden from the conscious mind of the student, just as Phidias shaped marble and bronze, Raphael painted Madonnas, and Beethoven composed symphonies. Ease and perfection entirely depend on the extent to which we cease to rely on consciousness. Playing the piano, skating, using a typewriter, and specialized crafts depend for their perfect execution on the subconscious mind. The marvel of playing a brilliant piece on the piano while engaging in a lively conversation shows the grandeur of our subconscious powers. We are all aware of our dependence on the subconscious, and the greater, nobler, and more brilliant our thoughts, the more evident it is to us that their origin is beyond our knowledge. We possess tact, instinct, artistic, musical, and other aesthetic senses, the origin of which is entirely unknown to us. The value of the subconscious is enormous. It inspires and warns us, provides names, facts, and scenes from the memory store, directs our thoughts and tastes, in addition to performing complex tasks that the conscious mind is not capable of accomplishing. We can walk at will, raise our arm whenever we want, and direct our visual and auditory attention to any subject at our pleasure. In contrast, we cannot stop the beating of our heart, the blood circulation, the growth of height, the formation of nerve and muscle tissue, the building of bones, or many other vital processes. Our difficulties are largely due to the confusion of ideas and ignorance of our true interests. The great task is to discover the laws of nature to which we must conform. Clarity of thought and moral insight have invaluable worth, and all processes, even those of thought, are based on solid foundations. The sharper the sensitivity, the more precise the judgment, the finer the taste, and the more refined the moral feelings, the more subtle the intelligence and elevated the aspiration, the purer and more intense the satisfactions that existence offers us. Hence, studying what has been best thought out in the world provides supreme pleasure. The powers, uses, and possibilities of the mind, under new interpretations, are incomparably more wonderful than extravagant achievements and even dreams of material progress. Thought is an energy, and if it is active energy. If it is concentrated energy. Concentrated thought on a specific goal becomes a power. This power is utilized by those who do not believe in the virtue of poverty or the beauty of self-denial. They see it as the discourse of the weak. The ability to receive and manifest this power depends on recognizing the infinite energy within man, constantly creating and recreating his body and mind, and ready to manifest at any moment in all ways. The manifestation in the individual's external life will be exactly proportional to the recognition of this infinite energy. The second part explains the means to achieve this. Second part. The operations of the mind occur through two modes of activity, conscious and subconscious. Professor Davidson says, "He who thinks to illuminate the entire range of mental action with the light of his own consciousness is no different from one who would attempt to illuminate the universe with a lantern." The logical processes of the subconscious proceed with a certainty and regularity that would be impossible if there were a possibility of error. Our mind is designed to lay the most important foundations for actions while we have no apprehension of the modus operandi. The subconscious mind, like a benevolent stranger, works and makes provisions for our benefit, depositing only the ripe fruit in our lap. Thus, the ultimate analysis of thought processes shows that the subconscious is the theater of the most important mental phenomena. It is through the subconscious that Shakespeare must have perceived great truths hidden from the conscious mind of the student, just as Phidias shaped marble and bronze, Raphael painted Madonnas, and Beethoven composed symphonies. Ease and perfection entirely depend on the extent to which we cease to rely on consciousness. Playing the piano, skating, using a typewriter, and specialized crafts depend for their perfect execution on the subconscious mind. The marvel of playing a brilliant piece on the piano while engaging in a lively conversation shows the grandeur of our subconscious powers. We are all aware of our dependence on the subconscious, and the greater, nobler, and more brilliant our thoughts, the more evident it is to us that their origin is beyond our knowledge. We possess tact, instinct, artistic, musical, and other aesthetic senses, the origin of which is entirely unknown to us. The value of the subconscious is enormous. It inspires and warns us, provides names, facts, and scenes from the memory store, directs our thoughts and tastes, in addition to performing complex tasks that the conscious mind is not capable of accomplishing. We can walk at will, raise our arm whenever we want, and direct our visual and auditory attention to any subject at our pleasure. In contrast, we cannot stop the beating of our heart, the blood circulation, the growth of height, the formation of nerve and muscle tissue, the building of bones, or many other vital processes. If we compare these two sets of actions, one decreed by the will of the moment and the other proceeding in a majestic and rhythmic course, subject to no hesitation but constant at every moment, we are amazed and ask that the mystery be explained to us. We immediately observe that these are the vital processes of our physical life, and we cannot avoid concluding that these important functions are removed from the realm of our external will, with its variations and transitions, under the direction of a permanent and reliable inner power. Of these two powers, the external and changing one is called consciousness, or the objective mind of external objects. The inner power is called the subconscious, or the subjective mind, and in addition to its mental work, it controls the regular functions that make physical life possible. It is necessary to have a clear understanding of their respective functions on the mental plane, as well as of certain fundamental principles. By perceiving and operating through the 5 physical senses, the conscious mind deals with impressions and objects of the external life. It has the faculty of discrimination, which entails the responsibility of choice and the power of reasoning, whether inductive, deductive, analytical, or logical. It is the seat of will, with all the energies that flow from it. Not only can it impress other minds, but it can also direct the subconscious. Thus, the conscious mind becomes the sovereign and responsible guardian of the subconscious. This high function can completely reverse the conditions of your life. It is often true that conditions of fear, worry, poverty, illness, lack of harmony, and ailments of all sorts dominate us due to false suggestions accepted by the subconscious mind. A trained conscious mind can completely avoid this through its vigilant protective action. It can rightly be called the guardian at the gate of the great domain of the subconscious. A writer has expressed the main difference between the two phases of the mind. The conscious mind is reasoned will, and the subconscious mind is instinctive desire as a result of past reasoned will. The subconscious mind makes accurate and precise inferences based on premises from external sources. When the premise is true, the subconscious mind reaches an impeccable conclusion, but when the premise is false, the entire structure collapses. The subconscious mind does not engage in the process of verification. Rather, it relies on the conscious mind, the guardian at the gate, to protect it from erroneous impressions. By accepting every suggestion as true, the subconscious mind immediately begins to act upon it within the vast scope of its domain. The conscious mind can suggest either truth or error. If it is the latter, it represents a significant danger. The conscious mind should be on alert at all waking hours. If the guardian is off duty, or if its calm judgment is suspended in certain circumstances, then the subconscious mind is unprotected and open to suggestions from other sources. During the wild excitement of panic, or during attachment to anger, the impulses of an irresponsible crowd, or at any other time of unrestrained passion, the conditions are much more dangerous. The subconscious mind is then open to suggestions of fear, hatred, selfishness, greed, self-devaluation, and other negative forces derived from surrounding people or circumstances. The result is often very harmful, with effects that can last a long time. This is why it is of great importance to protect the subconscious mind from false impressions. The subconscious mind perceives through intuition, which is why its processes are rapid. It does not wait for the slow methods of conscious reasoning, nor can it use them. The subconscious mind never sleeps nor rests, just like the heart or the blood. It has been demonstrated that by clearly stating certain things to the subconscious, it is set in motion by forces leading to the desired outcome. Here is a source of power that connects us with omnipotence, a profound principle worthy of our most serious study. The operation of this law is intriguing. Those who put it into practice find that when they meet the person with whom they have planned a difficult interview, something has already intervened before them and has dissipated the supposed differences. Everything has changed and become harmonious. Thus, when faced with a complex business problem, they can afford to delay and choose the appropriate solution. Everything is perfectly arranged. Indeed, those who have learned to trust the subconscious find infinite resources at their disposal. The subconscious mind is the seat of our principles and aspirations. It is the source of our artistic and altruistic ideals, which can only be undermined through a gradual and elaborate process of eroding innate principles. The subconscious mind cannot argue polemically. Thus, if it has accepted erroneous suggestions, the sure method to overcome them is the frequent use of a contrary suggestion, which the mind must accept to form new and healthy daily thought habits. Because the subconscious mind is the seat of action, what we do repeatedly becomes mechanical and is no longer an act of judgment. It rather engraves its impressions into the subconscious mind. This is beneficial for us when the habit is healthy and correct. If it is harmful and erroneous, the remedy lies in recognizing the omnipotence of the subconscious mind and suggesting current freedom. The subconscious, being creative and one with our divine source, will immediately create the suggested freedom. In summary, the normal functions of the subconscious on the physical side concern regular and vital processes, the preservation of life, the restoration of health, and the care of offspring, including an instinctive desire to preserve all life and improve conditions in general. On the mental side, it is the repository of memory, as it houses the great messengers of thought, working unimpeded through time or space. It is the source of practical initiative and constructive life forces, the seat of habit. On the spiritual side, it is the source of ideals, aspirations, and imagination, being the channel through which we recognize our divine source. As we recognize this divinity, we understand the source of power. One might ask how the subconscious can change conditions. It is because the subconscious is a part of the universal mind, and one part must be of the same quality as the other, the only difference being the degree. Everything is creative, being the only existing creator. That is why we find creativity, and since thought is the only activity of the mind, it too must be creative. But we will realize that there is a significant difference between merely thinking and systematically and constructively directing our conscious thought. When we do this, we align our mind with the universal mind. By being in harmony with the infinite, we activate the most powerful force of existence, the creative power of the universal mind. This, like everything, is governed by natural law, the law of attraction, according to which the mind is creative and automatically binds itself to its object to manifest it. Last week you received an exercise aimed at ensuring control over the physical body. If you have succeeded in this, you are ready to progress. This time, you will begin to control your thoughts. If possible, always use the same room, chair, and position. In some cases, it may not be practical to use the same room, but in such cases, simply make the best use of the conditions available to you. Now, remain very calm as before, but inhibit all thought. This will give you control over your thoughts of worry, concern, and fear, allowing you to maintain only the type of thoughts you desire. Continue this exercise until you achieve complete control. You may only be able to do this for a few moments at a time, but the exercise is valuable because it practically demonstrates the numerous thoughts that constantly try to access your mental world. Next week, you will receive instructions for an exercise that may be a bit more interesting, but it is necessary for you to master this one first. Cause and effect are absolute and unwavering in the hidden realm of thought, just as in the world of visible and material things. The mind is the master weaver of both the inner garment of character and the outer garment of circumstances. James. Study questions for the second part with answers. What are the two modes of mental activity? The conscious and the subconscious. What do ease and perfection depend on? Ease and perfection depend entirely on the extent to which we cease to rely on the conscious mind. What is the value of the subconscious mind? It is enormous as it guides us, warns us, controls vital processes, and is the seat of memory. What are some functions of the conscious mind? It has the faculty of discrimination, the power to reason, and is the seat of will and the ability to impress the subconscious. How has the distinction between the conscious and the subconscious been expressed? The conscious mind is reasoned will, while the subconscious mind is instinctive desire, the result of past reasoned will. What method is necessary to impress the subconscious? Mentally expressing what one desires. What will be the result if the desire is in harmony with the movement of overall progress? The forces that will produce the result will be set in motion. What is the result of the operation of this law? Our environment reflects the conditions corresponding to the predominant mental attitude we maintain. To which law is this law related? The law of attraction. How is this law established? Thought is a creative energy and automatically correlates with its object to guide it towards manifestation. Introduction to the third part. You have discovered that the individual can act upon the universal, and that the result of this interaction has a cause and effect. Therefore, thought is the cause, and the experiences you find yourself in life are the effect. Eliminate any tendency to complain about natural conditions or how things are, as it is up to you to change and shape them as you would like them to be. Direct your efforts toward realizing the mental resources always at your disposal. From this comes all real and lasting power. Persist in this practice until you understand that there can be no failure in achieving any suitable goal in life as long as you understand your power and persist in your goal. For the forces of the mind are always ready to realize a determined will. It is the effort to crystallize thought and desire into actions, events, and conditions. While initially every function of life and every action result from conscious thought, habitual actions become automatic, and the thinking that controls them moves into the realm of the subconscious. Although maintaining the same intelligence as before, it is necessary for these actions to become automatic or subconscious so that the conscious mind can focus on other things. New actions will then become habitual, automatic, and subsequently subconscious, allowing the mind to free itself from this detail and move on to other activities. Once you realize this, you will have discovered a source of power that enables you to handle any life situation that may arise. Third part. The necessary interaction between the conscious mind and the subconscious requires interaction between the corresponding nervous systems. The Questar Guard indicates the marvelous process through which this interaction occurs. The cerebrospinal system is the organ of the conscious mind, and the sympathetic system is the organ of the subconscious. The cerebrospinal system is the channel through which we receive conscious perception from the physical senses and exercise control over body movements. This nervous system has its center in the brain. The sympathetic system has its center in a ganglionic cluster located behind the stomach, known as the solar plexus, and is the channel of that mental action which unconsciously supports the vital functions of the body. The connection between the two systems is made through the vagus nerve, which emerges from the brain region as part of the voluntary system, sending branches to the heart and lungs, then passing through the diaphragm, which loses its outer coating and merges with the nerves of the sympathetic system, thus forming a connection between the two and making the individual physically a unified entity. We have seen that every thought is received by the brain, which is the organ of consciousness, where it is subjected to our reasoning power. When the objective mind is convinced that the thought is true, it sends it to the solar plexus or the brain of the subjective mind to be materialized and thus become reality. It is no longer subject to any argument. The subconscious cannot increase. It simply acts and accepts the conclusions of the objective mind as final. The solar plexus has been compared to the sun of the body because it is a central point of distribution for the energy that the body constantly generates. This energy is very real, just like the sun, where energy is distributed through very real nerves to all parts of the body, and it is projected into an atmosphere that envelops the body. If this radiation is strong enough, the person is said to be magnetic, meaning they are full of personal magnetism. This person can exert immense power for good, and their mere presence often has a comforting effect on afflicted minds they come into contact with. When the solar plexus is actively functioning and radiating life, energy, and vitality to every part of the body and every person encountered, the sensations are pleasant. The body is filled with health, and those who come into contact with it feel a pleasant sensation. If this radiation is interrupted, the sensations become unpleasant. The flow of life and energy to a part of the body stops, causing harm to the human race, whether physical, mental, or environmental. Physical, because the sun of the body no longer generates enough energy to vitalize a part of the body. Mental, because the conscious mind relies on the subconscious for the vitality needed to support its thought. Environmental, because the connection between the subconscious mind and the universal is interrupted. The solar plexus is the point where the part meets the whole, where the finite becomes infinite and the uncreated becomes created, where the universal individualizes, where the invisible becomes visible. It is the point where life appears, and there is no limit to the amount of life an individual can generate from this solar center. This energy center is omnipotent because it is the point of contact with all life and intelligence, and thus can accomplish anything it is directed to do, which constitutes the power of the conscious mind. In turn, the subconscious mind can carry out the plans and ideas suggested by the conscious mind. Conscious thought is the master of this solar center, from which the life and energy of the entire body originate. Furthermore, the quality of the thought that enters determines the quality of the thought that this sun radiates. The nature of the thought that our conscious mind harbors will determine the nature of the thought that this sun radiates, and thus the nature of the resulting experience. It is therefore evident that all we need to do is let our light shine. The more we radiate energy, the more quickly we will be able to transform undesirable conditions into sources of pleasure and benefit. The important question is how to let this light shine and how to generate energy. Non-resistant thought expands the solar plexus, while resistant thought contracts it. Pleasant thoughts expand it, while unpleasant thoughts contract it. Thoughts of courage, power, confidence, and hope produce a corresponding state where the only archetypal enemy of the solar plexus must be completely destroyed before there is any chance of letting the light shine. When fear arises, this enemy must be eliminated and driven away forever, for it is the cloud that hides the sun, casting an eternal shadow. This personal demon causes individuals to fear the past, present, and future, to fear themselves, their friends, and their enemies, and to fear everything that exists. When fear is completely eradicated, your light will shine, the clouds will disperse, and you will have found the source of power, energy, and life. When you discover that you are truly one with infinite power and can consciously materialize this power by demonstrating your ability to overcome adversity through non-resistant thought, you will have nothing to fear. Fear will have been destroyed and you will have reclaimed your birthright. It is our mental attitude toward life that determines the manifestations we will face. If we expect nothing, we will receive nothing. If we ask for much, we will receive the most. The world is harsh, only when we do not appreciate ourselves. Criticism of the world is bitter only for those who cannot give space to their ideas. Fear of this criticism prevents many ideas from coming to fruition. But the person who knows they have a solar plexus will fear neither criticism nor anything that exists. They will be too busy radiating courage, confidence, and power. Moreover, they will anticipate success with their mental attitude, break through barriers, and leap over the chasm of doubt and hesitation that fear places in their path. The knowledge of our ability to consciously radiate health and harmony will make us understand that there is nothing to fear because we are in contact with infinite strength. This knowledge can only be acquired through the practical application of these principles. We learn by doing, for it is through practice that the athlete becomes powerful. As the following affirmation is of great importance, I will present it in several ways to ensure you grasp its full meaning. If you have a religious inclination, you can let your light shine. If your mind leans toward physical science, you can awaken the solar plexus. If you prefer a strictly scientific interpretation, you can impress your subconscious. I have already mentioned what the result of this impression would be. It is the method that interests you now. You have learned that the conscious mind is intelligent and creative and responds to the will of the conscious mind. What is the most natural way to create the desired impression? Mentally focus on the object of your desire. In doing so, you impress the subconscious. This is not the only way, but it is simple, effective, and direct. Therefore, the way to ensure the best results is the method that produces results so extraordinary that many think they are miracles. This is the method by which every great inventor, financier, and statesman has been able to convert the subtle and invisible force of desire into transforming faith and confidence into real, tangible, and concrete facts in the objective world. The subconscious is a part of the universal mind, which is the creative principle of the universe. A part must be of the same type and quality as the whole. This means that this creative power is entirely unlimited and not bound by any type of precedent. Therefore, it has no pre-existing model on which to apply its constructive principle. We have discovered that the subconscious responds to our conscious will, meaning that the unlimited creative power of the universal mind is under the control of the individual's conscious mind. By practically applying this principle, according to the exercises given in the following lessons, it is important to remember that it is not necessary to define the process by which the subconscious will produce the results you desire. The finite cannot inform the infinite. You need only to state what you desire, not how to achieve it. You are the channel through which the undifferentiated differentiates, and this differentiation is realized through appropriation. Simply recognizing this sets in motion the processes that will bring about results according to your desire. This occurs because the universal can only act through the individual, and the individual can only act through the universal. The two are one. For your exercise this week, I will ask you to go one step further. I want you to not only remain perfectly still and clear your mind of any possibilities, but also to relax and let your muscles return to their natural condition. This will eliminate any pressure on the nerves, and with it the tension that constantly produces physical exhaustion. Physical relaxation is a voluntary exercise, and this exercise will be highly valuable as it allows the blood flow to circulate freely in the brain and body. Attention leads to mental agitation and abnormal mental activity, producing worry, restlessness, fear, and anxiety. Therefore, relaxation is absolutely necessary to allow the mental faculties the greatest freedom. Perform this exercise thoroughly and completely, mentally determining that you will relax each muscle and nerve until you feel calm, rested, and at peace with yourself as well as with the world. The solar plexus will then be ready to function, and you will be surprised by the result. Study questions for the third part with answers. What is the organ of the conscious mind? The cerebrospinal nervous system. What is the organ of the subconscious mind? The sympathetic nervous system. What is the central point of energy distribution that the body constantly generates? The solar plexus. How can this distribution be interrupted? By resistant, critical, and discordant thoughts, but most notably by fear. What is the result of this interruption and all the ills that afflict the human race? The cessation of life and energy in a part of the body. How can this energy be controlled and directed by conscious thought, by focusing mental attention on the desired condition? How can fear be completely eliminated by understanding and recognizing the true function of all power? By understanding and recognizing the nature of power and its function. What determines the experiences we encounter in life? Our predominant mental attitude. How can we awaken the solar plexus by mentally focusing on the condition we wish to manifest in our life? By concentrating mental focus on the desired condition. What is the creative principle of the universe? The universal mentality. Introduction to the fourth part. Attached, you will find the fourth part. Here, you will see why what you think, do, or feel are indicators of what you are. Thought is energy, and it is a power. This is why all religions, sciences, and philosophies that have been familiarized with this world have been based on the manifestation of this energy. The world has focused on effects, while the causes have been ignored or misunderstood. This is why there are concepts like God and the devil in religion, positive and negative in science, good and evil in philosophy. The master key reverses the process. It is solely concerned with the cause. The letters received from students, when they share a wonderful story, conclusively indicate that students focus on the cause to ensure their health, harmony, abundance, and everything necessary for their well-being. Life is expressive, and it is up to us to live it harmoniously and constructively. Pain, misery, misfortune, illness, and poverty are not necessities. That is why we constantly eliminate them. But this process of elimination involves freeing oneself from all kinds of limitations. One who has strengthened and purified their thought need not worry about microbes. One who has understood the law of abundance will immediately go to the source of supply. This is how luck, fortune, and destiny will be easily controlled, just as a captain controls his ship, or an engineer controls his train. Fourth part. Your self is not your physical body. It is simply an instrument you use to carry out your intentions. The self cannot be the mind, because it is just another instrument for thinking, reasoning, and planning. The self must be something that controls and directs the body and the mind, something that determines what they should do and how they should proceed. When you understand the true nature of the self, you will experience a sense of power never known before. Your personality consists of many individual traits, habits, or characteristics. It is the result of your former way of thinking, but they have nothing to do with the true self. When you say "I think," the I tells the mind what to think. When you say "I will," the I tells the physical body where to go. The true nature of this I is spiritual, and it is the source of the real power that comes to men and women when they realize their true nature. The greatest and most wonderful power granted to the self is the power to think, but few people know how to do this constructively or correctly. As a result, they only achieve mediocre results. Most people let their thoughts focus on selfish goals, which is the inevitable outcome of an immature mind. When a mind matures, it understands that the seed of defeat is in every selfish thought. A trained mind knows that every action must benefit all the people closely or distantly connected to that action. Any attempt to gain from another person's weakness, ignorance, or need will ultimately backfire. This is because the individual is a part of the universal. One part cannot oppose another. Instead, the well-being of each part depends on the knowledge of the global interest. Those who understand this principle have a significant advantage in life's affairs. They do not tire easily, can effortlessly eliminate wandering thoughts, concentrate intensely on any subject, and do not waste time or money on things that cannot be beneficial. If you cannot do this, it is because you have not yet made the necessary effort. Now is the time to do it. The result will be directly proportional to the effort put in. One of the strongest affirmations you can use to strengthen your will and realize your power of achievement is, "I can be what I want to be." Every time you repeat this, become aware of this self and try to deeply understand its true nature. If you do this, you will become invincible, as long as your goals and intentions are constructive and in harmony with the universal creative principle. If you use this affirmation, use it continually in the evening, in the morning, and as often as possible throughout the day. Keep doing it until it becomes part of you and becomes a habit. If you do not do this, it is better not to start, because modern psychology tells us that when we begin something and do not finish it, or when we make a plan and do not follow through, we form the habit of failure, an absolute and shameful failure. If you do not intend to do something, do not start. If you start, complete it, even if the sky falls. If you decide to do something, do it, and let nothing and no one interfere. The self in you has decided, the matter is settled, the die is cast, and there is no more discussion. If you follow this idea, start with small things that you know you can control, and then gradually increase the effort, but never, under any circumstances, allow yourself to be eliminated. You will eventually notice that you can control yourself, as many men and women have discovered, to their dismay, that it is easier to control a kingdom than to control oneself. When you have learned to control yourself, you will discover the inner world that controls the outer world. You will become irresistible, so that people and things will respond to all your desires without you having to make the slightest effort. This is not as strange or impossible as it may seem. Remember that the inner world is controlled by the self, which is partly of the infinite, the energy or universal spirit, commonly called God. This is not a mere assertion or a theory made to confirm or establish an idea, but rather a fact accepted by the best religious and excellent scientific thought. Herbert Spencer said, "Amidst all the mysteries that surround us, nothing is more true than the fact that we are always in the presence of an infinite and eternal energy from which everything emanates." Lima Vote, in a speech delivered before some of the Bangor Theological Seminary, said, "We come to think that God dwells in man rather than acting on men from the outside." Science progresses a little in its search and then halts, discovering the eternal energy always present, but religion finds the power behind this energy and locates it within man. This is by no means a new discovery, as the Bible says exactly the same thing, with equally clear and convincing language. Do you not know that you are the temple of the living God? Thus lies the secret of the wonderful creative power of the inner world. Power and dominion do not mean abandoning things. Self-renunciation is not success. We cannot give if we do not receive, and we cannot be of use if we are not strong. The infinite is not a failure, and we who are representatives of this infinite power should not be either. If we want to serve others, we must have sufficient power, but to obtain it, we must give it, that is, be of service. The more we give, the more we receive. We must become a channel through which the universal can express its activity. The universal constantly seeks to manifest, to serve, and seeks the channel through which it can be most active and bring the greatest good to humanity. The universal cannot express itself through us as long as we are occupied with our plans, with our personal goals. It seeks inspiration. It centers mental activity inward. It dwells in the consciousness of our unity with omnipotence. Still waters run deep. Contemplate the countless opportunities you have access to spiritually due to the omnipresence of power. Visualize the events, circumstances, and conditions that these spiritual connections can help manifest. Realize that the essence and soul of all things are spiritual and thus real, as they are the life of everything that exists. When the mind disappears, life fades away. It is dead. It has ceased to exist. These mental activities belong to the inner world, to the world of cause, and the resulting conditions and circumstances are the effect. This is how you become a creator. It is an important task, and the higher, nobler, and grander the ideals you can conceive, the more significant the work. Too much work, play, or physical activity of any kind produces conditions of apathy and mental stagnation, making the most important work, which means achieving conscious power, impossible. We must therefore seek silence frequently. Power comes through rest. It is in silence that we can be calm, and by being calm we can think. Thought is the secret to all accomplishment. The thought of a moving world is carried by the law of vibration, just as light or electricity is. Emotions give it vitality through the law of love, by which it takes shape and expression. The law of growth is a product of the spiritual self, hence its divine, spiritual, and creative nature. It follows that to express power, abundance, or any other constructive goal, one must call upon emotions to give feeling to thought, and thus give it form. How can we achieve this goal? That is the important point. How can we develop faith, courage, and the feeling that leads to realization? The answer is through practice. Mental strength is assured exactly the same way as physical strength, by exercise. We think something perhaps with difficulty the first time, we think about it again, and this time it is easier. We think about it again, and eventually it becomes a mental habit. We continue to think about the same thing, and eventually it becomes automatic. We can no longer avoid thinking about it. We are certain of what we think. There is no more doubt about it. We are sure because we know. Last week I asked you to relax and release physically. This week I am going to ask you to relax mentally. If you have practiced the exercise given to you last week, 15 or 20 minutes a day, according to the instructions, you should be able to relax physically. If someone cannot do this consciously, quickly, and completely, they will not master themselves. They have not gained freedom and remain a slave to conditions. But I will assume you have mastered the exercise and are ready for the next step, mental freedom. This week, after assuming your usual position, remove all attention by completely relaxing. Then mentally release all adverse conditions such as hatred, anger, worry, jealousy, envy, sadness, problems, or disappointments of any kind. You might say you cannot let go of these things, but you can do it mentally, through voluntary intention and persistence. The reason some cannot do this is that they allow emotions to control them rather than their intellect, but those who are guided by intellect will prevail. You will not succeed on the first try, but practice makes perfect. You must succeed in rejecting, eliminating, and completely destroying these negative and destructive thoughts, because they are the seeds that constantly sprout in discordant conditions of all sorts and conceivable descriptions. Nothing is more certain than the quality of the thought we harbor, and it is correlated with certain external aspects of the outer world. This is the law from which there is no escape, the correlation of thought with its object, which since time immemorial has led people to believe in special providence. What is thought? Thought is spiritual energy. How is it carried by the law of vibration? How is it given vitality by the law of love? How does it take shape through the law of growth? What is the secret of its creative power? It is spiritual activity. How can we develop the faith, courage, and enthusiasm that will lead us to realization by recognizing our spiritual nature? What is the secret of power? Service. Why is this so? Because we receive what we give. What are silence and physical tranquility? What value do they have? They are the first step towards self-discipline, self-mastery. Introduction to the fifth part. After carefully studying this part, you will see that every force, object, or conceivable fact is the result of the action of the mind. The mind in action is thought, and thought is creative. People think now as never before, thus it is a creative phase, and the world rewards thinkers. Matter is powerless, passive, inert. The mind is force, energy, power. The mind shapes and controls matter. Any form that matter takes is nothing more than the expression of a pre-existing thought. But thought does not perform magical transformations. It obeys natural laws. It sets natural forces in motion, releases natural energies, manifests in your behavior and actions, which in turn influence your friends and strangers and ultimately your entire environment. You can initiate thought, and since thoughts are creative, you can create the things you desire. Much of this has been inherited from others, resulting from opinions, suggestions, or statements. Another part is the result of our own thinking, but almost everything has been accepted with little or no evaluation. The idea seemed acceptable. The conscious mind received it and passed it to the subconscious, where it was captured by the sympathetic system and then incorporated into our physical body. The word became flesh. This is how we constantly create and recreate ourselves. Today, we are the result of our past thoughts, and tomorrow we will be what we think today. The law of attraction works on us, not on the things we should like or desire, nor on what someone else possesses, but it brings us what is ours, the things we have created through our thought processes, consciously or unconsciously. Unfortunately, many of us create things unconsciously. If one of us were building their own personal house, we would be very careful with the plans. We would study every detail, monitor the materials, and select only the best. Yet we are very negligent when it comes to building our mental house, which is far more important than any physical house, as everything that can enter our lives depends on the material character that goes into the construction of our mental house. What is the character of this material? We have seen that it is the result of the impressions we have accumulated in the past and stored in our subconscious mentality. If these impressions have been of fear, worry, anxiety, and concern, if they have been negative and doubtful, then the texture of the material we are weaving today will be negative. Instead of having any value, it will be moldy and rotten, adding more work, worry, and anxiety. We will always be busy trying to find a remedy and at least make it presentable. But if we have only stored courageous thoughts, if we have been optimistic, positive, and able to reject all types of negative thinking, then our mental material is now of the best quality. We can weave any kind of material we want, use any color we desire. We know that the texture is solid, that the material is robust, that it will not wither. We have no fear or anxiety about the future. There is nothing to cover up, no patch to hide. These are psychological facts, not theories or conjectures about these thought processes. There is no secret to them. They are so simple that anyone can understand them. One must perform a mental cleaning of the house. Do it every day and keep the house clean. Mental, moral, and physical cleaning is completely essential if we want to make progress. When this process of mental house cleaning is complete, the material that remains will be suited for creating the ideals or mental images we wish to achieve. There is a magnificent estate waiting for a claimant, its vast acres with abundant crops, flowing water, and good timber stretching as far as the eye can see. There is a spacious and cheerful mansion with rare paintings, a well-stocked library, rich tapestries, and luxuries. What the heir must do is assert their condition as such, take possession, and use the property. They must use it and not let it deteriorate, as usage is the condition through which they possess. Neglecting it means losing possession. In the realm of mind and practical power, such a heritage is yours. You are the heir. You can claim your status as an heir and possess and use this inheritance. Power over circumstances is one of its fruits. Health, harmony, and prosperity are active in your balance. We offer you the assurance of peace. It costs you only the effort to study and harvest its vast resources. It demands no more sacrifice than losing your limitations, servitudes, and weaknesses. It carries inherent honor, placing a scepter in your hands. To achieve this state, 3 processes are necessary. You must ardently desire it, assert your right, and take possession. You admit that it is not about costly conditions. You are familiar with the theme of Darwinian inheritance. The laws of science and other physical scientists have accumulated evidence that inheritance is a law that assists in progressive creation. It is progressive inheritance that endows humans with their rigid attitudes, movement power, digestive organs, blood circulation, nerve strength, muscle strength, bone structure, and numerous physical faculties. There are even more significant facts about the inheritance of mental strength. All of this constitutes what can be classified as human inheritance. But there is an inheritance that physical scientists have not covered. It is beneath and precedes all their research. It is a point where they throw up their hands in despair, saying they cannot explain what they see. It is a divine inheritance that is in full control. It is the benevolent force that decrees primitive creation and descends directly from divinity to each created being. It is what the physical scientist cannot reach. It stands apart from all supreme, inaccessible forces. No human inheritance can approach it or match it. This infinite life flows through you and is part of your being. Its doors are nothing but faculties that compose your consciousness. The secret of power lies in keeping these doors open. It is worth the effort. The great fact is that the source of all life comes from within. People, circumstances, and events may suggest needs or opportunities, but the vision, strength, and power to address these gaps are found within. Avoid counterfeits. Build solid foundations for your consciousness on the forces that flow directly from the infinite source, the universal spirit of which you are the image and likeness. Those who have acquired this inheritance will never be the same. They have taken possession of a sense of power previously unimaginable. They can no longer be shy, weak, hesitant, or fearful. They are indissolubly linked to omnipotence. Something within them has awakened, and they have suddenly discovered that they possess a great latent capacity that they were unaware of until now. This power comes from within, but we cannot receive it if we do not give it. Usage is the condition of this inheritance. Each of us is merely a channel or means through which omnipotent power differentiates into form. Unless we give the power, the channel will become obstructed, and we will no longer be able to receive it. This is true in all planes of existence, in all areas of activity, and in all aspects of life. The more we give, the more we receive. The athlete who wants to strengthen must use the strength they have, and the more they use, the more they will gain. The financier who wants to make money must invest the money they have, for this is how they will obtain more. The merchant who does not keep their goods for sale will soon have no income. The company that does not provide effective service will soon lack customers, and so on everywhere. Power is subordinate to the proper use of the power we already possess. What is true in every field of effort, in every life experience, is that the power which generates all other power known among men is spiritual power. If the spirit is removed, nothing remains. If the spirit is all there is, the ability to demonstrate any power, whether physical, mental, or spiritual, must depend on the recognition of this fact. Any position is the result of the cumulative activity of the mind or the consciousness of money. It is the magic wand that enables you to receive the idea and thus formulate plans for its execution, so that you find joy in execution and satisfaction in the achievement of accomplishment. Now go to your room, take the same seat, the same position as before, and mentally select a place that has pleasant associations. Create a complete mental image of it. See the buildings, the land, the trees, friends, associations, everything in its entirety. At first you will think of everything under the sun except the ideal you want to focus on. But do not let this discourage you. Persistence will prevail. But persistence requires that you practice these exercises every day without fail. Why do so few understand or appreciate the fact that it is an activity they can consciously direct? From where does consciousness receive its inherited guiding tendencies? It means that it is the result of all the environments of all past generations. What does the law of attraction bring to our own being? What is our own being? It is what we are intrinsically, and is the result of our past or subconscious thought. What is the material with which we build our mental house composed of? The thoughts we nurture. What is the secret of power? The recognition of the omnipresence of omnipotence. Where does all life and power come from? From within. What does possession of power depend on? On the proper use of the power we already possess. Introduction to the sixth part. I have the privilege of introducing the sixth part to you. This will give you an excellent understanding of the most wonderful part of the created mechanism, a mechanism through which you can create for yourself health, strength, success, prosperity, or any other condition you desire. Needs are requested, they create actions, and these, in turn, produce results. The process of evolution constantly builds our tomorrow from today. Individual development, like universal development, must be gradual, with increasing capacity and volume. The knowledge that if we neglect the rights of others, we turn into moral thorns and find ourselves caught at every turn should indicate that success is subordinate to the highest moral ideal, which is the greatest good for the greatest number. The aspiration of desire and harmoniously maintained relationships consistently and persistently will produce results. The greatest obstacle lies in erroneous and fixed ideas. To be in harmony with absolute truth, we must possess assurance and inner harmony. To receive intelligence, the receiver must be in harmony with the sender. Thought is a product of the mind and it is creative, but this does not mean that the universe will change its operations to fit us or our ideas. It means that we can enter into harmonious relationship with the universe, and once we have achieved that, we can ask for everything we are entitled to. Then, the path will become clear. Sixth part. The universal mind is so marvelous that its powers and utilitarian possibilities, along with its unlimited productive effects, are difficult to comprehend. We have seen that this mind is not simply all intelligence, but the complete substance. How then will it be differentiated into its form, and how will we achieve the effect we desire? Ask any electrician what the effect of electricity will be, and he will tell you that electricity is a form of movement, and its effect depends on the mechanism to which it is connected. It is this mechanism that will determine whether we get heat, light, power, music, or any other marvelous demonstration of power for which this vital energy is intended. What effect can thought produce? The answer is that thought is the mind in motion, just as the wind is air in motion, and its effect will entirely depend on the mechanism with which it is associated. Here lies the secret of all mental power, which depends entirely on the mechanism we assign to it. Do you know anything about the mechanism invented by Edison, Marconi, and other electrical wizards through which space and time have become mere concepts? Have you ever thought that the mechanism allowing you to transform universal and omnipresent potential power was invented by an inventor greater than Edison? We are accustomed to examining the mechanisms of tools we use to cultivate the earth and try to understand the mechanism of the car we drive. But most of us remain in total ignorance of the greatest piece of mechanism that has ever existed, the human brain. We will examine the wonders of this mechanism. Perhaps this will help us better understand the different effects it can produce. First, there is the great mental world in which we live, move, and have our being. This world is all-powerful, omniscient, and omnipresent. It will respond to our desire in direct proportion to our purpose and faith. The purpose must conform to the law of our being, meaning it must be creative and constructive. Our faith must be strong enough to generate a sufficient current of power for our purpose to manifest. As your faith is, so shall you be. This is the evidence of scientific experience. The effects produced in the external world are the result of the action and reaction of the individual upon the universe. This process is what we call thought. The brain is the organ through which this process is realized. Consider the wonder of it all. Do you love music, flowers, literature? Or are you inspired by the thought of an ancient or modern genius? Remember that any beauty you respond to must have its corresponding contour in your brain before you can appreciate it. There is not a single virtue or principle in nature's arsenal that the brain cannot express. The brain is an embryonic world, ready to develop at any moment according to need. If you can understand that this is a scientific truth and one of nature's marvelous laws, it will be easier for you to understand the mechanism through which extraordinary results are achieved. The nervous system has been compared to an electrical circuit, with its battery of cells from which the power comes, and its white matter with insulated cables through which the current flows. It is through these channels that every impulse or desire is transmitted. The spinal cord is the great motor and sensory pathway through which messages are transmitted from the brain and back again. Then there is the blood supply circulating through the veins and arteries, renewing our energy and strength, the perfectly arranged structure upon which the entire physical body rests, and finally, the delicate and beautiful skin that covers the whole mechanism in a mantle of beauty. This is the temple of the living God, and every individual exercises total control over it, for it is from the understanding of the mechanism under control that the result emerges. Sixth part. Every thought activates the cells of the brain. Initially, the substance upon which the thought is directed does not respond, but if the thought is refined and focused enough, the substance will eventually yield and express itself perfectly. This influence of the mind can be exerted on any part of the body, thereby eliminating any undesirable effects. A perfect understanding and comprehension of the laws governing the mental world can only be invaluable in business transactions, as it develops the power of discernment and provides a much clearer understanding and appreciation of rights. The person who looks inward rather than outward cannot help but use the powerful forces that will eventually determine their path in life. Thus they will be in harmony with all that is better, stronger, and desirable. Attention or concentration is likely the most crucial element in the development of mental culture. The possibilities of attention, when properly directed, are so astounding that they will seem barely credible to beginners. The development of attention is the distinguishing feature of every successful man or woman and is the highest personal achievement one can acquire. The power of attention can be better understood if compared to a magnifying glass, where focused sunlight has no special force as long as the lens is in motion and the rays are directed from one place to another. But if the lens remains perfectly still and the rays are concentrated on a single point, the effect will be immediately visible. The same goes for the power of thought. Allow the power to dissipate and scatter the thought from one object to another, and no result will be apparent. But focus this power through attention or concentration on a single goal for a period of time, and nothing will be impossible. Some may say this is a very simple remedy for a very complex situation. Well, try it yourself if you have not had experience focusing your thought on a specific goal or object. Choose any object and focus your attention on it with a definite purpose, even for 10 minutes. Your mind may wander a dozen times, and you may need to bring it back to the initial goal each time, and each time the effect will have been lost. By the end of the 10 minutes, you will have gained nothing because you will not have been able to keep your thought firmly on the goal. However, it is through attention that you will ultimately be able to overcome obstacles of all types that may arise on your path forward or upward, and the only way to acquire this wonderful power is through practice, which allows perfection in this as in everything else. To cultivate the power of attention, take a picture of the same seat in the same room and in the same position as you have examined so far. Look at the picture for at least 10 minutes. Observe the expression of the eyes, the shape of the features, the clothing, the way the hair is arranged. Indeed, note all the details that appear in the picture. Now, close your eyes and try to visualize it mentally. If you can see all the details perfectly and form a good mental image of the picture, then you should congratulate yourself. Otherwise, repeat the process until you succeed. This step is simply to prepare the ground. Next week, we will be ready to sow the seed. Through these exercises, you will ultimately be able to control your moods, attitude, and consciousness. Great financiers learn to distance themselves more and more from the crowd, to have more time to plan, reflect, and generate the right states of mind. Successful entrepreneurs constantly demonstrate that it is worthwhile to stay in touch with the thoughts of other successful entrepreneurs. A single idea can be worth millions of dollars, and these can only come to those who are receptive, ready to receive them, and in a positive state of mind. People learn to align with the universal mind, understand the unity of things, and acquire the fundamental methods and principles of thought, which changes conditions and multiplies results. They discover that characteristics and environment follow the trend of mental and spiritual progress. They find that growth follows knowledge, action follows inspiration, and opportunity follows perception. Always the spiritual comes first, followed by transformation into the infinite and limitless possibilities of success. Since the individual is the channel for the differentiation of the universal, these possibilities are necessarily inexhaustible. Seventh part. Thought is the process through which we can absorb the spirit of power and maintain the result in our inner consciousness until it becomes part of our ordinary awareness. The method to achieve this result is through the persistent practice of certain fundamental principles, as explained in this system. It is like the master key that opens the repository of universal truth. The two main sources of human suffering today are physical ailments and mental anxiety, which can often be traced back to the violation of certain natural laws. This is due to the fact that until now, knowledge has remained largely partial, but the clouds of darkness that have accumulated over long periods are beginning to dissipate, taking with them many of the miseries that accompany imperfect information. That a person can change themselves, perfect themselves, recreate themselves, control their environment, and dominate their own destiny is the conclusion of all broadly awakened thought regarding the power of right thinking and constructive action. Larson. Study questions for the seventh part with answers. What are some of the effects that electricity can produce? Heat, light, energy, and music. What do these effects of electricity depend on? The mechanism to which it is connected. What is the result of the action and interaction of the individual mind on the universal? The conditions and experiences we encounter. How can these conditions be changed? By changing the mechanism through which the universal differentiates into form. What is this mechanism? The brain. How can it be changed? By the process we call thought. By producing brain cells, which in turn respond to corresponding thought in the universal. What is the value of the power of concentration? It is the highest personal achievement one can acquire, and the definitive characteristic of every successful man or woman. How can it be acquired? By faithfully practicing the exercises of this system. Why is it so important? Because it allows us to control our thoughts, and since thoughts are causes, conditions must be effects. If we can control the cause, we can also control the effect. What is changing conditions and multiplying results in the objective world? People are learning the basic methods of constructive thinking. Introduction to the seventh part. Throughout all times, humanity has believed in an invisible power through which and by which all things have been created and are continually recreated. We can personalize this power and call it God, or we can think of it as the essence or spirit that permeates all things. But in any case, the effect is the same. Concerning the individual, the objective, the physical, and the visible are personal, which can be known through the senses, consisting of the body, the brain, and the nerves. The subjective is the spiritual, the invisible, the impersonal. The personal is conscious because it is an entity of oneself. The impersonal, being of the same class and quality as all other beings, is not self-conscious, and has therefore been called the subconscious. The personal or conscious has the power of will and choice, so it can exercise discrimination in selecting methods to solve difficulties. The impersonal or spiritual, being an integral part of the source and origin of all power, cannot necessarily exercise this choice. On the contrary, it has infinite resources at its disposal, can obtain and indeed achieves results through methods that the individual human mind cannot conceive. Thus, you will see that it is your privilege to depend on human will with all its limitations and erroneous concepts, or you can utilize the potentials of the infinite by appealing to the subconscious mind. Here is the scientific explanation of the great power that comes under your control as soon as you understand it, appreciate it, and recognize it. The seventh part describes the method for consciously using this omnipotent power. Seventh part. Visualization is the process of creating mental images, and the image is the mold, a model that will serve as the template from which your future will emerge. Make the model clear and magnificent. Don't be afraid, make it grand. Remember, no one but you can limit yourself. You are not constrained by cost or materials. Call upon the infinite for your supply. Build it in your imagination, for it must be there before it can appear elsewhere. Ensure the image is clear and distinct. Hold it firmly in your mind gradually, and you will constantly attract the object to you. It can be whatever you desire, and this is another well-known psychological fact, but unfortunately, merely hearing about it will not produce any results you might envision. It won't even help you form your mental image, let alone attract the manifestation. Work is necessary, hard mental work, the kind of effort that very few are willing to put in. The first step is idealization. It is the most important because it is the plan upon which you will build. It must be solid and permanent. The architect, when planning a 30-story building, has all the lines and details drawn in advance. The engineer, when spanning an abyss, first determines the resistances of 1,000,000 different parts. They see the end before taking a single step, so you must imagine in your mind what you want. You plant the seed, but before doing so, you must desire to know what the harvest will be. This is idealization. If you're not sure, return to the chair every day until the image is clear. It will happen gradually. Initially, the overall plan will be vague, but it will then take shape. The scheme will make sense, and then the details will emerge. Thus, you will gradually develop the power to formulate plans that will eventually materialize in the objective world, learning what the future holds for you. Next comes the process of visualization. You need to see the image increasingly complete with its details, and as the details start to develop, the forms and means to achieve them will unfold. One thing leads to another. Thought leads to action, and this action develops the methods that will help you build connections. These connections will bring about the circumstances, and finally, the third step will be realized, resulting in materialization. We all recognize that the universe must have been envisioned before it could become a material fact. And if we are ready to follow the lines of the great architect of the universe, we will find that our thoughts take shape, just as the universe has concretely taken shape. It is the same intelligence that operates through the individual. There is no difference in type or quality, only in degree. The architect visualizes his building, seeing it as he wishes it to be. His thought becomes a plastic mold from which a building will emerge, tall or short, beautiful or plain. His vision takes shape on paper, and eventually the necessary materials are used to bring the building into reality. The inventor visualizes his idea in exactly the same way. For instance, Nikola Tesla, one of the greatest inventors of all time, who illuminated some of the most astonishing realities, always visualized his inventions before bringing them to life. He did not rush to materialize them, only to spend time correcting flaws afterward. After constructing the idea in his imagination, he maintained it there as a mental image to be reconstructed and refined through his thought. This is what the electrical experimenter writes. This method allows me to rapidly develop and refine a concept without touching anything. Once I have integrated into the invention all possible improvements that come to mind and see no flaws, I bring the product of my brain into reality. Invariably, my invention functions as I designed it. In 20 years, there has not been a single exception. You can follow these instructions to the letter. You will develop faith, the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. You will develop confidence, which leads to persistence and courage. You will develop the power of concentration that will allow you to exclude all thoughts except those associated with your goal. The law is based on the fact that thought will manifest in form. Only one who is capable of being the divine thinker of their own thoughts can occupy the place of a master and speak with authority. Clarity and precision are achieved only by repeatedly holding the image in the mind. Each repeated action makes the image clearer and more precise than the previous one, and in proportion to the clarity and precision of the image will be the external manifestation. You must build it firmly and confidently in your mental world, within yourself, before it can take shape in the external world, and you cannot build anything of value, even in the mental world, without the right materials. When you have the materials, you can build whatever you want, but ensure that your memories do not produce poor quality materials. This material will be brought to light by millions of silent mental workers and shaped according to the image you have in mind. Think about it. You have over 5 million mental workers actively at work, brain cells. Moreover, there is another reserve force of a similar amount, ready to be called into action at the slightest signal. Therefore, you can think. It is almost unlimited, which means that your power to create the necessary material to build any type of environment you desire is practically unlimited. In addition to these millions of mental workers, you have limitless mental workers in the body, each endowed with enough intelligence to understand and act upon any message or suggestion. All these cells are engaged in creating and recreating the body, but in addition, they possess psychic activity through which they can attract the substance necessary for perfect development. They do so according to the same law that governs all forms of life, by attracting the material needed for their growth. The oak, the rose, and the lily all need certain material for their most perfect expression, and they secure it through a silent demand, the law of attraction, which is the surest way for you to ensure what you want for your most complete development. Form the mental image, make it clear, sharp, perfect. Hold it firmly. The forms and means will develop. The supply will follow the demand. You will be led to do what is right at the right time and firmly. Sincere desire will bring with it confident expectation, which must be formed by firm demand. These three elements will inevitably produce success, because sincere desire is feeling, confident expectation is thought, and firm demand is will. And as we have seen, feeling gives vitality to thought, and will keeps it firm until the law of growth brings it to manifestation. Isn't it wonderful that man has such magnitude of power within himself, faculties so transcendent that he was unaware of? Isn't it strange that we have always been taught to seek strength and power outside ourselves, to look everywhere except within? And every time this power manifested in our lives, we were told it was foreign and supernatural. Many have understood this marvelous power and make serious and conscientious efforts to realize it in health, power, and other conditions, but seem to fail. They do not seem able to implement the law. The difficulty in almost all cases is that they deal with the external. They want money, power, health, and abundance, but they do not realize that these are effects that can only occur when the cause is known. Those who do not pay attention to the external world will only seek truth, only wisdom, and will find that this wisdom unfolds and reveals the source of all power that manifests in thought and purpose, which creates the desired external conditions. This truth finds its expression in noble purpose and courageous action. Create only ideals. Do not think about external conditions. Let your inner world be beautiful and opulent, and the external world will express and manifest the condition you have inside. You will come to understand your power to create ideals, and these will project into the world of effects. For example, a man is in debt. He constantly thinks about the debt and focuses on it. Since thoughts are causes, the result is not merely that he attracts more debt to himself, but that he actually creates more debt. He is implementing the great law of attraction. As a usual and inevitable result, loss leads to greater loss. What then is the correct principle? Focus on the things you want, not on those you do not want. Think about ideal abundance, the methods and plans to implement the law of abundance. Visualize the condition that this same law creates. This will lead to manifestation. If the law operates perfectly to produce poverty, lack, and all forms of limitation for those who continuously entertain thoughts of lack and fear, it operates with the same certainty to produce conditions of abundance and opulence for those who entertain thoughts of value and power. This is a difficult issue for many. We are too impatient, manifest anxiety, fear, and distress. We want to do something or perhaps help. We are like a child who has just planted a seed and goes every 15 minutes to stir the soil to see if it is growing. Of course, under such circumstances, the seed will never grow. But this is exactly what many of us do in the mental world. We must plant the seed and leave it in peace. This does not mean that we should sit idly by and do nothing. On the contrary, we will do more and better than we did before, as new channels will constantly be provided. New doors will open, and all we have to do is keep an open mind and be ready to act when the time comes. The power of thought is the most powerful means for acquiring knowledge, and if it is concentrated on any subject, it will resolve the problem. Nothing is beyond human understanding, but to harness the power of thought and make it act according to its will requires effort. Remember that thought is the fire that creates the steam that turns the wheel of fortune on which your experiences depend. Ask a few questions, then wait respectfully for the answer. Do you not sometimes feel the self within you asserting itself? Do you follow the self or follow the majority? Remember that majorities are always led and never lead. It was the majority that fought tooth and nail against the steam engine, the mechanical loom, and any other suggested advancement or improvement. For your exercise this week, visualize your friend. See him exactly as you saw him last time. See the room, the furniture, remember the conversation. Now see his face, see it clearly. Then talk to him about a subject of mutual interest. See how his expression changes and observe him smile. You can do this very well. Next, arouse his interest. Tell him an adventure story and see how his eyes light up with the spirit of pleasure or excitement. You can do anything if your imagination is good. You are making excellent progress. Study questions for the 7th part with answers. What is visualization? It is the process of creating mental images. What is the result of this method of thinking? By holding the image or picture in the mind, we can gradually but surely bring the thing closer to us. We can become what we want to be. What is idealization? It is a process of visualization or idealizing plans that will eventually materialize in our objective world. Why are clarity and precision necessary? Because seeing creates feeling, and this creates being. First the mind, then emotion, then the limitless possibilities of realization. How are clarity and precision obtained? Each repeated action makes the image more precise than the previous one. How is the material for building your mental image ensured? By millions of mental workers called brain cells. How are the necessary conditions ensured for your ideal to materialize in the objective world? Through the law of attraction, which is the natural law by which all conditions and experiences occur. What are the 3 steps necessary to implement this law? Sincere desire, confident expectation, and firm demand. Why do many fail? Because they focus on loss, illness, and disaster. The law works perfectly. The things they fear happen to them. What is the alternative? Focus on the ideals you wish to see manifest in your life. Introduction to the 8th part. In this part you will discover that you can freely choose what you think, but the result of your thinking is governed by an unchanging law. Isn't that a wonderful thought? Isn't it amazing to know that our lives are not subject to whims or variability of any kind? They are governed by the law. This stability is our opportunity because by respecting the law, we can ensure the desired effect with unchanging precision. It is the law that makes the cosmos a grand symphony of harmony. Without the law, the universe would be chaos instead of a cosmos. Here is the secret of the origin of good and evil for every being that has been or will be. Let me illustrate this. Thought generates action. If your thought is constructive and harmonious, the result will be good. But if it is destructive or lacking in harmony, the result will be bad. Therefore, there is only one law, one principle, one cause, one source of power. Good and evil are simply words forged to indicate the result of our action, our adherence or non-adherence to the law. The importance of this is well illustrated in the lives of Emerson and Carlyle. The former loved good, and his life was a symphony of peace and harmony. The latter hated evil, and his life was a record of perpetual discord and lack of harmony. Here we have 2 great men, each striving to achieve the same ideal, but one uses constructive thought in harmony with the natural law, while the other uses destructive thought, attracting all kinds of discord to himself. It is clear that we should hate nothing, not even evil, because hatred is destructive, and we soon discover that by harboring destructive thoughts, we are sowing the wind and reaping the storm. Thought contains a vital principle, for it is the creative principle of the universe, and by its nature, it combines with other similar thoughts. Since the sole purpose of life is growth, all underlying principles of existence must contribute to achieving it. Thus, thought takes form, and the law of growth eventually leads it to manifestation. You can freely choose what you think, but the result of your thinking is governed by an unchanging law. Any line of thought you persist in cannot fail to produce its result in the character, health, and circumstances of the individual. Therefore, the methods by which we can replace habits of constructive thinking with those that we have discovered to produce only undesirable effects are of paramount importance. We all know that this is not easy. Mental habits are difficult to control, but it can be done. The way to do it is to start substituting destructive thought with constructive thought right now. Form the habit of analyzing each thought, if necessary. If its manifestation in the objective world will be a benefit, not only for you, but for everyone it might affect in any way, keep it and cherish it. For this value is in harmony with the infinite. It will grow and develop, producing fruits 100-fold. It would also be good to keep in mind this quote from Georg Matthias Adams: "Learn to keep the door shut, to keep out of your mind, your office, and your world any element that seeks to be admitted without a defined, useful purpose." If your thought has been critical or destructive and has led to any condition of discord or lack of harmony in your environment, it may be necessary to cultivate a mental attitude that leads to constructive thought. Imagination will be of great help in this direction. Cultivating imagination leads to the development of the ideal from which your future will emerge. Imagination gathers the material that will be used to weave the web with which to dress your future. Imagination is the light with which we can enter new worlds of thought and experience. Imagination is the powerful instrument through which every discoverer and inventor has paved the way from precedent to experience. The precedent says, "It cannot be done." Experience says, It is done. Imagination is a plastic power that shapes things of the senses into new forms and ideals. Imagination is the constructive form of thought that must precede any constructive form of action. A builder cannot erect a structure of any kind until he has first received the plans from the architect, and the architect must obtain them from his imagination. The industrial captain cannot build a giant corporation capable of coordinating hundreds of smaller corporations and thousands of employees, nor utilize millions of dollars in capital until he has first created all the work in his imagination. The objects of the material world are like clay in the potter's hand. It is in the mind of the master that the real is created, and it is through the use of imagination that the work is consolidated. To cultivate imagination, it must be exercised. Exercise is necessary to develop the mental muscle, just as physical muscle must be nurtured, or it will not grow. Imagination should not be confused with fantasy, or with that form of daydreaming in which some people like to indulge. Daydreaming is a form of mental dispersion that can lead to mental disaster. Constructive imagination means mental work, considered by some to be the most difficult work. But if that is the case, it yields the greatest rewards. For all the great things in life have come only to those who had the ability to think, imagine, and realize their dreams. When you fully realize that the mind is the only creative principle, omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent, and that you can consciously harmonize with this omnipotence by using your power of thought, you have made a great step in the right direction. The next step is to position yourself to receive this power. Since it is omnipresent, it must be within you. We know this is true because we know that all power comes from within, but it must be developed, deployed, and cultivated. For this, we must be receptive, and this is acquired in the same way as physical strength, through exercise. The law of attraction will certainly bring you the conditions, environment, and experiences in life corresponding to your habitual, characteristic, and predominant mental attitude. Not what you think every time you are at church or after reading a book, but your predominant mental attitude is what counts. You cannot indulge in weak, harmful, and negative thoughts for 10 hours a day and expect beautiful, strong, and harmonious conditions to arise from 10 minutes of strong, positive, and creative thinking. True power comes from within. All power that anyone can use is within man, waiting to be brought to visibility, immediately recognized and then affirmed as his own, by working in his consciousness until it becomes one with him. People say they want an abundant life, and this is true, but many interpret this as the need to exercise their muscles or breathe scientifically, to eat certain ways, to drink many glasses of water each day at varying temperatures to avoid drafts, and they attain the abundant life they seek. The result of these methods is only indifference. However, when a man awakens to the truth and affirms his unity with all life, he realizes that he acquires clear sight, an elastic stride, youthful vigor, and finds that he has discovered the source of all power. All errors are nothing more than the product of ignorance. The acquisition of knowledge and the power that follows determines growth and evolution. Recognition and demonstration of power are what constitute it. Power is spiritual in nature and is at the core of all things. It is the soul of the universe. This knowledge is the result of man's ability to think. Thought is the germ of conscious human evolution. When man ceases to progress in his thoughts and ideals, his forces immediately begin to disintegrate, and his face gradually records these changing conditions. Successful people concern themselves with having ideals of the conditions they wish to realize. They always have the next necessary step for the ideal they are working towards. Thoughts are the materials with which they build, and imagination is their mental workshop. The mind is the ever-moving force available to individuals, as well as the circumstances necessary to build their structure of success. Imagination is the matrix from which the greatest things are born. If you have been true to your ideal, you will hear the call when the circumstances are ready to materialize your plans, and their results will correspond in exact proportion to the transaction of your fidelity to your ideal. The firmly held ideal is what predisposes and attracts the conditions necessary for its realization. This is how you can weave a garment of mind and power into the fabric of your entire existence. Thus you will lead an enchanted life, always protected from harm, and become a positive force attracting conditions of opulence and harmony. It is the yeast that gradually permeates the general consciousness and is largely responsible for the conditions of discomfort manifesting everywhere. In the last section, you created a mental image and brought it from the invisible to the visible. This week, I want you to take an object and trace it back to its origin to see what it truly consists of. By doing so, you will develop imagination, insight, perception, and sagacity. These qualities do not come from a superficial observation of the crowd, but from rigorous analytical observation that sees beneath the surface. Few people realize that visible things are nothing more than effects and understand the causes from which these effects have arisen. Adopt the same position as before and visualize a battleship. See the dark monster floating on the surface of the water. There appears to be no life anywhere. Everything is silent. You know that most of the ship is underwater, out of sight. You know that the ship is as large and heavy as a 20-story skyscraper, and that there are hundreds of men ready to jump to their assigned tasks instantly. You are aware that all departments are managed by competent, trained, and qualified officials who have proven their ability to handle this marvelous piece of machinery. You know that although it seems that not much is happening, it has eyes that see everything for miles around and allow nothing to escape its view. You know that although it appears calm, docile, and innocent, it is ready to launch a multi-ton steel projectile at an enemy located miles away. All this, and much more, you can recall effortlessly. But how did the battleship come to be where it is? How did it come to exist in the first place? That is what you want to understand if you are a keen observer. Trace the large steel plates through the foundries. See the limits of the men employed in their production. Go back further and see the ore as it comes out of the mine. See how it is loaded into barges or rail cars, and observe how it is melted and properly processed. Go back even further and see the architect and engineer who planned the ship. Let your thought take you even further back to determine the cause of the ship's planning. Do you now see that you are so far back that the ship is something intangible? It no longer exists. It is merely a thought existing in the architect's mind. And where did the order to plan the ship come from? Probably from the Secretary of Defense, but likely this ship was planned long before there was any thought of war and before Congress had to approve a bill to allocate the money. There was probably opposition and support for the bill. Whom do these Congress members represent? They represent us, you and me, so our line of thought starts with the battleship and ends with ourselves. In the end, we discover that our own thought is responsible for this and many other things. If someone had not discovered the law that allows this enormous mass of steel and iron to float on water instead of sinking immediately to the bottom, the battleship simply could not have existed at all. This law states that the relative density of any substance is the weight of any volume of that substance compared to an equal volume of water. The discovery of this law revolutionized all types of ocean travel, commerce, and warfare, and made the existence of battleships, aircraft carriers, and cruisers possible. Exercises of this kind will be very useful when your thinking has been trained to look beneath the surface. Everything takes on a different appearance, the insignificant gains importance, and what was not interesting becomes crucial. The things we assume to be unimportant emerge as the only truly vital aspects of existence. Look at today, for it is life, the very essence of life. In its brief course, all the truths and realities of your existence are found, the joy of growth, the glory of action, the splendor of beauty. For yesterday is but a dream, and tomorrow is only a vision. Yesterday was a dream of happiness, and each morning we have a vision of hope. Therefore look well at this day. In Sanskrit, the study questions of the 8th part with answers, what is imagination? A form of constructive thought, the light with which we enter new worlds of thought and experience, the powerful instrument through which every inventor or discoverer has paved the way from precedent to experience. What is the result of imagination? The development of the ideal from which your future will emerge. How can it be cultivated? Through exercise, it must be nourished, otherwise it cannot exist. How does it differ from daydreaming? Daydreaming is a form of mental dispersion, while imagination is a form of constructive thought that must precede any constructive action. What are errors? They are the result of ignorance. What is knowledge? It is the result of the capacity of man to think. What is the power with which successful people build? The mind is the driving force with which they obtain the objects, people, and circumstances necessary to achieve their plans. What predetermines the outcome? The ideal firmly held in the mind attracts the conditions necessary for its realization. What is the result of acute analytical conversation? The development of imagination, insight, perception, and sagacity. What leads to opulence and harmony? Introduction to the 9th part. In this section, you will learn to create the tools with which you can build any condition you desire. If you wish to change conditions, you must change yourself. Your whims, desires, fantasies, and ambitions may be thwarted at every turn, but your innermost thoughts will express themselves with the same certainty as a word emerges from a seed. Therefore, if we want to change conditions, how will we achieve it? The answer is simple: through the law of growth. Cause and effect are as absolute and unerring in the hidden realm of thought as in the world of material things. Keep in mind the desired condition. Affirm it as a fact already existing. This demonstrates the value of a powerful affirmation. Through constant repetition, it becomes a part of ourselves. We change ourselves. We become what we want to be. Character is not a random thing. Rather, it is the result of continuous effort. If you are timid, hesitant, inhibited, or if you are anxious or tormented by thoughts of fear or imminent danger, remember that it is axiomatic that two things cannot exist in the same place or at the same time. This is also true in the mental and spiritual world. Thus, your remedy is simply to replace thoughts of courage, power, self-sufficiency, and confidence with thoughts of fear, lack, and limitation. The easiest and most natural way to do this is to choose an affirmation that seems to fit a particular case. Positive thinking will destroy negativity with as much certainty as light dispels darkness, and the results will be just as effective. Action is the fruition of thought, and conditions are the result of action. Thus, you constantly have at your disposal the tools through which you will certainly and inevitably realize yourself. You will desire, and joy or suffering will be the reward. 9th part. There are only 3 things that cannot be desired in the external world, and each of them can be found in the inner world. The secret to finding them is simply to apply the appropriate mechanism of attachment to the omnipotent power to which each individual has access. The 3 things that all of humanity desires and that are necessary for its maximum expression and full development are health, wealth, and love. Everyone will admit that health is absolutely essential. No one can be happy if the physical body suffers. No one will easily admit that wealth is necessary, but everyone must admit that an adequate supply, at least what is considered sufficient for one person, can mean an absolute and painful shortage for another. And since nature provides not only enough but also in abundance, we realize that any shortage or limitation is merely an artificial restriction. Everyone will likely admit that love is the 3rd element necessary for human happiness. In any case, those who possess all 3 elements, health, wealth, and love, find nothing else to add to their level of happiness. We have discovered that universal substance is all health, all substance, and all love, and that the mechanism of union through which we can connect sufficiently to this infinite source is our way of thinking. Therefore, doing it correctly means entering into the secret place of the Most High. What we need to think, if we know this, we will have found the appropriate mechanism of attachment that will link us to everything we desire. This mechanism may seem simple when I explain it, but keep listening, and you will find that it is actually the key, the Aladdin's lamp. If you wish, you will discover that it is the foundation, the imperative condition, the absolute law of well-being or welfare. To think correctly and accurately, we must know the truth. It is the underlying principle of every endeavor, every social relationship, and a prerequisite for every correct action. To know the truth, one must be sure and confident. This provides a satisfaction unmatched by any other. It is the only solid foundation in a world of doubts, conflicts, and dangers. To know the truth means to be in harmony with infinite and omnipotent power. Knowing the truth means connecting with the irresistible power that will sweep away all kinds of discord, lack of harmony, doubt, or error of any sort, because truth is powerful and prevails. The most humble intellect can easily predict the outcome of any action whenever it is known to be based on truth. But the most powerful intellect, the deepest and most penetrating mind, is irretrievably lost and cannot form an idea of the results that may occur when its hopes are based on a premise it knows to be false. Any action that is not in harmony with the truth, whether through ignorance or design, will result in discord and eventual loss proportional to its extent and nature. So, how will we know the truth to connect with the infinite? We cannot be mistaken on this point if we realize that truth is the vital principle of the universal mind and is omnipresent. For example, if you need health, understanding that the self within you is spiritual, and that all spirit is one, wherever a part is present, the whole being exists, will bring about a condition of health, as every cell in the body must manifest the truth as you see it. If you see disease, it will manifest as disease. If you see perfection, it should manifest as such. The affirmation, "I am complete, perfect, strong, powerful, loving, harmonious, and happy," will produce harmonious conditions. The reason is that the affirmation is in strict alignment with the truth, and when truth appears, all forms of error or discord must necessarily disappear. You who have discovered that the self is spiritual must therefore be perfect. The affirmation, "I am complete, perfect, strong, powerful, loving, harmonious, and happy," followed by a scientifically accurate affirmation. Thought is a spiritual activity and the mind is creative. Therefore, the result of maintaining this thought in the mind must necessarily bring about conditions in harmony with the thought. If you need wealth, realizing that the self within you is one with the universal spirit, which is all substance and omnipotent, will help you attract, through the law of attraction, a vibration with those forces that emerge for success, as well as conditions of power and abundance in direct proportion to the character and purpose of your affirmation. Visualization is the auxiliary mechanism you need. It is a very different process from vision. Vision is physical and therefore related to the objective, external world. But visualization is a product of imagination, thus a product of the subjective mind. The inner world possesses vitality, and thus will grow. The visualized goal will manifest in form. The mechanism is perfect. It was created by the master architect who does all things well. But unfortunately, sometimes the operator is inexperienced or ineffective. However, practice and determination will overcome this flaw. If you need love, try to realize that the only way to obtain it is to give. The more you give, the more you will receive, and the only way to give is to fill yourself up until you become a magnet. The method has been explained elsewhere. He who has learned to relate the greatest spiritual truths to the so-called small things in life has discovered the secret to resolving his problem. One always finds comfort and becomes more thoughtful by approaching great ideas, great events, great natural objects, and great men. It is said that Lincoln evoked in all who approached him the feeling that arises when one approaches a mountain, and this feeling is affirmed with increased intensity when one realizes they have leaned on eternal things, the power of truth. Sometimes it is inspiring to hear someone who has truly tested these principles and demonstrated them in their own life. A letter from Frederick Andrews offers the following insight. I was about 13 years old with Dr. W.B. Marks, now deceased. He said to my mother, "There is no chance, Mrs. Andrews. I lost my little boy the same way, after trying everything for him. I have done a special study of these cases and know there is no chance of recovery." She turned to him and said, I would do so as long as there was a breath of life to fight for. It was the beginning of a long battle with many ups and downs, where all the doctors agreed that there was no chance of recovery, even though they encouraged us as best they could. But eventually victory came, and I went from a small crippled child crawling on all fours to a strong, upright, well-formed man. Now I know you want the formula, and I will give it to you as briefly and quickly as possible. Create an affirmation for yourself by taking the qualities you need the most and repeating for yourself over and over. I am complete, perfect, strong, powerful, loving, harmonious, and happy. I maintained this affirmation consistently without variation until I could wake up in the night and find myself repeating, I am complete, perfect, strong, powerful, loving, harmonious, and happy. It was the last thing I said at night, and the first thing I said in the morning. I didn't only affirm it for myself, but also for others whom I knew needed it. I want to emphasize this point. Whatever you wish for yourself, affirm it for others, and it will help both. We reap what we sow. If we send out thoughts of love and health, they will return to us like bread cast upon the waters. But if we send thoughts of fear, worry, jealousy, anger, hatred, etc., we will reap the results in our own lives. It was once said that a person completely rebuilds themselves every 27 years, but some scientists now declare that we rebuild ourselves entirely every 11 months. So, in reality, we have only 11 months to correct the defects in our bodies year after year. We must blame no one but ourselves. Man is the sum total of his own thoughts. So the question is, how do we understand only the good thoughts and reject the bad ones? At first, we cannot prevent bad thoughts from coming, but we can avoid nurturing them. The only way to do this is to forget them, meaning to do nothing about them. This is where the prepared affirmation comes in. When a thought of anger, jealousy, fear, or worry creeps in, always set your affirmation in motion. The way to combat darkness is with light, the way to combat cold is with heat, and the way to dispel evil is with good. In my case, I never found help in negotiations. Affirm the good, and the evil will disappear. Frederick Andrews. If you need something, it would be good to use this affirmation. It cannot be improved, use it as is. Keep it silently with you until it permeates your subconscious so you can use it anywhere. In your car, at the office, at home. That's the advantage of spiritual methods. They are always available. The mind is omnipresent. It is always ready. All you need is adequate recognition of its omnipotence and a willingness or desire to become the recipient of its beneficial effects. If our predominant mental attitude is one of power, worth, kindness, and sympathy, we will find that our environment will reflect conditions corresponding to these thoughts. If it is weak, critical, envious, and destructive, we will find that our environment will mirror conditions corresponding to these thoughts. Thoughts are causes, and conditions are effects. Here is the explanation of the origin of good and evil. Thought is creative and automatically correlates with its object. It is a cosmological law, the universal law, the law of attraction, the law of cause and effect. Recognition and application of this law will determine both the beginning and the end. It is the law by which in all times and places people have come to believe in the power of prayer. According to your faith, it will be done to you. This is simply another, simpler way of expressing it. This week, visualize a plant. Take a flower that you admire the most. Bring it from the invisible to the visible. Plant the small seed, water it, take care of it, and place it where it will receive the direct rays of the morning sun. Watch how the seed germinates, how it comes to life and begins to seek sustenance. Observe how the roots penetrate the soil, how they spread in all directions. And remember, these are living cells that divide and subdivide, and soon they will be millions. Each cell is intelligent and knows what it wants and how to get it. Watch the stem grow forward and upward, how it breaks through the surface of the earth, how it divides and forms branches. Observe how perfectly symmetrical it is, how the leaves start to form, then the small stems, each holding a bud high. And as you watch, see how the bud begins to open and your favorite flower comes into view. And now, if you concentrate intensely, you will become aware of a fragrance. It is the scent of the flower, as the breeze gently stirs it. Beautiful. And although you have visualized, when you achieve a clear and complete vision, you will be ready to enter the mind of a thing. It will become very real to you. You will learn to focus, and the process will be the same whether you are focusing on health, a favorite flower, an ideal, a complex business proposal, or any other life problem. All successes have been achieved through persistent concentration on the pursued object. Study questions for the 9th part with answers. What is the imperative condition for all well-being? Well-being. What is the prerequisite for any correct action? Correct thought. What is the underlying condition necessary in any business transaction or social relationship? Knowing the truth. What is the result of knowing the truth? We can easily predict the outcome of any action as long as it is based on a true premise. What is the result of any action based on a false premise? We cannot form an idea of the results that might ensue. How can we know the truth? By understanding that the truth is the vital principle of the universe and is therefore omnipresent. What is the nature of the truth? It is spiritual. What is the secret to solving any problem at applying spiritual truth? What is the advantage of spiritual methods? They are always available. What are the necessary prerequisites? Recognizing the omnipotence of spiritual power and having the desire to become the recipient of its beneficial effects. Thought means life, for he who does not think does not live in a higher or real sense. Thought makes the man and sees the coach. Introduction to the 10th part. If you fully understand the thought contained in the 10th part, you will have learned that nothing happens without a definite cause. You will be able to formulate your plans based on exact knowledge and know how to control any situation by engaging the appropriate causes. When you succeed, as you will understand exactly why. The ordinary person, who has no defined knowledge of cause and effect, is governed by their feelings or emotions. They primarily think to justify their actions. If they fail as a businessman, they say that luck is against them. If they do not like music, they say that music is an expensive luxury. If they are a poor office worker, they say they could be more successful in an outdoor job. If they have no friends, they say their individuality is too refined to be appreciated. They never think their problem through to the end. In summary, they do not know that every effect is the result of a determined cause and seek consolation through explanations and excuses. They only think of defending themselves. On the other hand, the person who understands that there are no effects without an appropriate cause thinks impersonally. They confront the facts without regard to the consequences. They are free to follow the path of truth wherever it leads. They see the issue clearly to the end and meet the requirements fully and fairly. And the result is that the world gives them everything it has to offer in friendship, honor, love, and approval. 10th, abundance is a natural law of the universe. The evidence for this law is conclusive, and we see it everywhere. Throughout nature, there is a lavish, generous, and extravagant abundance. Nowhere do we observe a frugality in creation. Profusion manifests in the millions of trees, flowers, plants, and animals, as well as in the vast scheme of reproduction where the process of creation is continuously underway. Everything indicates the prodigal way in which nature has provided humanity with abundance for everything. It is evident that many do not partake in this abundance. They have not yet understood the universality of all substance, and that the mind is the active principle by which we are connected to the things we desire. All wealth is the fruit of power. Possessions have value only insofar as they confer the same power. Events are significant only to the extent that they affect this power. All things exhibit certain forms and degrees of the same. The knowledge of cause and effect, as demonstrated by the laws of electricity, chemical affinity, and gravitation, allows man to plan with courage and act without fear. These laws are of a natural character as they govern the physical world, but not all power is of this nature. There is also mental and spiritual power. Spiritual power is superior because it exists on a higher plane. It has enabled man to discover the law by which these wonderful forces of nature can be harnessed and to accomplish the work of hundreds of thousands of men. It has allowed man to uncover the laws by which time and space have been annihilated and the law of gravitation surpassed. The operation of this law depends on spiritual contact. As Henry Drummond says, in the physical world as we know it, there exists the organic and the inorganic. The inorganic mineral world is absolutely isolated from the plant or animal world. The passage is hermetically sealed. These barriers have never been crossed. No change of substance or environmental modification, no chemical or electrical reaction, no form of energy, no evolution of any kind can endow a single atom of the mineral world with the attribute of life. Only by descending from this dead world of a living form can these dead atoms be endowed with the properties of vitality. Without this contact with life, they seem to remain forever frozen in the inorganic sphere. Hughes' law states that the doctrine of biogenesis, life only coming from life, is victorious across the board. Jindal is compelled to say that there is no reliable evidence that life today has ever appeared independently of previous life. Physical laws can explain the inorganic, biology explains and accounts for the development of the organic, but at the point of existing contact, science remains silent. There is a similar passage between the natural world and the spiritual world. This passage is hermetically sealed on the natural side. The door is closed and no man can open it. No organic change, no mental energy, no moral effort or progress of any kind can allow any human being to enter the spiritual world. But just as the plant descends into the mineral world and touches it with the mystery of life, so the universal spirit descends into the human mind and endows it with new, strange, and wonderful qualities. All men or women who have succeeded in the world of industry, commerce, or art have done so through this process. Thought is the link between the infinite and the finite, between the universal and the individual. We have seen that there is an insurmountable barrier between the organic and the inorganic, and that the only way matter can unfold is by being imbued with life. When a seed descends into the mineral world and begins to unfold, inert matter begins to live. My invisible fingers begin to weave an appropriate environment for the newcomer, and when the law of growth starts to act, we see that the process continues until the lily finally appears, and even Solomon in all his glory was not dressed like one of them. Yet a thought settles in the invisible substance of the universal mind, the substance from which all things are created, and as it takes root, the law of growth begins to act. Thus, we find that conditions and the environment are more than the objective form of our thought. The law is that thought is a vital and active form of dynamic energy that has the power to relate to its object and bring it from the invisible substance from which all things are created into the visible or objective world. This is the law by which and through which all things come into manifestation. It is the master key by which you are admitted into the secret place of the Most High and given control over all things. With an understanding of this law, you can decree a thing, and it will come to pass. It could be otherwise. If the soul of the universe, as we know it, is the universal mind, then the universe is merely the condition that the universal mind has imposed upon itself. We are merely individualized spirit and create the conditions for our growth in exactly the same way. This creative power depends on our knowledge of the potential power of the mind or spirit. It should not be confused with evolution. Creation is the existence of what does not exist in the objective world. Evolution is simply the unfolding of the potentialities inherent in things that already exist. In utilizing the wonderful possibilities offered by the operation of this law, we must remember that we contribute nothing to its effectiveness. As the great master said, "It is not I who do the works, but the Father who dwells in me." He does the work. We must adopt exactly the same position. We need do nothing to aid in manifestation. We merely conform to the law, and the spirit that is the origin of all will produce the result. The great error of our time is the belief that man must organize the intelligence by which the infinite can achieve a specific goal or result. None of this is necessary. One can rely on the universal mind to find the means to accomplish any necessary manifestation. However, we must create the ideal, and this ideal must be perfect. We know that the laws governing electricity have been formulated so that this invisible power can be controlled and used to our advantage and comfort in 1,000 ways. We know that messages are transmitted across the globe. Heavy machinery accomplishes its will, and it now illuminates practically the entire world. But we also know that if, consciously or unconsciously, we manage to violate its law by touching a live wire that is not properly insulated, the result will be unpleasant and potentially disastrous. The lack of understanding of the laws governing the invisible world produces the same result, and many suffer the consequences all the time. It has been explained that the law of causality depends on polarity, where a circuit must be formed. This circuit cannot be formed unless we operate in harmony with the law. How can we operate in harmony with the law unless we know what the law is? How can we know what the law is? By study, by observation. We see the law at work everywhere. All nature bears silent witness to the operation of the law constantly expressing itself in the law of growth. Where there is growth, there must be life. Where there is life, there must be harmony. Thus, everything that lives constantly attracts the conditions and supplies necessary for its full expression. If your thought is in harmony with the creative principle of nature, it is in phase with the infinite mind and will form the circuit. It will not return to you empty. But you may think of things that are not in harmony with the infinite, and when polarity is absent, the circuit does not form. What then is the result? What is the conclusion? When a dynamo generates electricity, if the circuit is broken, there is no output. The dynamo stops. The same will happen to you if you have thoughts that are not in accord with the infinite and thus cannot be polarized. There is no circuit. You are isolated. Thoughts cling to you, torment you, trouble you, and ultimately attract illness and possibly death. The doctor may not diagnose the case exactly in this manner. He may give a fanciful name made up of the various ailments that result from erroneous thinking, but the cause is the same. Constructive thought must necessarily be creative, but it must be harmonious, thereby eliminating all destructive or competitive thoughts. Wisdom, strength, courage, and all harmonious conditions are the result of power, and we have seen that all power comes from within oneself. Any scarcity, limitation, or adverse circumstance is the result of weakness, simply an absence of power that comes from nowhere, which is nothing. The remedy lies in developing power, and this is accomplished in exactly the same way that any type of power is developed, through exercise. This exercise consists of applying your knowledge. Knowledge does not apply itself. You must do the application. Abundance will not come from the sky or fall into your lap. A conscious awareness of the law of attraction and the intention to apply it for a specific, defined and determined purpose, along with the will to achieve that purpose, will bring about the materialization of your desire through a natural law of transfer. If it is a business, it will increase and develop through regular channels. Unusual new distribution channels may even open up. When the law is fully operational, you will find that the things you seek are seeking you. This week, select an empty space on the wall or another convenient place where you usually sit. Mentally visualize a black horizontal line about 15 feet long. Try to see the line as clearly as if it were painted on the wall. Then, mentally draw 2 vertical lines connecting to this horizontal line at each end. Next, draw another horizontal line connecting the 2 vertical lines. You will see that this forms a square. Try to visualize this square perfectly. When you can, draw a circle inside the square. Now place a point at the center of the circle and draw this point towards you for about 10 inches. The result is a cone on a square base. You will remember that your work was entirely in black. Change it to white, red, and yellow. If you can do this, you are making excellent progress and will soon be able to focus on any problem you have in mind. When any object or goal is clearly held in thought, its tangible and visible realization is simply a matter of time. Vision always precedes and determines the realization. Study questions for the 10th part with answers. What is wealth? Wealth is the result of power. What value do possessions have? They have value only to the extent that they confer power. What value does the knowledge of cause and effect have? It enables men to plan with courage and execute without fear. How does life in the inorganic world begin? Only by introducing a form of life. There is no other way. What is the link between the finite and the infinite? Thought is the link between them. Why is this so? Because the universal can only manifest through the individual. What does causality depend on? On polarity. A circuit must be formed. Why do many fail to achieve harmonious conditions? They do not understand the law. They lack polarity. They have not formed the circuit. What is the remedy? A conscious recognition of the law of attraction with the intention of bringing it into existence for a defined purpose. What will be the result? Thought will align with its object and lead it to manifestation, because thought is a product of the spiritual man, and the spirit is the creative principle of the universe. Introduction to Part 11. Your life is governed by law, by real and immutable principles that never vary. The law operates at all times and in all places. Fixed laws underlie all human actions. For this reason, men who control large industries can determine with absolute precision what percentage of 100,000 people will respond to any set of conditions. However, it is good to remember that while every effect is the result of a cause, this cause in turn becomes a cause that creates other effects, which in turn create other causes. Therefore, when you implement the law of attraction, remember that you initiate a chain of causality for better or for worse, which may have infinite possibilities. We often hear, "A very distressing situation has occurred in my life, and it couldn't be the result of my thought because I certainly never entertained a thought that could have had such a result." We forget that like attracts like in the mental world, and the thoughts we harbor bring us certain friendships, associations of a particular type, which in turn bring conditions and environments responsible for the conditions we complain about. Inductive reasoning is the process of the objective mind by which we compare a series of separate instances until we see the common factor that originates them. Induction arises from comparing facts. This method of studying nature has led to the discovery of a realm of law that marked an era in human progress. It is the dividing line between superstition and intelligence. It has removed elements of uncertainty and whim from human lives and replaced them with law, reason, and certainty. It is the gatekeeper mentioned in a previous lesson. When, under this principle, the world to which the senses were accustomed was revolutionized, when the sun was stopped in its course, when the apparently flat earth was shaped into a sphere set into orbit, when inert matter was resolved into active elements, and when the universe appeared where we directed the telescope and microscope, filled with force, movement, and life, we are compelled to ask why the possible means maintain order and repair the delicate forms of organization in place. Poles and similar forces repel or remain impenetrable to each other, and this cause generally seems sufficient to assign a suitable place and distance to stars, men, and forces, just as men of different virtues enter into society. Similarly, opposing poles attract each other. Elements with no properties in common, such as acids and gases, attach to each other preferentially, and a general exchange between supply and demand is maintained. Just as the eye seeks and finds satisfaction from colors complementary to those to which it is exposed, needs, lack, and desire, in their broadest sense, induce, direct, and determine action. It is our privilege to be aware of the principle and act in accordance with it. Take, for example, a tooth from an extinct species. This tooth requires a body to fulfill its function and defines the particular body it needs with such precision that one could reconstruct the structure of that animal. Disturbances in the movement of Uranus were observed. Leverrier needed another star in a precise location to maintain the solar system in order, and Neptune appeared at the predicted place and time. The instinctive needs of the animal and the intellectual needs of Cuvier, the needs of nature and Leverrier's spirit were the same, and therefore their results were also the same. Here, the thoughts of one existence and in the other the same, a well-defined legitimate necessity. Thus it provides the reason for more complex operations of nature, having correctly recorded the responses provided by nature and extended our senses with a growing awareness of its surface. Having joined hands with the levers that move the earth, we have become aware of such a close, varied, and profound contact with the outer world that our desires and goals are no less identified with the harmonious operations of this vast organization than our life, liberty, and happiness of the citizen with the existence of his government. Just as the interests of the individual are protected by the country's arms, added to his own, and his needs may depend on a certain supply to the extent that they are felt more universally and constantly, so citizenship consists in the Republic of Nature. It assures us of troubles from subordinate agents by alliance with the superior powers, and by appealing to the fundamental laws of resistance or induction, it offers mechanical or chemical agents the division of labor to be performed between them and man for the best benefit of the inventor. If Plato could have witnessed the images executed by the sun with the help of the photographer, the 100 similar illustrations of what man accomplishes through induction might have recalled his master's intellectual childbirth. And in his own mind, The vision of a world where all manual, mechanical, and repetitive work is entrusted to the power of nature, where our needs are satisfied by purely mental operations carried out by will, and where supply is created by demand. As distant as this world may seem, induction has taught men to take steps toward it, and has surrounded it with benefits that are both the result of past fidelity and incentives for more diligent devotion. It is also a means to focus and strengthen our faculties for the remaining part, offering an infallible solution to both individual and universal problems through simple operations of the mind in its purest form. Here we find a method where the mind's purpose is to believe that what we seek to achieve has already been accomplished, reaching the method discovered by Plato himself, who, outside this sphere, could never understand how ideas became realities. This concept is also elaborated by Swedenborg in his Doctrine of Correspondences, and a greater master has said, "Whatever you ask for in prayer, believe that you have received it, and it will be yours." Mark 11:24. The difference in time in this passage is remarkable. We must first believe that our desire has already been fulfilled, and then its realization will follow. This is a concise directive for using the creative power of thought, imprinting the particular thing we desire in the subjective universal mind as an already existing fact. In this way, we think on the plane of the absolute and eliminate all considerations of conditions or limitations. We plant a seed that, if it is not altered, will eventually produce external fruit. To summarize, inductive reasoning is the process of the objective mind by which we compare a series of separate cases until we see the common factor that originates them. We see people in all civilized countries of the world ensuring through a certain process that they themselves do not seem to understand, and to which they generally ascribe more or less mystery. Reason is given to us to discover the law by which these results are achieved. The operations of this process of thought are observed in those fortunate natures who possess everything that others must acquire with effort, who never experience a struggle of conscience because they always act correctly and can never conduct themselves otherwise than tactfully. They learn everything with ease and complete everything they undertake with happy skill. They live in eternal harmony with themselves, without ever reflecting much on what they do nor encountering difficulty or effort. The fruit of this thought is a gift from the gods, but a gift that few realize, appreciate, and understand. The recognition of the wonderful power that the mind possesses under the right conditions, and the fact that this power can be used, directed, and applied to solve every human problem, is of utmost importance. All truth is the same, whether expressed in modern scientific terms or in the language of apostolic times. There are timid souls who do not realize that the very integrity of truth requires multiple statements, and that no human formula will reveal all its aspects. The shift in emphasis, the new language, innovative interpretations, and unknown perspectives are not, as some suppose, signs of a departure from the truth. On the contrary, they are evidence that truth is being learned in new relations with human needs and understood in a more general way. Truth must be spoken to each generation and people in new and different terms, so that when the great Master said, "Believe that you receive and you will receive," or when Paul said, "Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen," or when modern science says, "The law of attraction is the law by which thought correlates with its object," each statement, when subjected to analysis, contains exactly the same truth. The only difference lies in the form in which it is presented. We stand on the threshold of a new era. The time has come when man has learned the secrets of mastery and is preparing his way for a new social order more wonderful than anything dreamed of so far. The conflict of modern consciousness with technology, the study of comparative religions, the enormous power of new social movements, these all pave the way for the new order. It may have destroyed outdated and powerless traditional forms, but nothing of value has been lost. A new faith has been born, a faith that demands a new form of expression and is taking shape in a profound awareness of the power manifested in the current spiritual activity everywhere. The spirit that sleeps in the mineral breathes in the plant, moves in the animal, and reaches its highest development in man. It is the universal spirit, and it is up to us to bridge the gap between being and doing, theory and practice. by demonstrating our understanding of the domain given to us. The greatest discovery of all centuries is evidently the power of thought. The significance of this discovery took some time to reach general awareness, but it has arrived, and already in all fields of research, the importance of this discovery, the greatest of all great discoveries, is demonstrated. One might ask, what constitutes the creative power of thought? It consists of creating ideas, which in turn become objectified through appropriation, invention, observation, discernment, discovery, analysis, governance, combination, and application of matter and force. It can do this because it is an intelligent creative power. Thought reaches its highest activity when it delves into its own mysterious depths, when it breaks the narrow circle of the self and moves from truth to truth into the region of eternal light, where all that is, was, or will be merges into a great harmony. From this process of self-contemplation arises inspiration, which is the creative intelligence and is undeniably superior to any element, force, or law of nature, as it can understand, modify, govern, and apply them to its own ends and purposes, thus possessing them. Wisdom begins at the dawn of reason, which is the understanding of knowledge and principles by which we can know the true nature of things. Wisdom is limitless reason and leads to humility, as humility is a great part of wisdom. We all know many people who have achieved the seemingly impossible, who have realized the dreams of a lifetime, who have changed everything, even themselves. Sometimes we have been amazed at the demonstration of an apparently irresistible power that seemed always available just when it was most needed. But now everything is clear. All that is required is the understanding of certain defined fundamental principles and their correct application. For your exercise this week, focus on the Bible quote, "Whatever you ask for in prayer, believe that you have received it, and it will be yours." Note that there are no limitations. It is very definite and implies that the only limitation imposed on us is our ability to think, to rise to the occasion and urgency, or to remember that faith is not a shadow but a substance, the substance of what is hoped for, the evidence of what is not seen. Death is nothing more than the natural process by which all material forms are cast into the crucible of reproduction into new diversity. Study questions from the 11th part with answers. What is inductive reasoning? It is the process of the objective mind by which we compare a series of separate cases until we see the common factor that originates them all. What has this method of study achieved? It has led to the discovery of a realm of law that marked an era in human progress. What determines action? Lack and desire are what induce, guide, and determine action the most. What is the formula for the infallible solution to every individual problem? We must believe that our desire is already fulfilled, that its realization will follow. Which great masters propagated this? Jesus, Plato, and Swedenborg. What is the result of this process of thought? We think on the plane of the absolute and plant a seed that, if left unchanged, will eventually bear fruit. Why is it scientifically accurate? Because it is a natural law. What is faith? Faith is the substance of what is hoped for, the evidence of what is not seen. What is the law of attraction? The law by which faith is drawn to manifestation. What importance do you attach to understanding this law? It has removed elements of uncertainty and caprice from human life and replaced them with law, reason, and certainty. Introduction to Part 12, attached to the 12th part. In the 4th paragraph, you will find the following assertion. First, you must be aware of your power. Second, the value of daring. Third, the faith to act. If you focus on the given thoughts and give them all your attention, you will discover a world of meaning in each sentence and attract to yourself other thoughts in harmony with them. You will soon understand all the meaning of the vital knowledge you are focusing on. Knowledge does not apply by itself. We, as individuals, must realize the application, which consists of fertilizing thought with a living purpose. The time and thought that most people waste in aimless effort could accomplish wonders if properly directed with a special goal in mind. To achieve this, it is necessary to center your mental force on a specific thought and keep it there, excluding all other thoughts. If you have ever looked through the viewfinder of a video camera, You have surely noticed that if the object is not in focus, the impression is indistinct and perhaps blurry, but when the focus is correct, the image is clear and sharp. This illustrates the power of concentration. Unless you can focus on the object you have in view, you will only have a vague, indifferent, unclear, indistinct, and blurry outline of your ideal, and the results will align with your mental image. Part 12. There is no purpose in life that cannot be better achieved by the scientific understanding of the creative power of thought. This power of thought is common to all. Man exists because he thinks. Man's power to think is infinite, thus his creative power is unlimited. We know that thought builds for us the thing on which we think and makes it real, but it is difficult for us to eradicate fear, anxiety, or discouragement, which are powerful forces of thought that continually push away the things we desire. So it is almost always a step forward and 2 steps back. The only way to avoid stepping back is to keep moving forward. Eternal vigilance is the price of success. There are 3 steps, and each is absolutely essential. First, you must be aware of your power. Second, the value of daring. Third, the faith to act. With this foundation, you can build an ideal business, an ideal home, ideal friends, and an ideal environment, without restriction in terms of materials or cost. Thought is omnipotent and has the power to draw from the infinite bank of primal substance for everything you need. Therefore, infinite resources are at your disposal. But your ideal must be clear, definite, and well-defined. Having one ideal today, another tomorrow, and a third next week means scattering your forces and achieving nothing. The result will be a chaotic and meaningless combination of wasted materials. Unfortunately, this is the result that many ensure, and the cause is evident. If a sculptor started with a block of marble and a chisel and changed his ideal every 15 minutes, what result could he expect? And why should he expect a different result when sculpting the greatest and most malleable of all substances, the only real substance? The result of this indecision and negative thinking is often the loss of material wealth. The so-called independence that required only a few years of work and effort suddenly disappears. It is often discovered that money and property are in no way an independence. On the contrary, the only true independence is a practical knowledge of the creative power of thought. This method of practical work cannot reach you until you learn that the only real power you can have is to align with the divine and immutable principles. You cannot change the infinite. You cannot understand the natural laws. The reward of this understanding is a conscious awareness of your ability to align your thinking faculties with the universal thought that is omnipresent. Your ability to cooperate with this omnipotence will indicate the degree of success you will achieve. The power of thought has many more or less fascinating counterfeits, but the results are harmful rather than useful. Of course, worry, fear, and all negative thoughts produce a harvest according to their type. Those who nurture such thoughts must inevitably reap what they have sown. There are also the seekers of phenomena, with their alleged proofs and demonstrations obtained during materialization sessions. They open their mental doors wide and feed on the most toxic currents they can find in the psychic world. They seem to fail to understand that it is their ability to become negatively receptive and passive that allows them to drain all their vital force, enabling them to provoke these forms of vibratory thought. There are also the Hindu worshippers, who see in the materialization phenomena performed by so-called adepts a source of power, forgetting or seeming never to realize that as soon as the will withdraws, the forms wither, and the vibratory forces of which they are composed fade away. Telepathy, or the transfer of thoughts, has received considerable attention, but since it requires a negative mental state from the receiver, its practice is harmful. One can send a thought with the intention of being heard or seen, but this will bring sorrow, just as it involves the investment of the involved principle. In many cases, hypnosis is extremely dangerous both for the subject and the operator. No one who understands the laws governing the mental world would think of trying to dominate another's will, for in doing so they would gradually but surely strip themselves of their own power. All these perversions have their temporary satisfaction, and for some a very acute satisfaction. But there is an infinitely greater satisfaction in a true understanding of the world of inner power, which increases with use and is permanent rather than fleeting. And not only is it powerful as a corrective agency to remedy past errors or the results of erroneous thoughts, but it is also a prophylactic agency that protects us from all types and forms of danger. Finally, it is a real creative force with which we can build new conditions and a new environment. The law is that thought will correlate with its object and bring into the material world the correspondence of the thing thought or produced in the mental world. Thus, we discern the absolute necessity to see how every thought contains the inherent seed of truth, so that the law of growth brings forth the good, for only the good can confer permanent power. The principle that gives thought the dynamic power to relate to its object and thus dominate any adverse human experience is the law of attraction, which is another name for love. It is an eternal and fundamental principle inherent in all things, all philosophical systems, all religions, and all sciences. One cannot escape the law of love, for it is the feeling that gives vitality to thought. Feeling is desire, and desire is love. Thought imbued with love becomes invincible. We find this truth emphasized wherever the power of thought is understood. The universal mind is not only intelligence, but also substance, and it is this attractive force that gathers electrons by the law of attraction to form atoms. Atoms join by the same law and form molecules. These take on objective forms. Thus, we find that the law of love is the creative force behind all manifestation, not only of atoms, but also of worlds, of everything the imagination can conceive. It is the operation of this wonderful law of attraction that has led people of all ages and times to believe that there must be a personal being who responds to their requests and desires and manipulates events to meet their demands. It is the combination of thought and love that forms the irresistible force known as the law of attraction. All natural laws are irresistible. The law of gravitation or electricity or any other law operates with mathematical precision. There is no variation. It is only the distribution channel that may be imperfect. If a bridge collapses, we do not attribute the collapse to a variation in the law of gravitation. If a light fails us, we do not conclude that the laws governing electricity are unreliable. If the law of attraction seems to be imperfectly demonstrated by an inexperienced or misinformed person, we should not conclude that the greatest and most infallible of laws on which the entire system of creation depends has been suspended. On the contrary, we should conclude that a bit more understanding of the law is needed, for the same reason that the correct solution to a difficult math problem is not always obtained easily and quickly. Things are created in the mental or spiritual world before appearing in the act or external event by the simple process of governing our thought forces. Today, we help create the events that will come into our lives in the future, perhaps even tomorrow. Educated desire is the most powerful means to activate the law of attraction. Man is constituted in such a way that he must first create the tools or instruments through which he gains the power to think. The mind cannot comprehend a completely new idea until a corresponding vibratory brain cell has been prepared to receive it. This explains why we have so much difficulty receiving or appreciating a completely new idea. We do not have a brain cell capable of receiving it, and thus we are incredulous and do not believe in it. If you have not been familiarized with the omnipotence of the law of attraction and the scientific method by which it can be implemented, or if you are not acquainted with the limitless possibilities that open up to those who are able to harness the resources it offers, you must start now to create the necessary brain cells that will allow you to understand it and the unlimited powers that can be yours through cooperation with the natural law. This is achieved through concentration or attention. Intention governs attention, and power comes through rest. It is through concentration that one reaches deep thoughts, wise discourse, and all forces of high potential. It is in silence that you come into contact with the omnipotent power of the subconscious mind. From there, all power emerges. Those who desire wisdom, power, or permanent success of any kind will only find it within themselves. This is a revelation. The unreflective may conclude that silence is very simple and easy to achieve, But they must remember that it is only in absolute silence that one can come into contact with divinity itself. One can learn from the immutable law and open for oneself the channels through which persistent practice and concentration lead to perfection. This week, enter the same room, take the same chair, and assume the same position as before. Make sure to relax mentally and physically, always. Never attempt to work mentally under pressure. Ensure that there are no tense muscles or nerves, and that you are completely comfortable. Now realize your unity with omnipotence. Come into contact with this power and achieve a deep and vital understanding, appreciation, and realization that your ability to think is your ability to act upon the universal mind and manifest it. Realize that it will respond to each of its requirements. This is exactly the same potential ability that any individual may have had, as each is merely an expression or manifestation of itself. All are part of the whole, and there is no difference in kind or quality. The only difference is in degree. Thought cannot conceive of anything that cannot be expressed. The one who first expressed it can only have suggested it, but the achiever will appear. Wilson. Study questions for Part 12 with answers. What is the best way to achieve any goal in life? By scientifically understanding the spiritual nature of thought. What are the 3 absolutely essential steps? The knowledge of our power, the courage to take risks, and the faith to act. How is practical know-how in work ensured? By understanding natural laws. What is the reward of understanding these laws? A conscious awareness of our ability to align with the immutable divine principle. What will indicate the degree of success we achieve? The degree of realization that we cannot change the infinite, but must cooperate with it. What is the principle that gives thought its dynamic power? The law of attraction, which is based on vibration, itself based on the law of love. Thought imbued with love becomes invincible. Why is this law irresistible? Because it is a natural law. All laws are irresistible and immutable and act with mathematical precision. There is no deviation or variation. Why does it seem difficult to find solutions to our problems in life? For the same reason it is sometimes difficult to find the correct solution to a difficult math problem. The operator is misinformed or lacks experience. Why is it impossible for the mind to grasp a completely new idea? Because we do not have the corresponding vibratory brain cell capable of receiving the idea. How is wisdom assured? By concentration? It is a revelation that comes from within. Introduction, Part 14. So far you have observed that thought is a spiritual activity and therefore endowed with creative power. This does not mean that a thought is creative, but that all thought is. The same principle can be implemented negatively through the process of denial. The conscious and subconscious are merely 2 phases of action connected with one mind. The relationship between the two is quite analogous to that between a weather vane and the atmosphere. Just as the slightest atmospheric pressure causes the weather vane to move, the slightest thought of the conscious mind produces an action in the subconscious mind proportionate to the depth of feeling that characterizes the thought and the intensity with which it is released. Thus, if you deny unsatisfactory conditions, you are withdrawing the creative power of your thought from them, cutting them off at the root and undermining your vitality. Remember that the law of growth necessarily governs all manifestation in the objective world, so denying unsatisfactory conditions will not produce an immediate change. A plant will remain visible for some time after its roots have been cut, but it will gradually wither and eventually disappear. Thus, withdrawing your thought from contemplating unsatisfactory conditions will result in a gradual but certain end. Under these conditions, you will see that it is exactly the opposite of the course we would naturally be inclined to adopt. Therefore, it will have an exactly opposite effect to that generally considered. Most people focus intensely on unsatisfactory conditions, thus giving the condition the measure of energy and vitality needed to sustain it vigorously. Part 13. There has been a trend, and as it could be demonstrated, a necessity in science to seek the explanation of everyday facts through the generalization of those that are less frequent and constitute the exception. Thus, the eruption of a volcano manifests the heat that continually acts within the earth, and to which it owes much of its configuration. Similarly, lightning reveals a subtle power constantly engaged in producing changes in the inorganic world. And just as dead languages that are barely heard today once reigned among nations, so a giant tooth in Siberia, a fossil in the depths of the earth, not only account for the evolution of past epochs, but also explain the origin of the hills and valleys we inhabit today. Thus, the generalization of rare, strange, or exceptional facts has been the magnetic needle that has guided all discoveries in inductive science. This method was based on reason and experience, thereby destroying superstition, precedents, and conventions. Nearly 300 years ago, Lord Bacon recommended this method of study, to which civilized nations owe most of their prosperity and the most valuable part of their knowledge, by purifying the mind of its narrow prejudices called theories, more effectively than through the keenest irony, by attracting the attention of men from the heavens to the earth, with more success through astonishing experiments than through the most forceful demonstration of their ignorance, educating inventive faculties more powerfully through the close-up perspective of useful discoveries open to all than through the chatter of illuminating the innate laws of our mind. Bacon's method seized the spirit and objective of the great philosophers of Greece and put them into practice through the new means of observation offered by another era, gradually revealing a wonderful field of knowledge in the infinite space of astronomy, in the microscopic egg of embryology, and the fine layer of geology. He revealed a pulsation order that Aristotle's logic could never have unveiled, and by analyzing into previously unknown elements the material combinations that no scholastic dialectic could have forced. He extended life, alleviated pain, extinguished diseases, increased soil fertility, provided new securities to the navigator, saved great rivers with bridges unknown to our ancestors, directed the beam of the sky to the earth and illuminated the night with the brightness of day, expanded the range of human vision and multiplied the power of human muscles, accelerated movement and annihilated distance, facilitated relations, correspondence, all friendly trades, all business offices, allowed men to descend into the depths of the sea, rise into the air, and safely enter the harmful recesses of the earth. Here is the true nature and extent of induction, but the greater the success of men in inductive science, the more the spirit of their teachings and their example impress us with the necessity of observing carefully, patiently, and precisely, with all the instruments and resources at our disposal, individual facts before venturing into a statement of general laws, discovering the behavior of the spark extracted from the electric machine under all kinds of circumstances, so that we dare, like Franklin, to direct a question to the clouds about the nature of lightning, to ascertain how bodies fall with the precision of a Galileo, to dare, with Newton, to ask the moon about the force that keeps it on Earth. In summary, for the value we place on truth, for our hope in constant and universal progress, to not allow a tyrannical prejudice to neglect or mutilate inconvenient facts, but to erect the superstructure of science on the broad and immutable foundation of full attention to both the most isolated as well as the most frequent phenomena. One can accumulate increasingly larger material through observation, but accumulated facts have a very different value for explaining nature. Just as we value the most useful qualities in people who are the rarest, natural philosophy sifts through facts and gives preeminent importance to that remarkable class which cannot be explained by ordinary observation of daily life. Thus, if we find that some people seem to possess unusual power, we must first conclude that this is not the case. It is simply a recognition of our lack of information, as every honest researcher admits that there are many strange and inexplicable phenomena occurring constantly. However, those who become familiar with the creative power of thought will no longer consider them inexplicable. Secondly, we might say that these are the result of supernatural interference, but a scientific understanding of natural laws will convince us that there is nothing supernatural. Every phenomenon is the result of a defined cause, and the cause is an immutable law or principle that operates with unvarying precision, whether the law is implemented consciously or unconsciously. Thirdly, we might say that we are on forbidden ground and there are things we should not know. This objection has been used against all progress in human knowledge. All individuals who have advanced a new idea, such as Columbus, Darwin, Galileo, Fulton, Emerson, have been subjected to ridicule or persecution. Therefore, this objection should not be seriously considered. On the contrary, we should carefully examine every fact presented to us, as doing so will more easily determine the law on which it rests. It will be found that the creative power of thought will explain any possible condition or experience, whether physical, mental, or spiritual. Thought will provoke conditions in correspondence with the predominant mental attitude. Therefore, if we are fearful, disaster will be certain, as fear is a powerful form of thought. This form of thought is often the one that nullifies the results of many years of work and effort. If we think of a form of material wealth, we can secure it through concentrated thought. The necessary conditions will occur, and appropriate efforts will be made, leading to the appearance of the necessary circumstances to fulfill our desires. But often, we find that when we secure the things we think we want, they do not have the expected effect. So what is the appropriate method to follow? We must think about what we really want, what you and I want, what everyone desires, happiness and harmony. If we can be truly happy, we will have everything the world can offer. If we are happy, we can make others happy. But we cannot be happy unless we have health, strength, pleasant friends, a pleasing environment and sufficient supply, not only to meet our needs, but to provide those amenities and luxuries that we have the right to possess. The old orthodox way of thinking was to be a contented worm, regardless of our circumstances, but the modern idea is to know that we are entitled to the best of everything, that the Father and I are one, and that the Father is the universal Spirit, the Creator, the original substance from which all things proceed. Assuming all this is true in theory, that it has been taught for 2,000 years, and that it is the science of any system of philosophy or religion, how are we to put it into practice in our lives? How do we achieve real and tangible results here and now? First, we must put our knowledge into practice. Nothing can be accomplished otherwise. The same principle applies to us. We will get exactly what we must, but we must give first. Then, it will be returned to us again and again. And giving is just a mental process, as thoughts are causes and conditions are effects. Therefore, by giving thoughts of value, inspiration, health, or assistance in any way, we set in motion causes that will produce their effect. Thought is a spiritual and therefore creative activity, but do not be mistaken. Thought will create nothing unless directed consciously, systematically, and constructively. This is the difference between idle thought, which is merely a waste of effort, and constructive thought, which means practically unlimited achievement. We have discovered that everything we obtain comes to us through the law of attraction. A happy thought cannot exist in an unhappy consciousness. Therefore, consciousness must change, and as consciousness changes, all the necessary conditions to satisfy the changed consciousness must gradually change to meet the requirements of the new situation. By creating a mental image or ideal, we project a thought into the universal substance from which all things are created. This substance is omnipresent, omnipotent, and omniscient. We must direct the agent through the appropriate channel to materialize our request. Can the finite advise the infinite? This is the cause of all failure. We recognize the omnipresence of the universal substance, but we do not realize that this substance is not only omnipresent, but also omnipotent and omniscient, and therefore it will set in motion causes that we may be completely unaware of. We can best preserve our interests by acknowledging the infinite power, infinite wisdom, and universal spirit. In this way, we become a channel through which the infinite realizes our desire. This means that recognition leads to realization. Therefore, for this week's exercise, use the principle of recognition. Acknowledge that you are part of the whole, and that a part must be the same in kind and quality as the whole. The only possible difference is one of degree. When this great fact begins to permeate your consciousness, when you truly understand that you are spiritually an integral part of the whole, which is the same in substance, quality, and kind as the Creator Himself, then you will also be able to say, "The Father and I are one." And you will understand the beauty, grandeur, and transcendent opportunities available to you. May this wisdom grow within me, discovering my truest interest and reinforcing my resolve to achieve what wisdom dictates. How can we be certain that this method is correct, by not allowing a tyrannical prejudice to neglect or mutilate undesirable facts. What type of facts are most valued? Those that cannot be explained by ordinary daily observation of life. On what is this principle based? On reason and experience. What does it destroy? Superstition, precedents, and conventions. How were these laws discovered? By generalizing uncommon, rare, strange, and exceptional facts. How can we explain many strange and so far inexplicable phenomena that occur constantly? Through the creative power of thought. Why is this the case? Because when we trace a fact, we can be sure that it is the result of a defined cause and that this cause will operate with unvarying precision. What is the result of this knowledge? It will explain the cause of any possible condition, whether physical, mental, or spiritual. How will our best interest be preserved? By recognizing that knowledge of the creative nature of thought connects us with infinite power. Introduction, Part 14. Up to now, you have seen that thought is a spiritual activity and therefore endowed with creative power. This does not mean that a single thought is creative, but that every thought is. This same principle can be implemented negatively through the process of denial. The conscious and the subconscious are merely two phases of action connected with a mind. The relationship between them is quite analogous to that between a weather vane and the atmosphere. Just as the slightest pressure from the atmosphere causes action in the weather vane, the slightest thought of the conscious mind produces an action in the subconscious mind proportional to the depth of feeling that characterizes the thought and the intensity with which it is expressed. It follows that if you deny unsatisfactory conditions, you withdraw the creative power of your thought from those very conditions, cutting them off at the root and undermining your vitality. Remember that the law of growth necessarily governs any manifestation, so the denial of unsatisfactory conditions will not produce immediate change. A plant will remain visible for a while after its roots have been cut, but it will gradually fade and eventually disappear. Similarly, detaching your thought from contemplating unsatisfactory conditions will end gradually but surely. Under these conditions, you will see that it is a course exactly opposite to the one we would naturally be inclined to adopt, and therefore it will have an effect exactly opposite to what is generally considered. Most people intensely focus on unsatisfactory conditions, thereby giving that condition a measure of energy and vitality necessary to sustain it vigorously. The universal energy from which all movement, light, heat, and color originate does not participate in the limitation of the many effects from which it is the cause, but it is supreme over all of them. This universal substance is the source of all power, wisdom, and intelligence. Recognizing this intelligence is to become familiar with the quality of knowledge of the mind and, through it, to interact with the universal substance and bring it into harmonious relations in its affairs. This is something that even the most learned professor of physical sciences has not yet attempted to discover, a field of exploration into which he has not yet ventured. In fact, very few materialistic schools have grasped the first ray of this light. It does not seem that they have realized that wisdom is as present everywhere as force and substance. Some might ask, if these principles are true, why don't we demonstrate them? Since the fundamental principle is obviously correct, why don't we obtain adequate results? We do obtain results. We achieve results according to our understanding of the law and our ability to apply it correctly. We did not achieve results from the laws governing electricity until someone formulated the law and showed us how to apply it. This places us in a completely new relationship with our environment, opening up possibilities that were previously unimaginable, and this, by an ordered consequence of the law, naturally involved in our new mental attitude. The mind is creative, and the principle upon which this law is based is sound and legitimate, in addition to being inherent to the nature of things. But this creative power does not come from the individual, but from the universal, which is the source and fountain of all energy and substance. The individual is merely the channel for the distribution of this energy, the means by which the universal produces the various combinations that lead to the formation of phenomena. We know that scientists have resolved matter into a large number of molecules, which have been resolved into atoms, and these in turn into electrons. The discovery of these electrons in high-vacuum glass tubes containing molten metal terminals conclusively indicates that these electrons fill all space, that they are omnipresent, filling all material bodies and occupying the entirety of what we call empty space. Therefore, it is the universal substance from which all things originate. Electrons would remain electronic forever unless there was someone to direct them where to go to be assembled into atoms and molecules. This director is the mind. A certain number of electrons revolving around a center of force constitutes an atom. These combine in absolutely regular mathematical proportions, and the molecules combine with each other to form a multitude of compounds that contribute to building the universe. The lightest known atom is hydrogen, which is 700 times heavier than an electron. A mercury atom is 300,000 times heavier than an electron. Electrons are negatively charged and, as they have the same potential speed as the rest of cosmic energy, such as heat, light, electricity, and thought, 186,300 miles per second, it is not necessary to account for time or space. The way the speed of light was determined is very interesting. The speed of light was obtained by Danish astronomer Romer in 1676 by observing the eclipses of Jupiter's moons. When the Earth was closer to Jupiter, the eclipse appeared about 8.5 minutes too early compared to calculations. When the Earth was farther from Jupiter, the eclipse was delayed by 8.5 minutes. Romer concluded that this was because the light from the planet took 17 minutes to cross the diameter of Earth's orbit. This calculation has since been verified and demonstrates that light travels at about 186,300 miles per second. Electrons manifest themselves in the body as cells and possess sufficient intelligence to perform their functions within human physical anatomy. Each part of the body is composed of cells, some operating independently while others work in community. Some build tissues while others form the various secretions necessary for the body. Some act as carriers of materials, others as surgeons repairing damage, and others still transport waste. Some are constantly ready to repel invaders or other undesirable germ intruders. All these cells work towards a common goal, each being not only a living organism, but also possessing the intelligence needed to carry out its tasks. They also have enough intelligence to conserve their energy and perpetuate their own life. Thus they must ensure adequate nutrition, a form of sustenance that is freely chosen, as has been proven. Each cell is born, reproduces, dies, and is absorbed. The maintenance of health and life depends on the constant regeneration of cells. It is therefore evident that there is spirit in every atom of the body. This spirit is negative, and the individual's power to think makes it positive, so it can control this negative spirit. This is the scientific explanation of metaphysical healing, and it will enable anyone to understand the principle underlying this wonderful phenomenon. This negative spirit contained within the body's cells has been called the subconscious mind because it acts without our conscious knowledge. Everything originates in the mind, and appearances are the result of thought. Thus, things themselves have no origin, permanence, or reality, as they are produced by thought and can be erased by the same thought. In mental sciences, as in natural sciences, experiments are conducted, and each discovery elevates man towards his next objective. We find that every man is a reflection of the thoughts he has had throughout his life. This imprint is evident on his face, in his form, in his character, and in his environment. Behind every effect lies a cause, and if we trace it back to its origin, we will find the creative principle from which everything arose. The evidence for this is now so complete that this truth is generally accepted. The objective world is controlled by an invisible and as yet unexplained power. We have personalized this power and called it God. However, we have now learned to view it as the essence or principle permeating all that exists, the infinite or universal mind. The universal mind, being infinite and omnipotent, has unlimited results at its disposal. And when we remember that it is also omnipresent, we cannot escape the conclusion that we must be an expression or manifestation of this very mind. Recognition and understanding of the resources of the subconscious mind will indicate that the only difference between the subconscious and the universal is one of degree. They differ only as a drop of water differs from the ocean, They are of the same nature and quality, the difference being merely of degree. You can appreciate the value of this important fact and realize that recognizing this enormous truth connects you with omnipotence. The subconscious mind is the connecting link between the universal mind and the conscious mind. It is evident that the subconscious mind can consciously suggest thoughts that the conscious mind will put into action. And since the subconscious is one with the universal, it is clear that no limit can be placed on its activities. A scientific understanding of this principle will explain the marvelous results achieved through the power of prayer. These results are not due to any special favor of providence, but are the result of applying a perfectly natural law. There is thus nothing religious or mysterious about it. However, there are many people who are not willing to engage in the discipline necessary to think correctly, even though it is evident that erroneous thinking leads to failure. Thought is the only reality. Conditions are merely external manifestations. As thought changes, external or material conditions must change to harmonize with their creator, which is thought. Thought must be clear, constant, firm, defined, and immutable. One cannot advance one step and retreat two. Nor can one spend 20 or 30 years of life building negative conditions resulting from negative thoughts, and then hope that everything will vanish after 15 or 20 minutes of correct thinking. If you commit to the discipline necessary to bring about a radical change in your life, you must do so deliberately, after carefully considering the matter and fully contemplating it. Then allow nothing to interfere with your decision. This discipline, this change of thought, and this mental attitude will not only bring you the material things necessary for your greatest well-being, but will also bring you health and harmonious conditions in general. If you desire harmonious conditions in your life, you must develop a harmonious mental attitude. For your exercise this week, focus on harmony. When I say focus, I mean everything the word implies. Do it deeply and seriously, so that you are conscious of nothing but harmony. Remember that we learn by doing. Listening to these lessons will get you nowhere. The value lies in practical application. Study questions for Part 14 with answers. What is the source of all wisdom, power, and intelligence? The universal mind. From where do the universe, light, heat, and color originate? From universal energy, which is a manifestation of the universal mind. Where does the creative power of universal thought originate? What is thought? It is the mind in motion. How does the universal differ from the individual? How is this accomplished? The individual's power to think is his ability to act upon the universal and manifest it. What is the first form adopted by the universal until we know better? Electrons filling all space. Where do all things originate? In the mind. What is the result of a change in thought? What is the result of a harmonious mental attitude? Harmonious living conditions. The mind has been active in all areas during this fruitful century, but it is to science that we must turn to find the thoughts that have shaped all thinking. Part 15. Experiments with parasites found in plants indicate that even the lowest levels of life can take advantage of natural law. This experiment was conducted by Dr. Jacques, a member of the Rockefeller Institute. To obtain the material, rose bushes were placed in a pot in a room and positioned in front of a closed window. If the plants were allowed to dry out, the previously wingless aphid parasites transformed into winged insects after metamorphosis. The insects then left the plants, flew towards the window, and crawled up the glass. It is evident that these tiny insects discovered that the plants they fed on were dead and thus could no longer provide food or drink. The only way they could escape starvation was to develop temporary wings and fly, which they did. Experiments like this indicate that omniscience, just like omnipotence, is omnipresent, and that even the smallest living beings can utilize it in times of need. Part 15 will discuss further the law under which we live. It will explain that these laws operate to our benefit, that all conditions and experiences that come to us are for our benefit, that we gain strength in proportion to the effort expended, and that our happiness is best achieved through conscious cooperation with natural laws. Part 15. The laws under which we live are designed solely for our benefit. These laws are immutable, and we cannot escape their operation. All great eternal forces act in solemn silence, but it is within our power to align ourselves with them so that we can express a life of peace and relative happiness. Difficulties, disharmonies, and obstacles indicate that we refuse to give up what we no longer need or refuse to accept what we need. Growth occurs through the exchange of the old for the new and the good for the better. It is a conditional or reciprocal action, as each of us is a complete thought entity, and this completeness makes it possible for us to receive only in the measure that we give. We cannot obtain what we lack if we stubbornly cling to what we already have. We are capable of consciously controlling our conditions as we understand the purpose of what we attract and are able to derive from each experience what we need for our future growth. Our ability to do this determines the degree of harmony or happiness we achieve. The ability to obtain what we need for our growth continuously increases as we reach higher planes and broader perspectives. The greater our ability to know what we need, the more certain we will be to discern its presence, attract it, and absorb it. Nothing can happen to us except what is necessary for our growth. All conditions and experiences that come to us do so for our benefit. Difficulties and obstacles will continue to come until we absorb their wisdom and extract from them the essentials needed to continue growing. We reap what we sow. It is mathematically accurate. We gain enduring strength to the same extent as the effort required to overcome difficulties. The inexorable demands of growth require us to exert the greatest degree of attraction toward what is perfectly aligned with us. Our greatest happiness will be best achieved through our understanding of natural laws and our conscious cooperation with them. To have vitality, thought must be infused with love, which is a product of emotions. Therefore, it is vital that emotions are controlled and guided by intellect and reason. It is love that imbues thought with vitality, allowing it to germinate. The law of attraction and the law of love are one, and they will provide the necessary material for growth and maturation. The first form that thought takes is language. This determines the importance of words, which are the first manifestation of thought. They are the vessels through which thought is conveyed. They grasp the ether and, by setting it in motion, produce thought in others in the form of sound. Thought can lead to any action, but whatever the action, it is simply thought attempting to express itself visibly. It is evident that if we want desirable conditions, we can only afford desirable thoughts. This leads us to the inevitable conclusion that if we wish to express goodness in our lives, we can only afford to think of abundance. Since words are thoughts taking shape, we must ensure that we use only constructive and harmonious words, which, when crystallized into objective forms, will be beneficial to us. We cannot escape the images we continually photograph in our minds, for these erroneous conceptions will be exactly what materializes with the use of words when we use any form of language that identifies us with our well-being. We abundantly manifest life as our thought becomes clearer and takes higher planes. This happens more easily when we use clearly defined images and words, free from the conceptions attached to lower planes of thought. It is with words that we must express our thoughts, and if we are to use the highest forms of truth, we can only use material that has been carefully and intelligently selected for this purpose. This wonderful power of clothing thoughts in the form of words is what distinguishes man from the rest of the animal kingdom. Through the use of written words, he has been allowed to look back through the centuries to see the moving scenes through which he has arrived at his current position. He has been permitted to commune with the greatest writers and thinkers of all time. And the combined record we possess today is the expression of universal thought as it has tried to take shape in the mind of man. We know that universal thought aims to create form, and we know that individual thought always seeks to express itself in form as well. The word is a form of thought, and a sentence is a combination of forms of thought. Therefore, if we want our ideal to be beautiful or strong, we must ensure that the words with which this temple will ultimately be built are precise and carefully assembled, as precision in the construction of words and sentences is the highest form of architecture in civilization, being a passport to success. Words are thoughts and therefore are an invisible and invincible power that will eventually objectify in the form given to them. Words can become mental palaces that live forever, or they can be huts swept away by the first breeze. They can delight the sight and hearing and contain all knowledge. In them, we find the history of the past as well as the hope for the future. They are living messengers from which all human and superhuman activity arises. The beauty of the word lies in the beauty of thought. The power of the word lies in the power of thought, and that power rests on its vitality. How can we identify a vital thought? What are its distinctive characteristics? It must have a principle. How can we identify the principle? There is a principle of mathematics, but not of error, a principle of health, but not of disease, a principle of truth, but not of dishonesty, a principle of light, but not of darkness, and there is a principle of abundance, but not of poverty. How can we know this is true? Because if we correctly apply the principle of mathematics, we will be assured of our results. Where there is health, there will be no disease. If we know the truth, we cannot be deceived by error. If we let in the light, there cannot be darkness, and where there is abundance, there cannot be poverty. These are evident facts, but the complete truth of a thought containing principles is vital. Thus, it contains life and takes root, sometimes even displacing negative thoughts with certainty, even though by its very nature they cannot contain vitality, a fact that seems to have been overlooked. But this is a fact that will destroy all types of discord, lack, and limitation. There is no doubt that one who is wise enough to understand will easily recognize the creative power of thought. It places an invincible weapon in their hands and makes them the master of their destiny. In the physical world, there is a law of compensation, where the appearance of a certain amount of energy in one place means the disappearance of the same amount in another place. Thus, we find that we can only obtain what we give. If we engage in a certain action, we must be prepared to take responsibility for its development. The subconscious cannot reason. It takes our words literally. We have asked for something, and that is why we will now receive it. We have made our bed, and now we must lie in it. The die is cast. The threads will follow the pattern we have created. Therefore, acuity must be exercised so that the thought we harbor contains no mental, moral, or physical germs that we would not want to objectify in our life. Insight is a faculty of the mind that allows us to examine facts and conditions from a distance, a sort of human telescope that enables us to understand the difficulties and possibilities of any action or enterprise. Insight allows us to be prepared for the obstacles we will encounter so we can overcome them before they have a chance to cause difficulties. Insight enables us to plan advantageously and direct our thought and attention in the right direction, rather than steering them toward paths that cannot yield results. Insight is absolutely essential for the development of any accomplishment, but with it, we can penetrate, explore, and master any mental domain. Insight is a product of the inner world and develops in silence, solely through concentration. For your exercise this week, focus on insight. Take your usual position and concentrate your thought on the fact that knowing the creative power of thought does not mean possessing the art of thinking. Let your thought dwell on the fact that knowledge does not apply by itself, and that our actions are not governed by knowledge but by custom, precedent, and habit. Note that the only way to make knowledge apply is through a decided, conscious effort. Remember that unused knowledge leaves the mind, and the value of information lies in the application of the principle. Follow this line of thought until you gain sufficient understanding to formulate a defined program and apply this principle to a particular problem. Think with truth, and your thoughts will feed the world's hunger. Speak with truth, and every word you utter will be a fruitful seed. Live with truth, and your life will be a grand and noble creed. What is the value of insight? It allows us to understand the value of applying the knowledge we acquire. Many seem to think that knowledge will automatically apply itself, which is absolutely not true. Each person has a path open to them, and the noble soul ascends by the elevated path, while the base soul gropes along the low path, and in the middle, in the misty plains, the rest move from side to side. But each person has both an elevated path and a lower one open to them, and each decides which path their soul will follow. Introduction to Part 16. The vibratory activities of the planetary universe are governed by a period law. Everything that lives has periods of birth, growth, fruition, and decline. These periods are governed by the seventh law, the law of seven, which governs the days of the week, the phases of the moon, the harmonies of sound, light, heat, electricity, magnetism, atomic structure, and also governs the lives of individuals and nations, as well as dominating commercial activities. Life is growth, and growth represents change. Every period of 7 years leads us to a new cycle. The first 7 years correspond to childhood. The next 7 years mark the period of youth, signifying the beginning of individual responsibility. The next cycle represents adolescence. The fourth cycle marks the achievement of full growth. The fifth phase is the constructive period, when individuals begin to acquire possessions, whether a home or a family. The following cycle, from ages 35 to 42, is a period of reaction and changes, followed by a phase of reconstruction, adjustment, and recovery, in preparation for a new 7-year cycle beginning at age 50. Those familiar with these cycles will not be disturbed when things seem to go wrong, but will be able to apply the principles outlined in these lessons with confidence, knowing that a higher law will invariably control all other laws, and that through understanding and conscious application of spiritual laws, we can transform any apparent difficulty into a blessing. Part 16. 1. Wealth is a product of labor. Capital is an effect, not a cause, a servant, not a master, a means, not an end. 2. The most commonly accepted definition of wealth is that it consists of all useful and pleasurable things with high exchange value. This exchange value is the predominant characteristic of wealth. 3. When we consider the limited addition that wealth brings to the happiness of its possessor, we find that true value does not reside in its utility, but rather in its exchange. 4. This exchange value makes it a means to secure things of real value through which our ideals can be realized. 5. Wealth should therefore not be desired as an end in itself, but only as a means to achieve that end. Success is subordinated to a higher ideal than mere accumulation of wealth, and one who aspires to success must formulate an ideal for which they are willing to strive. With this idea in mind, the means can and will be provided, but one must not make the mistake of substituting the end with the means. There must be a fixed and defined goal, an ideal. Think very strongly, said the successful man. The person who possesses the greatest spiritual understanding and all great fortune comes from a higher and truly spiritual power. Unfortunately, there are those who do not know this power, forgetting that Andrew Carnegie's mother had to help support the family when they arrived in America, that Harmon's father was a modest pastor with a salary of only $200 a year, and that Sir Thomas Lipton started with only 25 cents. These men had no other power to rely on, but they did not fail. The power of creation depends entirely on spiritual power. There are 3 stages: idealization, visualization, and materialization. Every industrial captain depends exclusively on this power. In an article from Every Boris magazine, Henry M. Flower, the billionaire of Standard Oil, admitted that the secret of his success was his power to see a thing in its entirety. The following conversation with the journalist demonstrates his power of idealization, concentration, and visualization, all as spiritual powers. Did you really imagine the whole thing? I mean, did you close your eyes and truly see the tracks and trains moving and hear the whistles blowing? Did you go that far? Yes, with what clarity? With a lot of clarity. Here we have a vision of the law, and within it cause and effect. We see that thought necessarily precedes and determines action. If we are wise, we will understand the huge fact that no arbitrary condition can exist for a moment, and that human experience is the result of an ordered and harmonious consequence. The successful businessman is often an idealist, always seeking higher levels. The subtle forces of thought, as they crystallize in our daily moods, constitute life. Thought is the plastic material with which we build images of our growing conception of life. Its use determines its existence, as with all other things. Our ability to recognize and use it correctly is the necessary condition for its realization. Premature wealth is merely a precursor to humiliation and disaster, for we cannot retain what we do not deserve or have not earned. The conditions we encounter in the outer world correspond to the conditions we encounter within. This happens through the law of attraction. How then do we determine what should enter the inner world? Everything that enters the mind through the senses, or through objective thought, will impress the mind and give rise to a mental image that will become a model for creative energies. These experiences are largely the result of environment, chance, past thought, and other forms of negative thinking that must be subjected to careful analysis before being considered. On the other hand, we can form our own mental images through our own internal thought processes, independent of others' thoughts and external conditions. It is through the exercise of this power that we can control our own destiny, body, mind, and soul. It is through the exercise of this power that we take our destiny out of the hands of chance and consciously create the experiences we desire for ourselves, for when we consciously realize a condition, that disposition will manifest in our lives. Therefore, it is evident that ultimately thought is the only great cause of life. Therefore, controlling thought means controlling circumstances, conditions, environment, and destiny. How do we control thought, and what is the process? To think is to create a thought, but the result of that thought will depend on its form, quality, and vitality. The form depends on the mental images from which it emanates, which in turn depend on the depth of impression, the predominance of the idea, the clarity of vision, and the boldness of the image. The quality depends on its substance and the material of which the mind is composed. If this material is woven from vigorous, strong, courageous, and determined thoughts, the thought will possess these qualities. Finally, vitality depends on the feeling imbued in the thought. If the thought is constructive, it will have vitality, it will have life, it will grow, develop, expand, and be creative, attracting everything necessary for its full development. If the thought is destructive, it will contain the seed of its own dissolution. It will die, but in the process of its dying, it will bring disease, suffering, and other forms of discord. We call this evil, and when we provoke it, some are ready to attribute our difficulties to a supreme being who is merely the balancing spirit. It is neither good nor bad. It is simply our ability to differentiate, in the form of our capacity to manifest good or evil. Therefore, good and evil are not entities. They are simply words we use to indicate the result of our actions, and these actions in turn are determined by the character of our thought. If our thought is constructive and harmonious, we manifest good. If it is destructive and discordant, we manifest evil. If you wish to visualize a different environment, the process is simply to keep the ideal in mind until your vision becomes reality. Do not think about people, places, or things, as they have no place here. The environment you desire will contain everything necessary. The right people and things will arrive at the right time and place. Sometimes it may not be clear how to control character, ability, achievements, environment, and destiny through the power of visualization, but it is a precise scientific fact. You will easily see that what we think determines the quality of the mind, and this in turn determines our mental skill and ability. Improving our ability will naturally lead to increased achievements and greater control over circumstances. It will thus be evident that natural laws operate in a completely natural and harmonious way, where everything seems to happen effortlessly. If you want proof of this, simply compare the results of your efforts in your own life whenever your actions were motivated by noble ideals and when they had selfish or hidden motivations. If you want to achieve a desire, form a mental image of success in your mind, and by consciously visualizing your desire in this manner, you will compel success and manifest it in your life using scientific methods. Psychologists have concluded that there is only one sense, that of feeling, and all other senses are merely modifications of this single sense. Knowing this, we understand why feeling is the source of power, as emotions easily surpass intellect, and why we must imbue our thoughts with feeling if we want results. Thought and feeling are an irresistible combination. Of course, visualization must be directed by will. We must visualize exactly what we want, ensuring not to let the imagination run wild. Imagination is a good servant, but a poor master, and unless controlled, it can easily lead us into all kinds of speculations and unfounded conclusions. Any plausible opinion can be accepted without analytical examination, and the inevitable result is mental chaos. Therefore, we must construct only scientifically recognized mental images, submit each idea to thorough analysis, and accept nothing that is not scientifically accurate. When you do this, you are attempting only what you know you can accomplish, and success will crown your efforts. This is what business people call vision for the future. It is the same as insight, and it is one of the great secrets of success in all significant endeavors. For your exercise this week, try to realize the important fact that harmony and happiness are states of consciousness and do not depend on the possession of things. Things are effects and come as a result of correct mental states. Therefore, if we desire material possession of any kind, our main concern should be to acquire the mental attitude needed to achieve the desired result. This mental attitude is produced by realizing our spiritual nature and our unity with the universal mind, which is the substance of all. This awareness will bring everything necessary for our complete development. This is scientific or correct thinking. When we achieve this mental attitude, it is relatively easy to realize our desire as a fact already accomplished. When we can do this, we will have found the truth that will free us from any deficiency or limitation of any kind. A man might frame and let an orbiting star roll, and yet he would have done nothing as memorable before God as one who lets a thought of golden orbit roll through the generations of time. H.W. Besser. Study questions for the 16th part with answers. Wealth depends on understanding the creative nature of thought. What is its true value? In its exchange value, what does the success of spiritual power depend on? On its use. The use determines its existence. Study questions for the 16th part with answers. How can we free our destiny from the hands of chance? By consciously creating the conditions we want to see manifest in our lives. What is then the great business of life? Thought. Why is this so? Because thought is spiritual and therefore creative. To consciously control thought means to control circumstances, conditions, environment, and destiny. What is the source of all evil? Destructive thought. What is the source of all good? Correct scientific thought. What is scientific thought? A recognition of the creative nature of spiritual energy and our ability to control it. The greatest events of an era are its finest thoughts. The nature of thought is to find its way into action. Bob. Introduction to Part 17. The type of deity a person worships, whether consciously or unconsciously, indicates the intellectual status of the worshipper. Ask an Indian about God, and he will describe a powerful chieftain of a glorious tribe. Ask a pagan about God, and he will speak of a fire god, a water god, or a god of this, that, or the other. Ask a Jew about God, and he will tell you about the God of Moses, who saw fit to rule through repressive measures, hence the 10 Commandments, or of Joshua, who led the Israelites into battle, confiscated properties, killed prisoners, and devastated cities. The so-called pagans made sculpted images of their gods, which they used to worship, but among the more intelligent at least, these images were nothing more than visible focal points upon which they could mentally concentrate on the qualities they wished to prioritize in their lives. We, in the 21st century, theoretically worship a God of love, but in practice, we create sculpted images of wealth, power, fashion, custom, and conformity. We bow down to them and worship them, focusing on them, and thus they manifest in our lives. The student who masters the content of the 17th part, without confusing symbols with reality, will be interested in causes rather than effects. He will focus on the realities of life and will then be disappointed by the results. Part 17. We are told that man has dominion over all things, which is established through the mind. Thought is the activity that controls all principles below it. The highest principle, due to its essence and superior qualities, necessarily determines the circumstances, aspects, and relationships of everything that comes into contact with it. The vibrations of mental forces are the finest, and thus the most powerful in existence for those who perceive the nature and transcendence of mental force. All physical power seems insignificant in comparison. We are accustomed to viewing the universe through the lens of the 5 senses. through which our anthropomorphic conceptions are born. But true conceptions are assured only by spiritual vision. This vision requires an acceleration of the mind's vibrations and is assured only when the mind is consistently focused in a determined direction. Continuous concentration means a uniform and uninterrupted flow of thought and is the result of a patient, persistent, persevering, and well-regulated system. Great discoveries are the result of prolonged research. The science of mathematics requires years of concentrated effort to master, and the greatest science, that of the mind, is revealed only through concentrated effort. Concentration is very misunderstood. There seems to be an idea of effort or activity associated with it, whereas it is necessarily quite the opposite. The greatness of an actor lies in his ability to forget himself in the portrayal of his character, identifying so completely with the role that the audience is carried away by the realism of the performance. This will give you a good idea of true concentration. You must be as interested in your thought and absorbed by your subject as to be unaware of anything else. This concentration leads to intuitive perception and immediate understanding of the nature of the object of concentration. All-knowing is the result of this type of concentration. This is how the secrets of heaven and earth have been extracted, how the mind becomes a magnet, and the desire for knowledge irresistibly attracts and makes it its own. Desire is largely subconscious. Conscious desire rarely achieves its object when it is beyond immediate reach. Subconscious desire awakens the latent faculties of the mind, and difficult problems seem to resolve themselves. The subconscious mind can be awakened and directed in any direction and serve any purpose through concentration. The practice of concentration requires mental and physical control over the individual. All modes of consciousness, whether physical or mental, must be under control. Spiritual truth is the controlling factor that allows you to grow beyond limited achievements and reach a point where you can translate modes of thought into character and consciousness. Concentration does not simply mean thinking thoughts, but the transmutation of these practical values. The average person has no understanding of concentration. There is always the cry to have, but never the cry to be. They do not understand that they cannot have one without the other, that they must first find the kingdom before they can have the things in addition. Momentary enthusiasm has no value. Only boundless self-confidence achieves the goal. The mind and its aspirations. The mind may set the ideal a little too high and not achieve the goal. It may try to fly with untrained wings and fall to the ground instead of soaring, but this should not be a reason to stop trying again. Weakness is the only barrier to mental achievement. Attribute your weakness to physical limitations or mental uncertainties and try again. Ease and perfection are attained through repetition. The astronomer focuses his mind on the stars, and they reveal their secrets. The geologist concentrates his mind on the formation of the earth, and geology emerges. The same principle applies to all things. Men focus their minds on the problems of life, and the result is evident in today's vast and complex social order. All mental discoveries and achievements are the result of desire combined with concentration. Since desire is the strongest mode of action, the more persistent the desire, the more the revelation will be permitted. Desire combined with concentration will uncover any secret of nature. By realizing great thoughts and experiencing great emotions corresponding to enormous thoughts, the mind finds itself in a state where it appreciates the value of the superior. The intensity of a moment of sincere concentration and the deep desire to become and achieve may take longer than years of slow and forced effort to break the bars of the prison of disbelief, weakness, impotence, and self-contempt, arriving at an understanding of the joy of overcoming it. The spirit of initiative and originality develops through persistence and continuity of mental effort. Commerce teaches the value of concentration and fosters character decision. It develops practical acumen and quick conclusions. The mental element in any commercial pursuit is dominant as a controlling factor, and desire is the predominant force. All commercial relationships are the externalization of desire. Robust and substantial virtues develop in commercial employment. The mind stabilizes and directs itself, becoming effective. The primary necessity is the strengthening of the mind to rise above distractions and capricious impulses of instinctive life, thus successfully overcoming the conflict between the higher self and the lower self. We are all, let's say, material in itself is nothing. The mind must make the dynamo work so that it is useful and its energy can be focused definitively. The mind is a motor whose power is unimaginable, and thought is an omnipotent force. It is the governor and creator of all forms and events occurring around the form. Physical energy is nothing compared to the omnipotence of thought, as it enables man to leverage all the rest of natural power. Vibration is the action of thought. It is vibration that reaches and attracts the material necessary for construction and building. There is nothing mysterious about the power of thought. Concentration simply implies that consciousness can be focused to the point of identifying with the object of its attention. Just as the body absorbs the breath, the mind absorbs the object of its attention, giving it life and existence. If you focus on an important subject, intuitive power will come into play. Help will come in the form of information that will lead you to success. Intuition draws conclusions without the aid of experience or memory. It often solves problems that are beyond the power of reasoning and almost always arrives with surprising spontaneity. It reveals the truth we seek so directly, seeming to come from a higher power. Intuition can be cultivated and developed. For this, it must be recognized and appreciated. By being welcoming to it, it will return more frequently. But if it is ignored or neglected, its visits will be rare and distant. Intuition often arises in silence. Great thoughts often seek solitude, for it is there that the great problems of life develop. For this reason, any businessman who can has a private office where he will not be disturbed. If you cannot afford this, you can at least find a place where you can be alone for a few minutes each day to train your thoughts in ways that will allow you to develop the invincible power necessary for success. Remember that the subconscious is fundamentally omnipotent and that there is no limit to achievements when the power to act is granted to it. Your degree of success is determined by the nature of your desire, whether it is in harmony with natural law or the universal spirit. Gradually emancipating the mind will give you invincible courage. Each obstacle overcome and each victory achieved will give you more faith in your power and provide you with an increased capacity to succeed. Your strength is determined by your mental attitude. If it is oriented towards success and always maintained with unwavering purpose, it will attract to you the invisible dominance of the things you silently request. By keeping thought in mind, it will gradually take tangible form. A defined goal sets in motion causes that emanate from the invisible world and find the necessary material to serve your purpose. You may pursue symbols of power rather than power itself. You may seek fame rather than honor, wealth rather than abundance, position rather than servitude. In all cases, you will find that they turn to ashes just as you attain them. One cannot retain wealth or position prematurely, as it has not been earned. We only receive what we give, and those who attempt to obtain without giving always face the law of compensation, which inevitably brings them to an exact balance. The race has normally been for money and other insignificant symbols of power, but with an understanding of the true source of power, we can afford to disregard symbols. A man with a well-stocked bank account finds it unnecessary to burden himself with pockets full of gold. Similarly, one who has discovered the true source of power is no longer interested in pretenses or claims. Thought is generally directed outward in evolutionary directions, but it can turn inward, where it grasps the fundamental principles of things, the heart of things, and the essence of things. When one reaches the heart of things, it is relatively easy to understand and organize them. This is because the essence of a thing is the thing itself, its vital part, the real substance. The form is simply the external manifestation of internal spiritual activity. For your exercise this week, concentrate as much as possible according to the method described in this lesson, without any effort or conscious activity associated with your purpose. Relax completely and avoid any anxiety about the results. Remember that power comes through rest. Let the thought remain on its object until it is fully identified with it, until you are aware of nothing else. If you want to eliminate noise, focus on silence. If you want to eliminate lack, focus on abundance. If you want to eliminate disease, focus on health. Always focus on the ideal as an already existing fact. It is the germ cell, the vital principle that advances and sets in motion those causes which guide, direct, and bring forth the necessary relationship that ultimately manifests in form. Thought is the priority for those who can only understand it. Part 17. Study. Questions with answers. What is the true method of concentration? Being so identified with the object of your thought that you are aware of nothing else. What is the result of this method of concentration? Invisible forces are set in motion and irresistibly bring conditions into alignment with your thought. What is the controlling factor of this method of thought? Spiritual truth. Why is this the case? Because the nature of our desire must be in harmony with natural law. What is the practical value of this method of concentration? Thought transmutes into character, which becomes a magnet creating the individual's environment. What is the determining factor in any commercial activity? The mental element. Why is this the case? Because the mind is the governor and creator of all forms and events occurring within them. How does concentration work? By developing the powers of perception, wisdom, intuition, and insight. Why is intuition superior to reason? Because it relies neither on experience nor memory, and often solves problems with methods that are completely unknown to us. What is the result of pursuing the symbol of reality? They often turn to ashes by the time we reach them, as the symbol is merely the external form of internal spiritual activity. Therefore, unless we can possess the spiritual reality, the form disappears. Introduction to Part 18. To grow, we must obtain what is necessary for our growth, which is achieved through the law of attraction. This principle is the only means by which the individual differentiates from the universal. Think for a moment about what a man would be if he were not a husband, father, or brother, if he were not interested in the social, economic, political, or religious world. He would be nothing more than a theoretical abstraction. Thus he exists only to the extent that he maintains relationships with the whole, with other people, and with society. This relationship constitutes his environment, and in other words, it is evident that the individual is simply a differentiation of the unique universal spirit that enlightens every man who comes into the world, and that his individual self or personality consists only of his relationship with the whole. We call this his environment, and it is provoked by the law of attraction. Part 18 to follow has more to say about this important law. Part 18. There is a change in the world's thinking. This is occurring silently among us and is more significant than anything the world has known since the fall of paganism. This current revolution, in the opinions of all classes of people, from the highest and most educated to the working class, has no comparison in the history of the world. Science has recently made great discoveries, revealed countless resources, unveiled enormous possibilities, and uncovered unsuspected forces, to the point that scientists increasingly doubt some theories as established and consider other theories as absurd and impossible. A new civilization is being born, where customs, beliefs, and precedents are set aside, and vision, faith, and service take their place. Humanity is shedding the chains of tradition, and as the impurities of materialism are consumed, thought is liberated and truth stands completely unveiled before an amazed crowd. The entire world is on the brink of a new consciousness, a new power, and a new inner realization. Physical science has broken down matter into molecules, those into atoms, and those into energies. And what remains, to paraphrase J.J. Thomson in a speech before the Royal Institution, is to resolve this energy into spirit. In its ultimate essence, energy may be incomprehensible to us, except as a manifestation of the direct operation of what we call spirit or will. And this spirit is the one that inhabits and ultimately is immanent in both matter and mind. It is the sustaining, energizing, and omnipresent spirit of the universe. Every living being can be supported by omnipotent intelligence. We find that the difference in individual lives is largely measured by the degree of intelligence they manifest. A greater intelligence is one that places the animal at a higher level of being than the plant, man higher than the animal, and we see that this greater intelligence is again indicated by the power of the individual to control modes of action and thus to consciously adjust to his environment. It is this adjustment that attracts the attention of the greatest intelligences, and it consists of nothing more than the recognition of an order existing in the universal mind. For it is well known that this mind will obey us precisely to the extent that we first obey it. It is the recognition of natural laws that has allowed us to conquer time and space, to rise in the air, and to make iron float, and the higher the degree of intelligence, the greater our knowledge of these laws, and the greater the power we obtain. It is the recognition of the self as an individualization of this universal intelligence that enables the individual to control those forms of intelligence that have not yet reached this level of self-awareness. They do not know that this universal intelligence permeates all things, ready to be called into action, and they do not know that it responds to any request, so they are slaves to the law of their own being. Thought is creative, and the principle on which the law rests is sound and legitimate, inherent in the nature of things. This creative power does not originate from the individual, but from the universal, which is the source and foundation of all energy and substance. The individual is simply the channel for the distribution of this energy. The individual is merely the means by which the universal produces the various combinations that result in the formation of phenomena, which depends on the law of vibration, by which different rates of movement in the primary substance form new substances, but only in certain numerical proportions. Thought is the invisible link through which the individual communicates with the universal, the finite with the infinite, the visible with the invisible. Thought is the magic by which the human transforms into a being who thinks, knows, feels, and acts. Just as the appropriate device allowed the human eye to discover infinite worlds millions of kilometers away, so, with proper understanding, man has been able to communicate with the universal mind, the source of all power. The understanding that is generally developed is as valuable as a VCR without a videocassette. In fact, it is often nothing more than a belief that means nothing at all. The Cannibal Islanders believe in something, but that proves nothing. The only belief that has value for someone is one that has been tested and proven to be a fact. Then, ceasing to be a belief, it becomes a faith or a living truth. This truth has been tested by hundreds of thousands of people, and it has been found to be the exact truth in proportion to the usefulness of the device they used. A person would not expect to locate stars hundreds of millions of kilometers away without a necessarily powerful telescope. For this reason, science is continuously engaged in developing larger and more powerful telescopes, being continually rewarded with additional knowledge of celestial bodies. The same applies to understanding. People continually progress in the methods they use to communicate with the universal mind and its infinite possibilities. The universal mind manifests its purpose through the principle of attraction, which each atom has for another atom in infinite degrees of intensity. It is through this principle of combination and attraction that things come together. This principle is universally applicable and is the only means by which the purpose of existence is fulfilled. The expression of growth is realized more beautifully through the instrumentality of this universal principle. To grow, we must obtain what is essential for it, but since we are at all times a complete entity of thought, this completeness makes it possible that we receive only what we give. Growth is conditioned by reciprocal action, and we find that on the mental plane like attracts like. Mental vibrations respond only to the extent of their vibratory harmony. Thus, it is clear that thoughts of abundance will respond only to similar thoughts. The individual's wealth is seen as what it is intrinsically. It is discovered that inner wealth is the secret to attracting external wealth. Therefore, the ability to produce the true source of human wealth is one who has his heart in his work and is sure to find unlimited success. He will give and give continuously, and the more he gives, the more he will receive. What contributes to the sum of human happiness are the great financiers of Wall Street, captains of industry, statesmen, great lawyers, inventors, doctors, authors, if not the power of their thought. Thought is the energy through which the law of attraction is implemented, ultimately manifesting in abundance. The universal mind is a static mind or a balanced substance, differentiated from its form by our power to think. Thought is the dynamic phase of the mind. Power depends on self-awareness. If we do not use it, we will lose it. If we are not aware of it, we will not be able to use it. The use of this power depends on attention. The degree of attention determines our ability to acquire knowledge, which is another name for power. Attention is considered the hallmark of genius. The development of attention depends on practice. The incentive for attention is interest. The greater the interest, the greater the attention. The greater the attention, the greater the interest. Action and reaction begin with paying attention. In a short time, interest will be awakened and attract more attention. Then this attention will produce more interest, and so on. This practice will allow you to cultivate the power of attention. This week, focus on your power of creation, seek perception, and try to find a logical basis for the faith that resides within you. Let thought settle on the fact that the physical man lives and dies and finds his purpose in supporting all organic life, the air you need to breathe to live. Then, let thought rest on the fact that the spiritual man also lives and moves, and has his being in a similar but more subtle energy upon which he must depend to live. Just as in the physical world no life takes form until a seed is sown, and no higher fruit can be produced than that of the parent stock, in the spiritual world no effect can be produced until a seed is sown, and the fruit will depend on the nature of the seed. Thus the results you secure depend on your perception of the law in the powerful realm of causality. The highest evolution of human consciousness. Emerson. Part 18. Study questions with answers. How is the difference in individual lives measured according to the degree of intelligence they manifest? The difference in individual lives is largely measured by the degree of intelligence they manifest. What is the law by which the individual can control other forms of intelligence? The law by which the individual can control other forms of intelligence is the recognition of self as an individualization of universal intelligence. Where does creative power reside? Creative power resides in the universal. How does the universal create through the individual? The universal creates through the individual by using thought. What is the link between the individual and the universal? The link between the individual and the universal is thought. What is the principle by which the means of existence is accomplished? The principle by which the means of existence is accomplished is the law of love. How does this principle express itself? This principle expresses itself through the law of knowledge. What condition does the law of growth depend on? The law of growth depends on reciprocal action. What do we give? We give thought. What do we receive? We receive thought, which is a balanced substance and constantly differentiates into form according to what we think. Introduction, Part 19. Fear is a powerful form of thought that paralyzes the nerve centers, affecting blood circulation, which in turn paralyzes the muscular system. So fear affects the entire being, body, brain, and physical, mental, and muscular nerves. Of course, the way to overcome fear is to become aware of the power that is this mysterious, vital force we call power. We do not know what it is, but we also do not know what electricity is. However, we know that if we conform to the requirements of the law governing electricity, it will be our faithful servant, illuminating our homes and cities, in addition to operating our machines and serving us in many useful capacities. And the same happens with the vital force. Although we do not know what it is and probably never will, we understand that it is a primary force that manifests through living bodies. By adhering to the laws and principles governing it, we can open ourselves to a more abundant influx of this vital energy and thus express the highest possible degree of mental, moral, and spiritual efficiency. This part explains a very simple way to develop this vital force. If you practice the information outlined in this lesson, you will quickly develop the sense of power that has always been the hallmark of genius. Part 19. The quest for truth is no longer a harmonious adventure, but a systematic and logical process where all kinds of experiences are considered in forming your decision. In seeking the truth, we are seeking the ultimate cause. We know that every human experience is an effect. If we can discover the cause and find that this cause is consciously controllable, the effect or experience will also be under our control. Human experience will no longer be the plaything of fate, man will no longer be the child of fortune, but of destiny. Fate and fortune will be as easily controlled as a captain controls his ship or a driver directs his train. All things are ultimately resolvable into the same element, and since they are thus translatable, they must always be related and can never be opposed to each other. In the physical world, there are countless contrasts that for convenience can be designated by different names. There are sizes, colors, shades or extremes in all things. There is a North Pole and a South Pole, an inside and an outside, a seen and an unseen. But these expressions only serve to contrast the extremes. These are names given to two different parts of a quantity. The two extremes are relative. They are not separate entities, but two parts or two elements of the whole. In the mental world we find the same law. We speak of knowledge and ignorance, but ignorance is only the absence of knowledge, and is therefore considered merely as a word to express the absence of knowledge, having no principle in itself. In the moral world we find the same law. We talk about good and evil, but good is a reality, something tangible, while evil is simply a negative condition, the absence of good. Sometimes it is thought that evil is a very real condition, but it has neither principle nor vitality, as we know, because it can always be destroyed by good, just as truth destroys error and light destroys darkness. Thus, evil fades when good appears, being nothing more than a principle in the moral world. We find exactly the same law in the spiritual world. We talk about spirit and matter as two separate entities, but a clearer vision shows that there is only one operating principle, which is spirit. The spirit is the real and eternal, while matter is always changing. We know that in the lions of time, 100 years are like a day. If we stand in a large city and let our gaze rest on the countless grand and magnificent buildings, on the wide range of modern cars, on cell phones, on electric lights, and on all the other conveniences of modern civilization, we may recall that there was not a single one a little over a century ago, and if we were to find ourselves in the same place 100 years from now, it is likely we would find only a few. In the animal kingdom, we find the same law of change. The great number of millions of animals come and go within a few years, constituting their lifespan. In the plant world, change is even faster. Many plants and almost all herbs come and go within just 1 year. When we move to the inorganic, we expect to find something more substantial, but looking at the seemingly solid continent, we are told it emerged from the ocean. We see the giant mountain and are told that the place where it now stands was once a lake. And when we stand in awe before the great cliffs of Yosemite Valley, we can easily trace the path of the glaciers that carried everything away before them. We are in the presence of continuous change, and we know that this change is nothing other than the evolution of the universal mind, the great process by which all things are continually recreated. And we come to know that matter is nothing but a form taken by the mind and is therefore simply a condition. Matter has no principle. The mind is the only principle. We have then learned that the mind is the only principle operating in the physical, mental, moral, and spiritual worlds. We also know that this mind is of a static nature. It is at rest. Moreover, we know that the individual's ability to think, its ability to act upon the universal mind and convert it into dynamic spirit, increases with movement. For this, it is necessary to apply fuel in the form of food, as man cannot think without eating. Thus, we find that even a spiritual activity such as thought cannot become a source of pleasure and benefits if it does not use material means. It takes energy of some kind to gather electricity and transform it into dynamic power. It needs the rays of the sun to provide the necessary energy and sustain the life of plants. Similarly, it also needs energy in the form of food to allow the individual to think and then act upon the universal mind. You may know that thought takes form permanently, always seeking expression, or perhaps not. But the fact is that if your thought is powerful, constructive, and positive, it will manifest in your state of health, your affairs, and your environment. If your thought is weak, critical, destructive, and negative, it will generally manifest in your body as fear, worry, and nervousness, in your finances as lack and limitation, and in other discordant conditions in your environment. All wealth is the fruit of power, so possessions are valuable only to the extent that they confer power. Events are significant only to the extent that they affect power. All things represent certain forms and degrees of power. The knowledge of cause and effect, as demonstrated by the laws governing steam, electricity, chemical affinity, and gravitation, allows men to plan with courage and execute without fear. These laws are called natural laws because they govern the physical world, but not all power is of a physical nature. There is also mental power, just as there is moral and spiritual power. What are our schools and universities but mental centers, places where mental force is developed? Just as there are many powerful plants for applying force to heavy machinery, through which raw material is gathered to become the needs and conveniences of life, mental centers then collect the raw material, cultivate it, and develop it into a power infinitely superior to all natural forces, however wonderful they may be. What is this raw material that is gathered in these thousands of mental power centers around the world and develops into a power that is obviously controlled by all other powers? In its static form, it is the mind. In its dynamic form, it is thought. This power is superior because it exists on a higher plane, as it has allowed man to discover the laws according to which these marvelous natural forces could be harnessed and used to replace the work of hundreds and thousands of men. It has allowed man to discover the laws by which time and space have been conquered and the law of gravitation surpassed. Thought is the force or vital energy in development that has produced astonishing results over the past half-century, enough to create a world that would be completely inconceivable to a person living just 50 or 25 years ago. If such results have been achieved by the organization of these mental forces in 50 years, what can we hope for in the next 50 years? 26. The substance from which all things are created is infinite in quantity. We know that light travels at a speed of 186,300 miles per second. We know that there are stars so distant that light takes 2,000 years to reach us, and we know that such stars exist throughout the sky. We also know that this light comes in waves, so if the ether through which it travels in these waves were not continuous, the light would not reach us. We can only conclude that this substance, this ether or raw material, is present throughout the universe. 27. How does it then manifest in form? In electrical science, a battery is formed by connecting the opposite poles of zinc and copper, which causes a current to flow from one to the other. This same process is repeated for each polarity. And since every form simply depends on the rate of vibration and the consequent relationships of atoms to each other, if we want to change the form of manifestation, we must change the polarity. This is the principle of causality. 28. For your exercise this week, focus. And when I use the word focus, I mean everything that the word implies. Immerse yourself so deeply in the object of your thought that you are aware of nothing else. Do this for a few minutes each day. If you take the time necessary to eat and nourish your body, why not take the time necessary to assimilate your mental food? 29. Let us consider that appearances are deceptive. The earth is neither flat nor stationary, the sky is not a dome, the sun does not move, the stars are not tiny particles of light, and matter, once thought to be fixed, has been found in a state of perpetual flux, when modes of thought and action must adjust to the rapidly increasing knowledge of the workings of eternal principles. 31. Silent thought is ultimately the most powerful agent in human affairs. Study questions from Part 19 with answers. 181. How are extremes positioned in contrast? They are designated by distinctive names such as inside and outside, high and low, light and dark, good and evil. 182. Are they separate entities or parts or aspects of a whole? They are parts or aspects of a whole. 183. What is the only creative principle in the physical, mental, and spiritual worlds? The universal mind or eternal energy, from which all things originate. 184. How are we related to this creative principle? Through our ability to think. 185. How does this creative principle become operational? Thought is the seed that gives birth to action, which in turn gives birth to form. 186. What does form depend on? The rate of vibration. 187. How can the rate of vibration be changed through mental action? By changing polarity. 188. What does mental action depend on? Polarity, the action and reaction between the individual and the universal. 189. Does creative energy come from the individual or the universal? From the universal, but the universal can only manifest through the individual. 190. Why is the individual necessary? Because the universe is static and needs energy to set it in motion. This energy is provided by food, which transforms into energy, allowing the individual to think. When the individual stops eating, they stop thinking, as they no longer act on the universal. Consequently, there is no action or reaction, and the universal becomes only static. For many years there has been an endless debate about the origin of evil. Theologians have told us that God is love and that God is omnipresent. If this is true, there is no place where God is not. So where is evil, Satan, and hell? Let us see. God is spirit. The spirit is the creative principle of the universe. Man is made in his image and likeness, so man is a spiritual being. The only activity that spirit possesses is the power to think. Thought is therefore a creative process, and every existing form is the result of the thought process. The destruction of the formation must also be a result of the thought process. Fictional representations of form are the result of the creative power of thought, such as hypnotism. Apparent representations of form are the result of the creative power of thought, such as spiritism. Invention, organization, and constructive work of all kinds are the results of the creative power of thought, such as in concentration. When the creative power of thought manifests for the benefit of humanity, we call it good. When the creative power of thought manifests destructively or maliciously, we call it evil. This indicates the origin of good and evil. They are simply words invented to indicate the nature of the result of the thought or creation process. Thought precedes and necessarily determines action, which precedes and determines condition. Part 20 will shed more light on this important subject. The spiritual aspect of a thing is the thing itself. It is necessarily fixed, immutable, and eternal. Your mind is you. Without the mind, you would be nothing. It becomes active through your recognition of it and its possibilities. You may possess all the wealth of Christianity, but unless you know and use it, it will be of no value. The same goes for your spiritual wealth. Unless you recognize and use it, it will have no value. The only condition for spiritual power is use or recognition. All great things come through recognition. The center of power is the consciousness and thought of its messenger, who constantly shapes the realities of the invisible world into the conditions and environments of your objective world. Thought is the true business of life. Power is the result. At all times you are dealing with the magic of the power of thought and consciousness. What results can you expect, as long as you remain indifferent to the power that is under your control? By doing this, you limit yourself to superficial conditions and become a beast of burden. Those who think, those who recognize their power, know that unless we are ready to think, we will have to work. And the less we think, the more we will have to work, and the less we will obtain through our labor. The secret of power is a perfect understanding of principles, forces, methods, and combinations of the mind. A perfect understanding of our relationship with the universal mind. It is good to remember that this principle is immutable, otherwise it would not be reliable, as all principles are immutable. This stability is your opportunity. You are its active attribute, the channel of its activity. The universal can only act through the individual. When you begin to perceive that the essence of the universal is within you, you start to do things. You begin to feel your power. It is the fuel that powers imagination. It is the torch of inspiration that brings thought to life and connects with all the invisible forces of the universe. It is this power that will enable you to plan without fear and execute with mastery. But perception will come only in silence, which seems to be the required condition for great designs. You are an entity that visualizes the image. Your workshop is here, where your ideal must be visualized. Since a perfect understanding of the nature of this power is a fundamental condition for its manifestation, Visualize the entire process over and over again so you can use it on every occasion. The affinity of wisdom is to follow the method through which we can have the inspiration of the omnipotent universal mind at all times. We may not recognize this inner world and thus exclude it from our consciousness, but it will remain the fundamental fact of all existence. And when we learn to recognize it, not only within ourselves, but also in all people, events, things, and circumstances, we will have found the kingdom of heaven that is said to be within us. Our failures are the result of the operation of the same principle. The principle is immutable, its operation is precise, and there is no deviation. If we think of lack, limitation, or discord, we will find its fruits everywhere. If we think of poverty, misfortune, or illness, the messengers of thought will bring their summons as easily as any thought, and the result will certainly be the same. If a calamity befalls us, we may say with Job, "What I feared has come upon me." If we think unkindly or ignorantly, we thus attract the results of our ignorance. This power of thought, if understood and used correctly, is the greatest work-saving device ever conceived. But if it is not understood or used inadequately, the result will likely be disastrous, as we have already seen. With the help of this power, you can confidently undertake things that seem impossible, for you have the secret of all inspiration and genius. To be inspired means to step off the beaten path of routine, for extraordinary results require extraordinary means. When we recognize the unity of all things, and that the source of all power is within us, we tap into the source of inspiration. Inspiration is the art of relating to oneself, the art of aligning the individual mind with the universal mind, becoming a channel for the flow of infinite wisdom, visualizing perfection, and realizing the omnipresence of omnipotence. Understanding and appreciating the fact that infinite power is omnipresent, and thus present both in the infinitely small and the vast, will allow us to absorb its essence. Intellectual understanding alone will not suffice. Emotions must be engaged, for thought without feeling is cold. The necessary combination is thought and feeling. Inspiration comes from within. Silence is necessary. The senses must be calmed, the muscles relaxed, and rest cultivated. When you possess a sense of balance and power, you will be ready to receive the information, inspiration, or wisdom needed to pursue your goal. Do not confuse these methods with those of clairvoyance, as they have nothing in common. Inspiration is the art of receiving and accomplishes the best in life. Your task in life is to understand and command these invisible forces rather than letting them command you. Power involves service, and inspiration involves power. Understanding and applying the method of inspiration means becoming a superior being. We can live abundantly every time we breathe if we breathe consciously with that intention. This is a very important condition because intention governs attention, and without attention, you can only achieve the results that everyone else obtains. A supply equal to the demand. To ensure a greater supply, your demand must increase, and as this increase becomes conscious, the supply will follow. You will find an increasingly abundant supply of life, energy, and vitality. The reason for this is not difficult to understand, but it is another of life's essential mysteries that does not seem to be generally appreciated. If you make it your own, you will discover that it is one of life's great realities. We are told that we live, move, and have our being in it, and we are told that it is a spirit, then that it is love. Thus, every time we breathe, we are breathing in that life, that love, and that spirit. It is practical energy or ether, without which we could not exist for even a moment. It is cosmic energy, the life of the solar plexus. Every time we breathe, we fill our lungs with air, and at the same time, we vitalize our bodies with this planetary ether, which is life itself, so that we have the opportunity to make a conscious connection with life, intelligence, and substance. Understanding your relationship and unity with this principle that governs the universe, and the simple method by which you can consciously identify with it, gives you a scientific understanding of a law through which you can free yourself from disease, lack, or any limitation. In fact, it allows you to breathe the breath of life into your own nostrils. This breath of life is a superconscious reality. It is the essence of I am, pure being, universal substance, and our conscious unity with it allows us to locate it and thus exercise the powers of this creative energy. Thought is a creative vibration, and the quality of the conditions created will depend on the quality of our thought. For we cannot express powers that we do not possess. We must be before we can do, and we can only do to the extent that we are. Thus, what we do will necessarily coincide with what we are, and what we are depends on what we think. With each thought, you initiate a chain of causality, and this will create a condition strictly in accordance with the quality of the thought that initiated it. Thought that is in harmony with the universal mind will give rise to corresponding conditions, while thought that is destructive or discordant will produce corresponding results. You can use thought constructively or destructively, but the immutable law will not allow you to sow one kind of thought and reap the fruit of another. You are free to use this wonderful creative power as you wish, but you must accept the consequences. This is the danger of what is called willpower. There are those who seem to think that through it they can bend this law, that they can sow a seed of one kind and, by the force of will, make it yield another. But the fundamental principle of creative power lies in the universal, and thus the idea of forcing the realization of our desires through the power of individual will is an inverted conception that may seem to succeed for a while, but is ultimately doomed to failure, as it conflicts with the very power it tries to use. It is the individual who attempts to constrain the universal, the finite, in conflict with the infinite. Our permanent well-being will be better preserved through constant cooperation with the continuous forward movement of the great whole. For your exercise this week, enter into silence and focus on the fact that in Him we live, move, and have our being. It is literally and scientifically accurate that you are because He is, that if He is omnipresent, He must be within you, that if He is in everything, you must be in Him. He is spirit, and you are made in His image and likeness, and the only difference between His spirit and yours is one of degree. A part must be equal in class and quality to the whole. When you can clearly realize this, you will have discovered the secret of the creative power of thought, found the origin of good and evil, grasped the wonderful secret of the power of concentration, and discovered the key to solving any problem, whether physical, financial, or environmental. The power to think consecutively, deeply, and clearly is a declared immortal friend of the errors and absurdities of superstitions, unscientific theories, irrational beliefs, frenzied enthusiasm, and blind fanaticism. Study questions from Part 21 with answers. 191. What does the power of recognition and use depend on? What is recognition? Consciousness. How do we become aware of power through thinking? What, then, is the true purpose of life? Correct scientific thinking. What is correct scientific thinking? The ability to align our thought processes with the will of the universe. In other words, cooperation with universal laws. How is this achieved? By ensuring a perfect understanding of principles, forces, methods, and combinations of the mind. What is this universal mind? The fundamental fact of all existence. What is the cause of all deficiencies, limitations, disease, and discord? It is due to the exact operation of the same law, which operates relentlessly and continually brings conditions in alignment with the thoughts that originated them. What is inspiration? The art of becoming aware of the omnipresence of omniscience. What do the conditions we encounter depend on? The quality of our thought. What we do depends on what we are, and what we are depends on what we think. Introduction to Part 21. I have the privilege of presenting Part 21. In paragraph 7, you will find one of the secrets of success, one of the methods to organize victory, and one of the achievements of the mastermind, to think big. In paragraph 8, you will learn that everything we hold in our consciousness for a period of time is imprinted in our subconscious and becomes a pattern that creative energy will weave into our life and environment. This is the secret of the wonderful power of prayer. We know that the universe is governed by law, that for every effect there must be a cause, and that this same cause, under certain conditions, will invariably produce the same effect. Therefore, if prayer has been answered once, it will always be answered, provided the appropriate conditions are met. This must necessarily be true, otherwise the universe would be chaos instead of cosmos. The answer to prayer is subject to a law, and this law is defined, exact, and scientific, just like the laws governing gravitation and electricity. Understanding this law lifts Christianity from the realm of superstition and credulity to place it on the solid rock of scientific understanding. But unfortunately, there are few people who know how to pray and understand that there are laws governing electricity, mathematics, and chemistry. But for some inexplicable reason, it seems to never occur to them that there are also spiritual laws, and that these laws are as defined, exact, and operate with invariable precision. Part 21. The true secret of power lies in the consciousness of one's own existence. The universal mind is unconditional. Thus, the more we are aware of our unity with it, the less we are conscious of conditions and limitations. As we free ourselves from these conditions, we realize the unconditional and become free. As soon as we become aware of the inexhaustible power of the inner world, we begin to turn to this power, applying and developing the greatest possibilities that this awareness has realized. Everything we become aware of inevitably manifests in the objective world and takes form. This is because the infinite mind, the source of all things, is unique and indivisible, and each individual is a channel through which this eternal energy manifests. Our ability to think is also our ability to act on this universal substance, and what we think is created or occurs in the objective world. The result of this discovery is simply wonderful and means that the mind is extraordinary in quality and unlimited in quantity, containing countless possibilities. Becoming aware of this power is like becoming a living conductor. It has the same effect as connecting an ordinary cable to a charged cable. The universal is the living cable, carrying enough power to handle all the life situations of every individual. When the individual mind contacts the universal mind, it receives all the power it needs. This is the inner world, recognized by all sciences as a reality, and all power depends on our knowledge of this world. The ability to eliminate imperfect conditions depends on mental action, which in turn depends on awareness of power. Thus, the more aware we are of our unity with the source of all power, the greater our power to control and dominate each condition. Great ideas tend to eliminate all smaller ones. Therefore, it is good to have ideas large enough to counterbalance and destroy the small and undesirable tendencies. This will eliminate many insignificant and troublesome obstacles from your path, while expanding your mental capacity and positioning you to accomplish something valuable. This is one of the secrets of success, one of the ways to organize victory, and one of the achievements of mental mastery. Thinking big. The creative energies of the mind encounter no difficulty managing both large and small situations. The mind is as comfortable in the enormously large as it is in the very small. When we become aware of these facts about the mind, we will understand how we can bring any condition about by creating the corresponding conditions in our consciousness. For everything that is held in consciousness for a period of time eventually becomes imprinted in the subconscious, thus becoming a pattern that creative energy will weave into the individual's life and environment. In this way, conditions come to pass, and we find that our lives are merely reflections of our predominant thoughts. Our mental attitude then becomes the only science of right thinking, encompassing all other sciences. From this science, we learn that every thought creates an impression in the brain, which in turn creates mental tendencies, and these tendencies create character, ability, and purpose. The combined action of character, ability, and purpose determines the experiences we encounter in life. These experiences come to us through the law of attraction. Through this law's action, we find in the outer world experiences that correspond to our inner world. Predominant thought or mental attitude is a magnet, and the law is that like attracts like, so the mental attitude will invariably attract conditions that match its nature. This mental attitude is our personality and is composed of the thoughts we have created in our own mind. Therefore, if we want a change in conditions, it is sufficient to change our thought. This will in turn change our mental attitude, which will change our personality, which will then change the people, things, and conditions we encounter in life. However, It is not easy to change the mental attitude, but with persistent effort, it can be achieved. The mental attitude is based on mental images that have been imprinted in the brain. If you do not like the images, destroy the negatives and create new images. This is the art of visualization. As soon as you have done this, you will begin to attract new things, and these new things will correspond to the new images. For this, imprint a perfect image of the desire you wish to objectify into your mind, and continue to maintain the image in your mind until results are obtained. If the desire requires determination, skills, talent, courage, power, or any other spiritual power that is essential and necessary to build your image, they will become a vital part of the image. The combination of feeling and thought creates the irresistible magnetic power that attracts the things you want to you. They bring life to your picture, and life means growth, and as soon as you start to grow, the result is practically assured. Do not hesitate to aspire to the highest achievements possible in everything you undertake, as the forces of the mind are always ready to lend a determined will, an effort to crystallize your highest aspirations into actions, achievements, and events. An illustration of how to operate these forces is suggested by the method in which all our habits are formed. We do one thing, then repeat it over and over until it becomes something easy and perhaps automatic. The same rule applies to breaking all bad habits. First, we stop doing something, then we avoid it repeatedly until we are completely free of it. And if we fail from time to time, we must not lose hope, for the law is absolute and invincible, and it credits us for every effort and every success, even if our efforts and successes are intermittent. There is no limit to what this law can do for you. Dare to believe in your own idea. Remember that nature is plastic to the ideal. Think of the ideal as a fact already realized. The true battle of life is the battle of ideas, waged by a few against many. On one side, there is constructive and creative thought. On the other, destructive and negative thought. The former is driven by an ideal, while passive thought is driven by appearances. In both camps, there are men of science, letters, and business. On the creative side, there are men who spend their time in laboratories or in front of microscopes and telescopes, alongside those who dominate the commercial, political, and scientific world. On the negative side, there are men who spend their time studying legal precedents, those who confuse theology with religion, statesmen who confuse power with right, and all the millions who seem to prefer the past to progress, who look eternally backward instead of forward, who see only the outer world but know nothing of the inner world. Ultimately, there are only these two classes. Every person will have to take their place on one side or the other. They must advance or retreat. One must not remain stationary in a world in motion. It is this attempt to remain stationary that gives force and sensation to arbitrary and unequal codes of law. The fact that we are in a period of transition is evident from the agitation manifesting everywhere. Humanity's complaint is like the drum roll of the heavens, starting with lower, threatening notes, increasing until the sound spreads from cloud to cloud, and lightning tears through the air and earth. The sentinels patrolling the frontiers of the industrial, political, and religious worlds anxiously worry about what will happen at night. The danger and insecurity of the position they occupy become more apparent with each passing hour. The dawn of a new era necessarily declares that the existing order cannot last much longer. The question between the old regime and the new, the why of the social problem, is entirely a matter of conviction in people's minds about the nature of the universe. When they realize that the transcendent force of the mind or the spirit of the cosmos is present in every individual, it will be possible to create laws that consider the freedoms and rights of the majority rather than the privileges of a few. As long as people view cosmic power as a non-human force alien to humanity, it will be relatively easy for a so-called privileged class to govern by divine right despite all the protests of social sentiment. The true interest of democracy is therefore to exalt, emancipate, and recognize the divinity of the human spirit, to recognize that all power comes from within and that no human being has more power than another, except that which can be voluntarily delegated to them. The old regime sought to make us believe that the law was superior to the legislators. This is where the essence of social crime, all forms of privilege and personal inequality, and the institutionalization of the fatalistic doctrine of divine election reside. The divine mind is the universal mind. It makes no exceptions, has no favorites, and acts neither out of whim, anger, jealousy, nor rage. It cannot be flattered, seduced, or moved by sympathy or request to satisfy a human need that it deems necessary for its happiness or even its existence. The divine mind makes no exceptions to favor an individual, but when man understands and realizes his unity with the universal principle, he seems favored because he will have found the source of all health, wealth, and power. For your exercise this week, focus on the truth. Try to realize that the truth will set you free, and that nothing can permanently hinder the path to your perfect success when you learn to apply scientifically correct methods and principles of thought. Recognize that you externalize your dormant psychic powers into your environment. Note that silence offers a continually available and almost limitless opportunity to awaken the highest conception of truth. Try to understand that omnipotence itself is absolute silence, and that everything else is change, activity, limitation. Therefore, the concentration of silent thought is the true method to reach and express the marvelous potential power of the inner world. The possibilities for the formation of thought are infinite, their consequences eternal, yet few take the effort to direct their thought towards beneficial paths, preferring to leave everything to chance. Study questions for Part 21 with answers. What is the true secret of power? The awareness of power, as everything we become aware of invariably manifests in the objective world, taking on tangible expression. What is the source of this power? The universal mind, from which all things come, is unique and indivisible. How does this energy manifest through the individual? Each individual is a channel through which this energy differentiates in its form. How can we connect to this omnipotence? Our ability to think is our ability to act on this universal energy, and what we think is what occurs or is created in the objective world. What is the result of this discovery? The result is wonderful. It opens up infinite and unprecedented opportunities. How can we then eliminate imperfect conditions? By becoming aware of our unity with the source of all power. What is one of the distinctive features of the master mind? Thinking big, having ideas large enough to counter and eliminate all insignificant and bothersome obstacles. How do experiences come to us? Through the law of attraction. How is this law implemented? Through our predominant mental attitude. What is the issue between the old regime and the new? It is a matter of conviction about the nature of the universe. The old regime clings to the doctrine of divine election, while the new regime recognizes the divinity of the individual and the democracy of humanity. Introduction to Part 22. In Part 22, you will find that thoughts are spiritual seeds, which, when planted in the subconscious mind, tend to germinate and grow. Unfortunately, the fruit is often not to our liking. Various forms of inflammation, paralysis, nervousness, and disease conditions are generally manifestations of fear, worry, anxiety, jealousy, hatred, and similar thoughts. Vital processes occur through two distinct methods. First, the absorption and utilization of the nutritive material needed for cell construction, and second, the decomposition and expulsion of waste material. All life depends on these constructive and destructive activities, and since food, water, and air are the only needs required for cell construction, it would seem that the problem of extending life indefinitely should not be difficult. Strangely, it is the second activity, or the destructive activity, which, with few exceptions, is responsible for all diseases. Waste accumulates and saturates tissues, leading to self-poisoning. This influence can be partial or general. In the first case, the disturbance will be local. In the second, it will affect the entire system. The problem we face in healing disease is to increase the flow and distribution of vital energy throughout the system, and this can only be done by eliminating thoughts of fear, worry, attention, anxiety, jealousy, hatred, and any other destructive thoughts that tend to weaken and destroy the nerves and glands that control the expression and elimination of toxic matter. Nutritive foods and strengthening tonics cannot give life, as they are merely secondary manifestations of it. The primary manifestation of life and the way to access it are explained in the part I am privileged to include. Part 22. Knowledge is invaluable because, when applied, it allows us to make our future what we desire it to be. When we realize that our current character, environment, ability, and physical condition are all the result of past methods of thought, we begin to grasp the value of knowledge. If the state of our health is not entirely desirable, we should examine our method of thinking. Remember that each thought creates an impression in the mind. Each impression is a seed that sinks into the subconscious and forms a tendency that attracts other similar thoughts. And before we know it, we will have a harvest that must be reaped. If these thoughts contain germs of disease, the harvest will be illness, decline, weakness, and failure. The question is, what are we thinking? What are we creating? What will the harvest be? If there is a physical condition that needs to be changed, the law of visualization will be effective. Create a mental image of physical perfection and hold it in your mind until it is absorbed by your consciousness. Many have eliminated chronic conditions within weeks using this method, and thousands have overcome and destroyed all kinds of ordinary physical disturbances in a few days, sometimes in a few minutes. It is through the law of vibration that the mind exerts control over the body. We know that all mental action is a vibration, and that all forms are simply modes of movement, rates of vibration. Therefore, any specific vibration immediately alters every atom of the body. Every vital cell is affected, and a complete chemical change occurs in every group of cells. The entire universe is what it is because of its rate of vibration. If the rate of vibration is altered, the nature, quality, and form are changed. The vast panorama of nature, visible and invisible, is constantly modified simply by changing the rate of vibration. Since thought is a vibration, we can also exercise this power. We can change the vibration and thus produce any condition we wish to manifest in our bodies. We all use this power every minute. The problem is that most of us use it unconsciously and thus produce undesirable results. The challenge is to use it intelligently and produce only desirable results. This should not be difficult, as we all have enough experience to know what produces a pleasant vibration in the body, as well as the causes of unpleasant and undesirable sensations. We need only consult our own experience. When our thought has been elevated, progressive, constructive, courageous, remarkable, kind, or otherwise desirable, we have set in motion vibrations that produce certain results. When our thought is filled with envy, hatred, jealousy, criticism, or one of the 1,001 forms of discord, it sets in motion vibrations that produce other results of a different nature. And each of these vibration rhythms maintains itself, crystallizing into form. In the first case, the result is mental, moral, and physical health. In the second, it is discord, disharmony, and disease. We can then understand something of the power the mind has over the body. The objective mind has certain effects on the body that are easily recognized. If someone says something that seems ridiculous to you, you laugh, and perhaps even your whole body trembles, proving that thought has control over the muscles of your body. Or if someone says something that excites your sympathy and your eyes fill with tears, it means that thought controls the glands of your body. Or if someone says something that makes you angry and blood rushes to your cheeks, it proves that thought controls your blood circulation. But since all these experiences are the result of the action of your objective mind on your body, the results are temporary in nature. They soon pass, leaving the situation as it was before. Now let's see how the action of the subconscious mind on the body differs. If you receive an injury, thousands of cells immediately begin the healing process, and within a few days or weeks, the work is completed. You might even break a bone. No surgeon on earth can weld the parts together. I am not talking about the insertion of rods or other devices to reinforce or replace the bones. You can align the bone, and the subconscious mind will immediately begin the process of welding the parts together, and soon the bone will be as solid as before. You might ingest poison. The subconscious mind will immediately detect the danger and make vigorous efforts to eliminate it. You might be infected by a dangerous germ. The subconscious mind will immediately start building a wall around the infected area and destroy the infection by absorbing it into the white blood cells it supplies for that purpose. These processes of the subconscious mind occur normally without our knowledge or direction, and as long as we do not interfere, the result will be perfect. But since these millions of repair cells are all intelligent and respond to our thoughts, they are often paralyzed and become powerless due to our thoughts of fear, doubt, and anxiety. They are like an army of workers ready to start an important job, but each time they get going, a strike is called or the plans are changed and they end up getting discouraged and deserting. The path to health is based on the law of vibration, which is the foundation of all science, and this is implemented by the mind. The inner world is a matter of individual effort and practice. Our power lies within, and if we are wise, we will not waste time or effort trying to treat effects as we encounter them in the external world, which is merely an external reflection. We always find the cause in the inner world. By changing the cause, we change the effect. Every cell in your body is intelligent and will respond to your instructions. The cells are all creators and create the exact pattern you give them. Therefore, when perfect images are placed before the subject, the creative energies will build a perfect body. The cells of the brain are constructed in the same manner. The quality of the brain is governed by mood or mental attitude. So if undesirable mental attitudes are transmitted to the subject, they will in turn be transferred to the body. Therefore, it is easy to see that if we want the body to manifest health, strength, and vitality, it must be the predominant thought. We then understand that every element of the human body is the result of a vibratory frequency. We know that mental action is a vibratory frequency. We know that a higher vibratory frequency governs, modifies, controls, changes, or destroys a lower vibratory frequency. We know that the vibratory rhythm is governed by the character of the brain cells. We know how to create these brain cells. Therefore, we know how to make any physical change we desire in the body, and having gained practical knowledge of the power of the mind to this point, we have learned that there is virtually no limit that can be placed on our ability to harmonize with the natural law, which is omnipotent. This influence or control over the body by the mind is becoming better understood, and many doctors are paying attention to this issue. Dr. Albert Days of Wild, who has written several important books on the subject, says, "The subject of mental therapy remains ignored in general medical literature. In our physiology, no mention is made of the central control power that governs the body for its good, and the power of the mind over the body is rarely discussed." There is no doubt that many doctors wisely and effectively treat functional nervous diseases, but what we argue is that the knowledge they exhibit was not taught to us in any school, is not derived from books, but is intuitive and empirical. This is not how it should be. The power of mental therapy should be the subject of careful, special, and scientific teaching in all medical schools. We could delve into the subject of mistreatment or lack of treatment and describe the disastrous results of neglected cases, but the task is thankless. There is no doubt that few patients are aware of everything they can do for themselves, and the forces they can employ are still unknown. We tend to believe they are far greater than most imagine, and undoubtedly they will be increasingly utilized. Mental therapy can be directed by the patient themselves to calm the mind in excitement, awaken feelings of joy, hope, and love, suggesting motives for effort through regular mental work, thus diverting thoughts away from illness. For your exercise this week, focus on the beautiful lines of tennis. Speak to it, for it listens, and the mind with the mind can come closer than breath and closer than hands and feet. Then, try to realize that when you speak to it, you are in contact with omnipotence. This relationship and recognition of this omnipresent power will quickly destroy any form of illness or suffering and replace them with harmony and perfection. Then we will remember that some seem to think that illness and suffering are sent by God, and if that were the case, every doctor, every surgeon, every Red Cross nurse would be defying the will of God, and hospitals and sanatoriums would be places of rebellion rather than houses of mercy. Of course, this quickly becomes absurd because there are many who continue to uphold this idea. So let us rest our thoughts on the fact that, until recently, theology tried to teach an impossible creator, a creator who made beings capable of sinning and then allowed them to be eternally punished for their sins. Of course, the necessary result of such extraordinary ignorance was to create fear instead of love, and thus, after 2,000 years of this kind of propaganda, theology is now attempting to excuse Christianity. Then you will more easily appreciate the ideal man, who is made in the image and likeness of God, and you will more easily appreciate the omnipotent spirit that forms, sustains, originates, and creates everything that exists. All are merely parts of a wonderful whole, of which the body is nature, and God is the soul. Opportunity follows perception, action follows inspiration, growth, knowledge, and eminence follow ever-advancing spiritual progress. Then comes transformation into the infinite and limitless possibilities of achievement. Study questions for Part 22 with answers. 211. How can one eliminate disease? By harmonizing with the omnipotent natural law. 212. What is the process? Understanding that man is a spiritual being and that this spirit must necessarily be perfect. 213. What is the result? The conscious recognition of this intellectual and emotional perfection leads to its manifestation. 214. Why is this so? Because thought is spiritual and therefore creative. It correlates with its object and brings it to manifestation. 215. What natural law is implemented? The law of vibration. 216. Why does it govern? Because a higher vibratory frequency governs, modifies, controls, changes, or destroys a lower vibratory frequency. 217. Is this mental therapy system generally recognized? If there are literally millions of people in this country using it in one way or another, and obviously many more worldwide? Yes. 218. What is the result of this system of thought? For the first time in the history of the world, the highest reasoning faculty of each person can be satisfied by the demonstrable truth that is rapidly flooding the world. 219. Can this system be applied to other forms of provision? Yes, as it meets all human requirements or needs. 221. System religiously scientific? Both. True science and true religion are twin sisters. Where one goes, the other necessarily follows. Introduction to Part 23. In the part I have the honor of transmitting to you, you will find that money is woven into the very fabric of our existence, that the law of success is service. What we get is what we give, and for this reason we must consider it a great privilege to give. We have found that thought is the creative activity underlying all constructive endeavors, so we cannot give something more valuable than our own thought. Creative thought requires attention, and as we have discovered, it is the weapon of the Superman. Attention develops concentration, and it develops spiritual power, which is the most powerful force in existence. It is the science that encompasses all sciences. The art that, above all others, is relevant to human life in the realm of this science and art offers an opportunity for endless progress. Perfection in everything is not achieved in 6 days or 6 weeks or even 6 months. It is the work of a lifetime. Not advancing is retreating. It is inevitable that entertaining positive, constructive, and unselfish thoughts will have a far-reaching effect for good. Compensation is the key note of the universe. Nature constantly seeks balance. Where something is sent, something must be received, or a void would form. Observing this rule cannot fail to benefit to such an extent that it more than justifies the effort in this direction. Part 23. Awareness of money is a mental attitude. It is the open door to the arteries of commerce. It is the receptive attitude. Desire is the attracting force that sets the current in motion, and fear is the great obstacle through which the current stops or reverses completely, moving away from us. Fear is simply the opposite of the awareness of money. It is the awareness of poverty, and since the law is immutable, we get exactly what we give. If we are afraid, we get what we have. Money is woven into the very fabric of our own existence. It engages the best thoughts from the best minds. We earn money by making friends and expanding our circle of friends, by earning money for them, helping and serving them. The first law of success is service, which in turn is built on integrity and fairness. A man who is not at least fair in his intention is simply ignorant. He has lost the fundamental law of all exchange. It is impossible, and he will surely and certainly lose. He may not know it. Perhaps he thinks he is gaining, but he is doomed to certain defeat. He cannot deceive the infinite. The law of compensation will demand eye for eye and tooth for tooth. The forces of life are volatile. They are composed of our thoughts and ideals, which in turn take shape. Our task is to maintain an open mind, to constantly seek the new, to recognize opportunity, and to be more interested in the journey than the goal, as pleasure lies in the quest rather than in possession. You can become a magnet for money. However, you must first consider how you can earn money for other people. If you have the insight to live and use favorable opportunities and conditions and recognize values, you can position yourself to exploit them. But your greatest success will come to the extent that you are able to help others. What benefits one must benefit all. A generous thought is full of strength and vitality, while a selfish thought contains the great germs of dissolution. It will disintegrate and pass away. Great financiers are merely channels for the distribution of wealth. Huge amounts come and go, but it would be as dangerous to stop the outflows as the inflows. Both ends must remain open, and thus our greatest success will come when we recognize that it is as important to give as it is to receive. If we recognize the omnipotent power that is the source of all supply, we will adjust our consciousness to this supply in such a way as to constantly attract it, and thus everything necessary. And we will discover that the more we give, the more we receive. Giving in this sense implies service. The banker with his money, the merchant with his goods, the author with his thoughts, the worker with his skill. Everyone has something to give, but the more they can give, the more they get, and the more they get, the more they can give. The financier has enough because he gives much. He rarely thinks of it as a man letting another think for him. If you want to know how to get results, you must show him. When you can, he will provide you with the means for hundreds or thousands of people to benefit. And to the extent that they succeed, he will also succeed. Morgan, Rockefeller, Carnegie, and others did not become rich because they lost money for other people. On the contrary, it is because they made money for others that they became the wealthiest men in the country, or even the world. The average person is entirely unaware of any deep thought. They accept the ideas of others and repeat them very similarly to a parrot. This is easily visible when we understand the method used to form public opinion, and this docile attitude from a large majority, who seem perfectly willing to let a few people think for them, is what allows a few men in many countries to monopolize all paths of power and keep millions of people subordinated. Creative thought requires attention. The power of attention is called concentration. This is directed by will, and for this reason, we must refuse to concentrate or think about anything other than the things we desire. Many constantly focus on sorrows, losses, and discord of all kinds. Since thought is creative, it is necessarily deduced that this concentration inevitably leads to more losses, more pain, and more discord. How could it be otherwise? When we encounter success, gain, or any other desirable condition, we naturally focus on the effects of these things and thus create more. It is thus deduced that much leads to more. One of my collaborators explains very well how one can use an understanding of this principle in the business world. The mind, whatever it is or is not, must be considered the essence of consciousness, the substance of the mind, the underlying reality of thought. Since all ideas are phases of the activity of consciousness, the mind or thought, it is deduced that the mind, and it alone, is the ultimate fact, the real thing or idea. Part 23. Assuming this, it does not seem reasonable to argue that a true understanding of the mind and its laws of manifestation would be the most practical thing a person could hope to find. It does not seem certain that if practical men of the world could realize this fact, they would rush to the place where they could obtain such knowledge of spiritual things and laws. These men are not stupid. They simply need to understand this fundamental fact to progress towards what is the essence of all achievement. Let me give you a concrete example. I know a man from Chicago whom I have always considered quite materialistic. He has had several successes in life and also several failures. The last time I spoke to him, he was practically at rock bottom compared to his previous business state. He seemed to have reached the end of his life because he was very advanced in his 50s, and new ideas were coming to him less quickly and less frequently than before. He essentially told me, "I know that all things that work in business are the result of thought. Any fool knows that." At the moment, it seems I am missing thoughts and good ideas. But if this total mind teaching is correct, it should be possible for an individual to establish a direct connection with the infinite mind. Within it must exist the possibility of all kinds of good ideas that a person of value and experience could put into practice in the business world and achieve great success. This sounds good to me, and I will investigate it. That was several years ago. The other day I heard about this man again while talking to a friend. I asked what had become of our old friend. My friend looked at me in astonishment and said, "Don't you know about X's great success? He is the big name of the company, a business that has achieved phenomenal success over the past 18 months and is now very well known through advertisements across the country and abroad. He is the man who provided the great idea for this business. He has already earned $500,000 and is quickly approaching $1 million, all in just 18 months. I had not associated this man with the mentioned company, although I was aware of the wonderful success of the company in question. Research confirmed that the story is true and that the facts mentioned are not exaggerated. What do you think of this? To me, it means that this man truly established a direct connection with the infinite mind and, having found it, put it to work for him. He used it in his business. Does this sound like sacrilege or blasphemy? I hope not. I do not claim that it is. Remove the implication of the magnified personality or human nature from the conception of the infinite, and what remains is the conception of an infinite presence and power whose essence is consciousness, the mind. Since this man must also be considered a manifestation of the mind, there is nothing sacrilegious in the idea that as a mind he harmonizes in such a way with his origin and source that he is able to manifest at least a lesser degree of its power. We all do this more or less when we use our minds in the direction of creative thought. This man achieved more. He did it in a highly practical manner. I did not ask him his method of proceeding, although I intend to do so at the earliest opportunity. But he did not merely appeal to the infinite supply for the ideas he needed. The man was not only the seed of his success, but also used the creative power of thought to build an idealistic model of what he hoped to manifest in material form, adding, changing, and improving its details from time to time, proceeding from the general scheme to the final details. I consider these to be the facts of the case, not only because I remember the conversation from a few years ago, but also because I have observed the same in the cases of other prominent men who have made a similar manifestation of creative thought. Those who oppose the idea of using infinite power to aid in one's work in the material world should remember that if they oppose such a process, even slightly, it could never happen. The infinite is fully capable of taking care of itself. Spirituality is quite practical, too practical. It teaches that the mind is the real thing, the whole thing, and that matter is nothing more than plastic material that the mind is capable of creating, shaping, and manipulating at will. Spirituality is the most practical thing in the world, the only real and absolutely practical thing that exists. This week, focus on the fact that man is not a body with a mind, but a mind with a body, and that is why his desires can only find satisfaction in spiritual things. Money, therefore, only has value for creating the conditions we desire, and these conditions are necessarily harmonious. Harmonious conditions require adequate supply, so if you seem to encounter a shortage, understand that the idea or essence of money is service, and when this thought takes shape, the supply channels will open and you will have the satisfaction of knowing that spiritual methods are entirely practical. We have discovered that premeditated and orderly thought directed towards a goal leads to its fixed maturation, so we can be absolutely certain of the outcome of our dynamic experience. Francis Larimer Warner. Part 23. Study questions with answers. 221. What is the first law of success? Service. How can we be more helpful? By having an open mind, focusing on the career rather than the goal, on the pursuit rather than possession. What is the result of selfish thought? It contains the seeds of dissolution. How will we achieve our greatest success? By recognizing that it is as essential to give as to receive. Why do financiers often have great success? Because they think for themselves. Why is the vast majority of people in many countries a docile and seemingly willing puppet of a few who think for them? Because they let a few think for them. What is the effect of focusing on pain and loss? More pain and more loss. What is the effect of focusing on gains, more gains? Is this principle used in the business world? It is the only principle that is used or can be used, none other. The fact that it is used unconsciously does not change the situation. What is the practical application of this principle? The fact that success is an effect and not a cause, and if we want to ensure the effect, we must discover the cause, the idea or thought by which the effect is created. Feed your mind with great thoughts, believe in the heroic. Steel is Israeli. Introduction to Part 24. Enclosed, you will find Part 24, the final lesson of this course. If you have practiced each of the exercises for a few minutes a day as suggested, you will have discovered that you can obtain from life exactly what you desire by first putting forth what you desire. You will probably agree with the student who said that thought is almost overwhelming, so vast, defined, reasonable, and usable. The fruit of this knowledge is, so to speak, a gift from the gods. It is the truth that sets men free, not only from all scarcity and limitation, but also from pain, worry, and concern. Isn't it wonderful to realize that this law makes no exceptions? No matter your habitual way of thinking, the path has been prepared for you. If you lean towards religion, the greatest religious teacher the world has known has made the path so clear that all can follow it. If your mental inclination is towards physical science, the law will operate with mathematical certainty. If you lean towards philosophy, Plato, Weber can be your masters, but in any case, you can reach degrees of power to which it is impossible to set limits. Understanding this principle is the secret that ancient alchemists sought in vain, as it explains how the gold of the mind can be transmuted into gold in the heart and hand. Part 24. 1. When scientists first placed the Sun at the center of the solar system and put the Earth in orbit around it, there was immense surprise and consternation. The idea was obviously false. Nothing was more true than the movement of the Sun across the sky, and everyone could see it setting behind the western hills and sinking into the sea. Scholars were furious and scientists dismissed the idea as absurd. However, the evidence eventually convinced everyone. We speak of a bell as a sound body, but we know that all the bell can do is produce vibrations in the air. When these vibrations occur at a rate of 16 per second, they produce a sound that is heard in the mind. It is also possible for the mind to perceive vibrations up to a rate of 38,000 times per second. When this number increases beyond that, everything becomes silent again. Thus, we know that sound is not in the bell, but in our own mind. We speak and even think that the sun gives light. However, we know that it simply emits energy that produces vibrations in the ether at a rate of 400 trillion per second, creating what is called light waves. Thus we know that what we call light is simply a form of energy, and that the only light that exists is the sensation caused in the mind by the movement of light waves. When the frequency increases, the light changes color, with each color change being caused by shorter vibrations. So although we speak of a rose as being red, grass as green, or the sky as blue, we know that colors only exist in our mind and are the sensations we experience due to the vibrations of light waves. When vibrations are reduced to less than 400 trillion per second, they no longer affect us as light, but we experience the sensation of heat. It is therefore evident that we cannot rely on sensory evidence for our information about the realities of things. If we did, we would believe that the sun moves, that the world is flat rather than round, or that stars are pieces of light rather than immense suns. The entire range of theory and practice of any metaphysical system consists in questioning the relative truth of oneself and the world in which one lives. To express harmony, one must think of it. To express health, one must think of it. To express abundance, one must think of it as well. To do this, one must overturn sensory evidence. When you come to know that all forms of disease, pain, lack, and limitation are simply the result of mistaken thinking, you will have known the truth that will set you free. You will see how mountains can be moved if those mountains are only doubt, fear, distrust, or other forms of discouragement. Not only must they be moved, but they must also be cast into the sea. Your real work is to convince yourself of the truth of these statements. Once you achieve that, you will have no difficulty thinking the truth, and as has been demonstrated, the truth contains a vital principle that will manifest. Those who heal diseases through mental methods have understood this truth. They demonstrate it in their own lives and in the lives of others every day. They know that life, health, and abundance are omnipresent, filling all space. And they understand that those who allow disease or lack to manifest have not yet grasped this great law. Since all conditions are creations of thought, and therefore entirely mental, disease and lack are merely states of the mind where the person does not perceive the truth. Once the error is removed, the condition disappears. The method to eliminate this error is to enter into silence and discover the truth. Since all mind is one, you can do this for yourself or for anyone else. If you have learned to form mental images of desired conditions, it is the easiest and fastest way to ensure results. Otherwise, results can be achieved by the process of absolutely convincing yourself of the truth of your affirmation. Remember that no matter the difficulty, no matter where it is or who it affects, you have no patient more important than yourself. You have nothing else to do but convince yourself of the truth you want to see realized. This is a scientifically accurate assertion according to all existing systems of metaphysics, and permanent results are never assured otherwise. All forms of concentration, mental imagery, argumentation, and self-suggestion are merely methods by which you can realize the truth. If you want to help someone destroy a form of lack, limitation, or error, the correct method is not to think about the person you want to help. The intention to help is entirely sufficient, as it connects you mentally with the person. Then expel from your own mind any belief in lack, limitation, disease, danger, difficulty, or any other problem. As soon as you succeed in doing this, the result will be accomplished, and the person will be free. But remember that thought is creative, and therefore whenever you allow your thought to rest on an inharmonious condition, you must realize that such conditions are only appearances. They have no reality. The mind is the only reality and can never be less than perfect. Every thought is a form of energy, a vibration, but a thought of truth is the highest rate of vibration known and thus destroys every form of error, just as light destroys darkness. No form of error can exist when truth appears, so all your mental work consists in achieving an understanding of the truth. This will allow you to overcome any form of lack, limitation, or disease. We cannot understand the truth from the outer world because it is only relative. Truth is absolute. Therefore, we must find it in the inner world. Training the mind to see only the truth means expressing only the true conditions. Our ability to do so will be an indicator of the progress we make. The absolute truth is that the self is perfect and complete. It is spiritual and therefore can never be less than perfect, can never have lack, limitation, or disease. The brilliance of genius does not originate from the molecular movement of the brain. It is inspired by the spiritual self, which is one with the universal mind, and it is our ability to recognize this unity that gives rise to all inspiration and genius. These results are powerful, affecting future generations, and are the pillars of fire that mark the path followed by millions. Truth is not the result of logical training, experimentation, or even observation. It is the product of developed consciousness. Truth manifests in an individual's behavior, life, actions, influence on social forms, and progress. Your life, actions, and influence on the world will depend on the degree of truth you are able to perceive, as truth will manifest not in beliefs, but in behavior. Truth manifests in character, and an individual's character must be the interpretation of their religion or what they consider to be truth. This is also reflected in the nature of their possessions. If an individual complains about the whims of their fortune, they are as unjust to themselves as if they were denying rational truth, even if it is evident and irrefutable. Our environment and the countless circumstances and accidents of our lives already exist in the subconscious personality, which attracts the mental and physical material that corresponds to its nature. Thus, our future is determined by our present, and if there is an appearance of injustice in any feature or phase of our personal life, we must seek the cause within ourselves and try to uncover the mental fact responsible for this external manifestation. It is this truth that sets you free, and it is the conscious knowledge of this truth that will enable you to overcome any difficulty. The conditions you encounter in the outer world are invariably the result of the conditions prevailing in the inner world. Therefore, it follows, with this scientific attitude, that by maintaining the perfect ideal in the mind, you can bring about ideal conditions in your environment. If you see only the incomplete, the imperfect, the relative, and the limited, these conditions will manifest in your life. But if you train your mind to see and realize the spiritual self, the self that is always perfect and complete, then only harmonious, healthy, and salutary conditions will manifest. Since thought is creative, and truth is the highest and most perfect thought one can think, it is evident that thinking the truth is creating what is true. And it is also evident that when the truth becomes what is false, the latter ceases to exist. Universal consciousness is the sum of all consciousness that exists. Mind is consciousness because it is intelligent. Therefore, the words are synonymous. The difficulty to face is realizing that mind is not individual, it is omnipresent and exists everywhere. In other words, there is no place where it is not, thus making it universal. Until now, men have generally used the word God to indicate this universal and creative principle, but this word does not convey the correct sense. Most people understand this word as something external, whereas it is precisely the opposite. It is our own life. Without it, we would be dead and cease to exist the moment the mind leaves the body. We are nothing. Therefore, the mind is truly all that we are. Now, the only activity the mind possesses is the power to think. Therefore, thought must be creative, as the mind is creative. This creative power is impersonal, and its ability to think is its capacity for control and use for its own benefit and that of others. When the truth of this statement is understood, grasped, and appreciated, one will possess the master key. But remember that only those who are wise enough to understand, broad-minded enough to weigh the evidence, firm enough to follow their own judgment, and strong enough to make the necessary sacrifices can enter and participate. This week, try to realize that we truly live in a wonderful world, that you are a wonderful being, that many are discovering the knowledge of truth, and that as soon as they awaken and gain knowledge of the things prepared for them, they also realize that eye has not seen, nor ear heard, nor human mind imagined the splendors that exist for those who find themselves in the promised land. They have crossed the river of judgment and reached the point of discrimination between the true and the false, and have discovered that all they have ever wanted or dreamed of was just a faint concept of the dazzling reality. Although one can bequeath an inheritance of accres, one cannot bequeath an inheritance of knowledge and wisdom. The rich man may pay others to do his work, but it is impossible to have his thinking done by someone else or to buy any form of culture. His smiles are his own. Part 24, Study Questions with Answers. 231. What principle does the theory and practice of any existing metaphysical system depend on? The knowledge of the truth concerning both yourself and the world in which you live. What is the truth about yourself? The true self, the ego, is spiritual and therefore can never be less than perfect. What is the means of destroying any form of error? To be absolutely convinced of the truth concerning the condition you wish to see manifested. Can we do this for others? The universal mind in which we live, move, and have our being is unique and indivisible. Therefore, it is entirely possible to help others as we help ourselves. What is the universal mind? The totality of all existing thoughts. And where is the universal mind? It is omnipresent, existing everywhere. There is no place where it is not. It is within us. It is the inner world. It is our mind, our life. What is the nature of the universal mind? It is mind and therefore creative, seeking to materialize in form. How can we act on the universal mind? Our ability to think is our ability to act on the universal mind and to manifest it for our own benefit and that of others. What does thinking mean? A clear, determined, calm, deliberate, and sustained action of thought towards a defined purpose. What will be the result? You will be able to say, "It is not I who do the works, but the Father who dwells in me. He does the works." You will understand that the Father is the universal mind and that He truly dwells within you. In other words, you will understand that the wonderful promises made in the Bible are a fact, not fiction, and can be demonstrated by anyone with sufficient understanding. Temples have their sacred images, and we see what influence they have always had on a large part of humanity. But in truth, the ideas and images in the minds of men are the invisible powers that govern them, and to these all universally pay prompt submission.